Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. It is May, I think it's the 28th, 2024. We're back from a weekend abroad. We just came back from Boston NANPC, or technically Providence NANPC. It's in Rhode Island. Hopefully you're doing well. I've had an incredible weekend. Came just back Sunday night. Mind you, it was a long weekend in the States, which is a bit of a bummer because everyone's like, why don't you come out and hang out after the thing? And we're like, we have to go drive back 6 hours. Hopefully y'all had a good time there, and it's Memorial Weekend, whatever exactly that is. We have a lot to talk about. It's a nice catch up of a weekend, and let me tell you, am I excited about organized play Netrunner? There was this kind of like anthem, this like idea that was going on, which was like, you know, this is regionals again. It's kind of hard to describe what that is, but Netrunner organized play used to be, or just there used to be a lot more people playing Netrunner back in the day. We're talking about like 7 years ago, 8 years ago. And the organized play structure, if you've heard this before, from Fantasy Flight Games, they had this like very clear graduated structure where the lowest things were game night kits. Those were the casual events. Then you had store championships. Then you had regionals. Then you had nationals. And then you had worlds. I might be missing something in there. But the idea is that anytime that you won a store championship, you got a buy. A buy was basically a ticket that said when you go to the next thing, which would be a regional, you win your first round, you don't have to play it, which that's pretty valuable if you want to continue winning. So it was a cool way to get people to, you know, go into things. Point being is not so much the structure, but one of a lot of people's favorite archetypal Netrunner event was a regional. A regional was an organized play event of casual vibes, but competitive decks. And it was of a big enough caliber that people would travel for it. And so NANPC Boston felt like a regionals, and it is good to be back home. It was really cool. We had 40 peoples, including some, like, just a very competitive field, multiple top world 16 finishers, just like very, very, very sharp field out there. And just if you watch it, mind you, on stream, people are laughing and having fun and goofing around and joking, and everyone's friends, whether they've known them for 10 years or they've known them for 2 hours. It's kind of incredible. So Sunny D, you were at the event, weren't you? Did we not say hi? Do I not know your handle? Because I know you were there. Sports. There's Eric Keelback. Yeah, I need to catch up on chat. Eric, do you know what the funniest thing is? So we finally caught up on the ShadowNet, and we were driving home, Pat and I. It was getting dark, and so we put on the ShadowNet, and then like the last ShadowNet episode, if you don't know the ShadowNet, it's a podcast that Eric Keelback is, and the most Canadian sounding Netrunner content creator. We realized Phil, Zeroth Maximum, they put the show together. Also, Powdrag was on it, a narco, and she was there. There's a lot of cursing, a lot of fun topics to talk about. But the one that like me and Patrick, like we would pause the podcast multiple times to talk about is that Eric goes on a bit of a rant to talking about like why Pravdivos consulting is the worst thing ever. And like, I honestly, I agree with you. I'm not going to go into too deep. I agree with you. But Eric, the funniest thing is that we were listening to this and then we paused it and we had a nuanced conversation about what I would like determined to be gremlinry, the idea of like advanceable traps. Either like you spend so much time learning such a complex game, and then at the end of the day it's just cockroach poker. Like, that's really funny and I get it, but it's not my favorite way to play the game. And I would hope me and Patrick had a more nuanced conversation about like, do people lack the ability to have the game space to be able to bluff in a way that they understand, or do they have to do the most straightforward bluff that wins the game? Is that good for the game? And then we unpause the tape and it's just Eric yelling, "Why do serial killers kill?" And Patrick and I were laughing for like 5 minutes straight. It was so funny. The nuanced conversation falling apart there. It was good. I don't like Pravdivos either, I'll be honest. But catch out that podcast if you want to hear it out. Pretty good. I did get to say hi to Pat. We talked about Cheesecake Factory. Oh, Sonny, we almost went to the Cheesecake Factory. Okay, bummer. It was pretty far away. Let me catch up on chat real quickly. I know I'm behind. Firstly, off the top, Lucille, another Tuesday stream, another me missing it because of my locals. NANPC Boston was amazing to see, and commentary and tech setup were the best I've seen for Netrunner. Eric Hayden, mind you, in chat. I believe I saw Eric's name, and Eric did the streaming initiative to stream, if you don't know, NANPC Boston. That was this weekend. Link will be in the description. Otherwise, it's youtube.com/@neonstaticpod. And you can find 3 streams. The first one is SysOp Supreme. That's me and Patrick in the live studio. That one's really fun. But then the ones that we're really talking about are day 1 and day 2 of NANPC Boston. And I was just telling Eric this in chat, like the other, just an hour ago or something. This is genuinely one of the best Netrunner streams I've not only been a part of, but I've ever seen. the quality of like the picture, how legible it is, and a lot of that is like effort on Eric's part to make sure everyone's using the same tokens, and like we made sure we knew all the alt arts, and it's very clear. A big, huge part of the success of the weekend cannot be sung enough too is as Kato, who was sitting next to us the whole time, just doing all the overlays and pulling up cards and all this great stuff. The quality of play was really good. Clearly, everyone's friendly and having fun. This is one of the best Netrunner live events I think I've ever seen, let alone been a part of. It was incredible. It was genuinely constantly funny. Commentary was great. Shout out to all the folks that joined on stream. It was a bummer Eric couldn't be there. Hayden couldn't be there on Sunday, but still, we had all the setup, and a lot of time and money goes into making this be as good and accessible as it is, and I think it really pays. So on that note, there's always a call to action on like supporting Neon Static, who's going to be doing more live stuff. I've no doubt, and does constant live stuff Monday nights in the studio in New Hampshire. Shout out to Eric, who hosted me and Patrick on a Friday night and made the best pizza we've ever had. It's good stuff. If you want to support the Patreon Neon Static, it's all there. This stuff is like, you need to watch it. It's very, very good. The finals day 2 was just stellar. Day 1 was still really fun. It was great. I can't say enough. Good stuff. It was actually like genuinely really, really good. Good to see NANPC Kevin, you too. Thanks for bringing the printer in. Hey, I didn't catch up on how your Sunday went. Good afternoon, Carrie. How's it going? Bill, Metro, mind if I get your thoughts on an aggro crim deck I made? Been having some good success with it personally. Just curious about it being improved. Yeah, throw me a link. Or try and throw me a link. If it doesn't throw in and I don't respond to you, it's because your link was eaten. So you have to kind of like obscure your link if you have one. Let me just catch up on chat. Oh, I think you just got one in. Okay, cool. Hope you're doing well. Owen, I'm doing well. How are you? Hope everyone's having a good day, Boris. Welcome. Happy Tuesday. Hey, folks, Lazy. Hope we're having a good day. Sports Metal lives. Great comms this weekend. You were killing it. Thank you, Lazy. Zaya. Daijin, how you doing? Hey, y'all. Happy Tuesday. There you go. There's Eric Hayden. Again, a lot of work ripping up the studio, rebuilding the studio, moving it down. It takes a village. Shout out also to like Jeff, who helped support the stream. We had a bunch of people help set up and tear down. Again, it takes a village to make something like that work. Like when we were there on the event, we missed round 1 of Swiss, which is like kind of what I expected would happen, because that's usually what happens. But then we went to upload. We checked the upload speeds, and we were getting like 1 megabyte. That's bad. So we actually had to like make an announcement to the entire game store to be like, if you're on the game store Wi-Fi, can you please not? Because that's the only way we can make this stream work. And everyone's like, you got it. And they pulled off Wi-Fi and the stream was okay. But like, yeah, it's just like, there's always, oh man, the worst part, it was Saturday morning. We had just woken up. I should probably structure things more linearly. We had woken up, Eric made a nice breakfast, we're having our coffee, and we're just about to leave. We're waiting for Izzy and Sophie to show up and for Nick to show up, and then we're going to carpool down because we're in New Hampshire and we have to go down to southwest Boston. And Eric is just coming down the stairs holding his like backpack camera, his camera bag and some equipment. And he just kind of leans down a bit to put down a box he's carrying, and his camera tumbles out of his backpack and smashes on the floor. And the camera that was meant to be the live stream camera, the top down camera for the table, broke. Literally 2 hours before the event starts. And it's like not a bad break, like the body of the camera is good. It's just like the ring and the mounting mechanism, because it is a smart lens. It is jank. It is just busted. It can probably be fixed. It will cost like a bit of money for sure, but it's not like totally a write-off. But like the stress in 2 hours, like this is just what happens with live productions. Like things are gonna go wrong. The show has to go on. So luckily Eric had a friend who had a camera, so that was called up to be like, hey, I wanted to buy that camera, can I buy it right now instead? And so he had to pick up the camera and do it. So like this is the sort of stuff where like production is never as easy as the final product. It's a bit of the sort of editor's curse where you see a final product and you think it's fantastic. It's only that way because so much effort was put into it and you don't see what goes wrong. Hopefully that's the intention, but he's just like the worst start in the morning. And for what it's worth, Eric had a really good attitude about it. You crush comms, thank you, Eric. Fantastic event, mind you. Eric Keelback winning the event, the NPC, has been a wild initiative, and I think it's only going to continue snowballing forward, which is really great. The anti-Pravdivos rant is severely lacking on curse words. No, that rant had a lot of curse words, Mango. It's some really rough stuff in it. How you doing, Mango? The playmat's so clean, yeah. Yeah, the playmats are really clean. I need to buy, I think like, for what it's worth, Eric, I think you need there was a lot of questions in chat, like how do you get these tokens? I think I now do want a set of these tokens. I was pretty confident I was okay with my own tokens, but these are kind of something else. So if you're making more of them, I think there's a lot of interest, myself included. They're really good. Greed, y'all did a fantastic job. Thank you, Sonny. Nothing but respect to anyone who's commentates, but you and Andre are my favorite 2-person combo I've listened to. Oh, thank you, Lazy. Oh, the pizza? It was like a cartoon. We showed up on Friday night. Eric has this beautiful house, fantastic family, and they're making dinner. And Eric pulls out this pizza dough and he's like, okay, we're gonna make some pizza for dinner. He checks. He knows I'm a vegetarian. He's like very thoughtful about the whole process, of course. And so like we're making some broccoli and some onions and we're like sauteing that. That's gonna go on the pizza. And he pulls out like these 2 balls of pizza dough that he had bought from some pizza place that has, you know, a reputation. He's done this before. And he starts stretching it out and he's like, oh, this looks awful. This looks so terrible. I'm still gonna make it. And he tries to roll it out. It's ripping. He makes a bagel. He like fixes it. It looks fine. And then he loads it up and he puts it in the oven. And then like it's cooking for a bit. And then it comes out and it looks totally raw and like a cracker. And then his young daughters come in and they're brutal about it. Like no holds bar, like, Dad, this looks terrible. And so he tries it and it's awful. It looks so bad. And he just takes the meat off of one of them and puts it on a plate and just throws them in the garbage and just orders pizza. And I think he was pretty embarrassed about it, but it was genuinely very funny. The pizza that came was actually quite good too. And then we went off to do a stream on Friday. But yeah, the pizza just wasn't Eric's thing and he was trying so hard. It was very, very funny. Good morning. Hey, JK. Looking forward to catching up on the NPC Boston stream later today. Oh, you're in for a treat. It's a fun stream. All right, we're going to take a bit of a tangent on this. I'm just going to catch up on chat. Bill, we'll be back to this in a second. I'll just leave it up on screen. Sunday went well. I was in a side event, and I think both my decks did exactly what they want to do. 1 outfit, get money. 2 ridiculous multi-card shaper combo to gain 1 credit. What were your 2 cards, Kevin? For those who don't know, on Sunday, there was a side event called Throwback, in which you played standard Netrunner, but you're allowed to include 1 playset of a card that isn't in the standard format anymore, but wasn't banned when it was rotated. I think the format's probably busted, it turns out, but I think a lot of people had fun. That was kind of the idea. New Hampshire to Norton is quite the drive. Jason, it's like an hour? Wait, Jason, what do you mean? How you doing? A couch is a couch. I wouldn't have signed up for that drive 2 days in a row. Oh, Solom, it wasn't too bad. Like driving back. The thing is, like, we don't have a holiday on Monday, if this is what you're talking about. So like we just had to get back on Monday to get like back to work and stuff. I filled out the repair form and sent the lens out in the mail this morning. Fingers crossed it doesn't hurt too bad. Oh, cool. Where do you send it to? Like B&H? Oh, I mean my rant? Okay, great. I wish there was A&R support, but I'm in the sticks down in Florida, so I just jam on JNet. Oh, Bill, I know I've said this before, it's harder, but like reach out on GLC to find locals, and if you want there to be a scene, it takes a bit of legwork, but you can make a scene. I don't know how the sticks gets in Florida, but maybe. Favorite game of the weekend? Oh, dang, I'd have to think about that. There was like too many, Eric, because like I saw all of them by design. Favorite game? I think the game, it was Toby playing like PD against, it was Henry, right? And then like clearly agendas were not coming up on R&D. And at the last end of the game, when like 45 minutes were called, Toby scores out and then he flips all of R&D, which is 3 cards, and it's a 2-pointer, a 2-pointer, a 2-pointer. That was very funny. I really liked watching Chris legwork really well all weekend. His game against Arzan was like very, very tense because we could see Arzan's hand. It was terrible, but he was still holding on. That was really fun. I want to get a gif of it, but I think the funniest thing is like Eric, I was talking about Eric. He's like, why are people rolling dice to access cards, right? It's genuinely a weird thing because culturally it's a new Netrunner thing. It's something I know I've said in my 7 tips of Netrunner, but when you're getting an HQ access, I generally ask my opponent to put the cards on the table and I roll a D6 or whatever, and then I touch the card the D6 tells me to. If you looked at Netrunner 7 years ago, again, talking about regionals, people didn't do that. They just shoveled their hand, put it down, and someone picked a card, even like out of a hand you held in front of your face. And then like Eric is talking about like, I don't want to roll die. I just want to rip cards out of hands. Like I just want to have fun. And then multiple times during the stream when Eric needed to go and grab a card, he would just like chuck like a fistful of D6s on the table like it's an RPG and just immediately touch a card. And it's the funniest thing to see in person. And it gets good laughs at everyone watching, especially because it's like a tense event. He's just like ripping a handful of role-playing dice. Gonna make a video with info on how to get into the group board of the poker chips. Yeah, Eric, I think people would want that for sure. Our son was using Brahmin Q-Loop. Oh, super cool. For the unfamiliar, Brahmin is the AI breaker that puts cards on top of your deck as long as they're not viruses. So I imagine with Coalescence, you can do some pretty cool stuff. That's really neat. Hey, Veronica, I'm doing well. How are you doing? Alpha list I've given to Nick to surprise Eric with on stream sometime. Okay, he's going to show up with some banned card and get in trouble. Hey, friends. Hey, Alec, how's it going? Hopefully you're doing a bit better, huh? The bracket reset and finals had huge big fight energy was prime Netrunner. The finals was so funny. I don't want to spoil it too much, but the finals was just like an absolute, the most amount of disrespect to your opponent's deck. The opponent's deck, it was like a Thule deck. And so the Thule deck cares about core damage and tags. And by turn 1, I think like the runner has like 2 core damage and like 4 tags. It just doesn't care. It's like, I'm just gonna see what happens. And I think it was the right play. Like genuinely, it was the right play. And you end up into a weird situation where it's like, if you spend, 80% of your deck trying to set up some weird core damage and tag situation, and then the runner just does it for you, 80% of your deck struggles. And then the game is all about finding one card in the deck that can close the game off. So great. You did buy the Arkham Horror Core set. Oh, nice. You found a revised one. Still not really. Sorry to hear that. Tired last week of internship, just 3 more days. Yo, you gonna feel good after the internship? Or are you gonna miss it? But welcome to Arkham Horror. Make them have it, wins tournaments. It does. It really does. And I think that was exactly what happened in the matchup before where Eric played against Henry, who was playing the same Thule deck. Oh, Mango, you added Restream Bot. You never want to do that. Eric, if you wanted, I can talk to them about sharing my designs for core tag and power virus counters. I have them on file at Chip Lab. Oh, cool. My local FGS had a revised core. Fantastic. Okay, really quickly. Bill sent this, Adam's cloned body. I'm Adam. If Adam traded his directive with an annoying clock. So Adam had this ability that you could run centrals and multi-axis really quickly, and Alarm Clock technically does that. Alarm Clock largely looked like the best card in Rebellion Without Rehearsal for like just good stuff criminal. It hasn't made that big of a splash on the meta as much as we are having criminals that are still running. And we saw criminals do pretty good as much as it wasn't the favorite at the last event at NANPC Boston. But it looks like without Tributary, or at least without the confidence that Tributary is not there, or with the confidence, criminal is doing something, which is pretty good. So what do I think about this deck? It's a Ken deck. So you have 17 influence and you want to play a run event to turn. We're on 20 events. Playing 2 Bravado is already really, really strange. This is one of the best cards in the entire format, so you generally want a reason to play 3 of them as much as you can, let alone, of course, it's a run event. Build Script is just not a very good card in general. Gain 1 and draw 2. There's certain decks where this feels better than others, and they're generally combo decks that all they want to do is uninteractively set up. But I think you can probably do better for this. I know Criminal doesn't have good card draw, but there's other ways to deal with it. But I definitely would not be reaching for Build Script. It's pretty underwhelming for a single card. Dirty Laundry is great. Diversion of Funds is a 2 of, it's fine. Inside Job is a 3 of. I like a heck of a lot. I honestly don't think the deck has... What other run events are there? I think you can definitely want to consider playing Carpe Diem as a run event, which is a phenomenal run event. Even when Ken doesn't want to make the run, it's still at least 4 credits. That's just a hedge fund. It's fine. We're not playing the run event card, which you probably want to, which is, what's her name? What's the name of the bassist? Moreira? Debbie's really, really good. Debbie is just very, very good. Debbie is at least a credit a turn, and then this becomes an acid spam tech piece. I don't know what your card pool is or what format you're playing into, but if you can play Bravado, you can play Debbie in most formats. I think you want to look at Debbie. She's actually quite good in these decks. 3 Penny Saver. I don't mind Penny Shaver. If you're running a lot, Penny Shaver is fine. I would argue that unless you're playing against a lot of assets, and this is the issue, is like when you're asking for feedback on the deck, and then your deck just becomes closer and closer and closer to like the archetypal criminal deck, is that it's hard to go wrong on Hermes unless you're playing against a lot of assets. And I think it's easier to make your deck better against assets without taking up your console slot. But Hermes is just a very powerful tool to give you more control over money games. Even if I was not, and I was only running once a turn, I would actually consider Paragon sooner than Penny Shaver. If you're running a lot, you want Penny Shaver, but if you're running just enough, I think Paragon's ability to scry and give you the credit immediately instead of having to take it off is actually worth looking at. I think a lot of people disrespect Paragon because Penny Shaver is newer, but Paragon actually can be a better console in a lot of board states. We don't have a lot of tech against assets. We don't have a lot of card draw. I think you want to play multiple class acts. Earthrise Hotel is also just good enough. Sec testing is fine. It's fine. 2 Mystic Miami is fine too. Definitely a powerful card. I think I wouldn't leave home without 2 Mistbones if you're playing competitively. There's definitely things we're missing here. I'm not sure what it is. 2 of each breaker. I think a lot of players are comfortable with that. I don't think it's necessary. I think if you run 1 of each breakers and then like a 3rd inside job and 2 boomerangs, you'll go pretty far. Unity is great. Kurapira is great. Carmen is pretty good. I don't know if you need Echelon anymore. 2 Ches with 3 Leech. This is a lot. I think that's more than you have the MU to support. Of course it is. Now, the question is, why are you going to get down multiple Chesvos or multiple Leeches? I think they're both okay. I would imagine actually Chesvo works out better for you. Leech is only really good for running the remote server. That you could probably cut the Leeches and just play 2 Chesvo and have more influence for something else. You don't want 2 sec testing? Yeah, 2 sec. I don't even know if you want a sec testing. I think there's other ways to get money, for sure. Boomerang is a good card in general. 2 Wake, it's fine. The problem is like, this is actually very little multi-axis for a Ken deck. I think you're set up already really well to use the twinning. And again, unfortunately, all the decks are coming the same. But you want to be or playing run events. Mind you, if you want to play it, you can. It's fun to play things like Jailbreak. That's also really nice in the run base package. But this deck only has this as multi-axis if I'm not missing. And if you're in a situation where running HQ is difficult, this is not going to do anything for you. Obviously, you have Alarm Clock and that helps. But maybe you can also cut one Wake, play one Docklands, one Twinning, and just kind of diversify your multi-axis. Docklands is really nice with Alarm Clock as well, right? Select has to avoid AV Suite and just get more. What's the AV Suite? Jailbreak would probably be better than Build Script. Yeah, it draws a card. It's very similar, but more fun too. Deck runs a lot. Okay. If it runs a lot, that's definitely something. I don't think to me, it doesn't look like you need to run that much. Right? Like on most sports states, your 1 run per turn is sec testing. Your 1 run per turn is like maybe you're charging leech, but it doesn't look like a deck that wants to run that much. Savius, welcome to the stream. Do you feel as though the meta's moved pretty firmly away from good Netrunner fundamentals and more into ignoring ice and fast advancing? No, not at all, actually. It's weird. Savius, I think there's a risk that like we move in way to ignoring ice and stuff like that. A lot of the decks that we saw, like fast advance is really good right now. And I think that is on the corp side. Firstly, there's not a lot of clot. And I do think a lot of the runner decks are really good. I imagine the format is runner favorite right now. But when it comes to runner favorite, if we look at like the good Hoshiko deck that everyone says is the tier 1 deck and it's the easiest deck to play, it actually really cares about finding its right breakers and its right pressure pieces at the right time. Right? Like it needs to find its breakers. Its only other way to cheat ice is Banhar, and Banhar is a hell of a card. But we saw so many matchups where it's just like end the run into an unresed ice means Banhar is useless, and then the deck needs to find it. Now, I just finished recording my Atea matchup for the Alpha series. It should be up later this week. And I get a bit, I wouldn't say salty, but like I'm always constantly surprised how a Hoshiko deck feels like they can produce all their breakers and very, very good breakers by turn 5. And what you'll see if you watch NANPC Boston, specifically against the sports metal decks, is those decks put so many things on the table, and assets, mind you, are still really good right now, as much as 2 Missed Bones is like a starting point for every deck. We saw Missed Bones turn 1 in so many games, like 10 credits off Missed Bones turn 1, I think we saw in one of the finals games. But the fact is, if you can put things on the table, the deck has to check the things on the table, and that slows down their ability to go through their deck. I think the worst thing is when you're playing Atea and you don't put something in the remote server that they need to deal with, or you don't put down assets, and then they're allowed to go through their deck as quickly as possible with price and moshing and like raindrops and stuff like that. So I think like it does care about ice. Banhar is really strong. I don't mind Banhar. You can play around Banhar. Banhar is really powerful. I like Chris calling out Price being the most busted card. I know Jeff and I were talking when Price came out, like this is the strongest card in the set and nobody was playing it. And we looked really strange. This is just a busted card. That's for sure. In context of the package and just on its own with, with Strike Fund and Strike Fund and Steel Skin's really, really wild. But I actually don't think there's a lot of ice invalidation. Like the sort of Mercury decks that I bemoan are not competitively doing well currently. I think Shaper decks can be a bit tricky, like Fizerum does beat Glacier stuff. We didn't see any heavy Glacier in NPC Boston. But the big thing too is like we saw 9 players from, I think, Snare Bears, and they were all playing Sports Metal. Or not all of them, but a lot of them were playing Sports Metal. So that's going to definitely tip things one way or another. Estebrado, I don't like Estebrado that much. I don't think you need it. Like the big thing with Estebrado is like you need multi-axis that works with it. With Mavirus? But why are you worried about Mavirus? You don't care about Mavirus, do you? Like when Mavirus purses your leech, you don't care. I would argue that you don't care. And I honestly think you just shouldn't play leech. Like Chesva is basically leech for central servers ++. Like I don't think you need that. Fast advancing is good in Netrunner fundamentals. The HB Sports Metal decks that you can watch during the finals and throughout the days, the games do not play out the way you think they do. They are really good games. Where like you're actually like in one of the finals, no single agenda is fast advanced. They're all scored behind ice while using the sports metal ability to leverage tempo to kind of like, you know, break lock and stuff like that. It's really cool. It actually fundamentally cares about what the ice does. And like, it's awesome. A lot of that is open deck lists and people playing at a highest level, but it's not just like bioticking out of hand, next turn bioticking out of hand, because they can't afford that. I have actually really cool things to say about the sports metal deck. I have no doubt that sometimes it just draws the nuts and just kind of like Audacity's Luminal turn 1, and that feels like pretty rubbish. Yeah. Why doesn't good stuff Hosh play Crew and Charm? It doesn't need to, and it's expensive and slow. Like the Crew is inherently really expensive. You have to install it, you have to find the Devil Charm, and then you have to like sometimes clear a tag, but it's like it's 4 cards to trash a single piece of ice. I think if you wanted to trash ice, it's cheaper and easier to play Hippo if you needed to. But if you look at the sort of decks, I think there's 2 things. Firstly, some of the decks out there are not running enough ice for that to be a problem. right? Like a lot of the acid decks are running 9 ice, like it's fine. But I think the biggest thing is like once you're set up and this deck does turbine, like there's almost no ice in the format that's problematic enough for you that you'd consider trashing. The worst case is like bronze. I saw no bronze all weekend. Hydras, I saw no hydras all weekend. Mind you, Arizon played a really cool deck that's built to make this ice suite uncomfortable, and I imagine it can. It's just not necessary. I don't think you need to do ice destruction. Brawn and Logjam are popular at the moment, and Leech just helps get through chunky ice and build bypass. Yeah, Bill, if that's the case though, like you can play a third inside job, you can play Boomerang, I think. I don't know if I would have to play around Leech. Like if your goal is to play Leech just to build a Logjam, like that's just any economy slot, right? Hey Jai, how's it going? Making stuff at Boston, thank you. Shout out to Mr. Neon. Yeah, it takes an absolute village to make anything of that quality happen, and luckily we have a very talented village, so I'm super stoked to be part of it. It was fantastic. The price is dumb and makes the game bad. Jason, nuanced take. I don't disagree with you. I think the price is nonsense. It's straight nonsense. It's 100% nonsense. I don't understand what the argument is for Hermes being good. It is punishing if you don't play around it, but isn't it hard to play around? Like being good for the game? We were meant to have the argument with Whiteblade at NANPC and we forgot to have it. Maybe we'll have it in the future. I think Hermes is interesting. I overall am getting tired of it, and I think it's just restricting on like one pointer agenda suites. Like I don't love it. It makes tense games. Sock in the laboratory kicking the most anti-meta hyperglacier in the world has ever seen. There's a chance, Lazy. There's a chance. But it's outside centrals that could be troublesome. So there's a lot of criminal decks that look like this. Like one of the things you can consider, and there's a lot of like, hey, there's Ken decks that are doing this. Mind you, there was a Ken deck at the top cut that Nightcride was playing, that in that sort of slot where you're spending 3 influences playing Takobi. Takobi is functionally a leech that is more powerful that can't get purged, that fires when you do your thing anyways. Like I think if you're playing 3 copies of Leech, you're better off considering Turbine, let alone Takobi. I would do first because it's a bit less influence. I wouldn't value Leech that hard if you're spending 3 of them, and then like you have lots of slots for it. Then you have to play around with a virus, which is not uncommon, right? Like if you want a cheaper way to make ice cheaper for the server, try Takobi. Takobi's quite good. Seb is too slow. Seb is too slow. Yeah. Rime plus fishies. Rime plus fishies. I think Hermes is a bad card. I think Hermes is a good way to beat up on new players, but you just beat it with good core play. I don't think you can beat Hermes with good core play. I think there's a lot of situations where you get in that you beat Hermes by getting a bit lucky and planning around. So Hermes does 2 things. Hermes challenges scoring patterns, right? Like you don't want to never advance a 4-2, seamless launch, and then suddenly a central's open. Like that can cascade. Whether it's diversion of funds or whether it's like, you know, run R&D, that's a thing. The big thing is like the criminal decks that I fear are playing things like Wake Implant or playing things like Twinning that say like, I know when I think you have an agenda in the remote server that has to stay there for the turn, and then I'm going to run R&D and see 3 or 4 cards. Like that sort of targeted pressure is very hard to deal with, and I don't think good core play deals with it. Now, I do think bad core play gets punished by Hermes way more than any other criminal console you could bring. Of course it does. But I think Hermes on its own gives you so much ability to it gives you agency in matchups in which you don't have agency. It also like turns off combo decks. Like it is a very powerful ability. Like we're talking about sports metal decks are running 12 agendas. This is potentially like a lot of click loss for the corporation. It's really good. I miss when Eric asked about favorite games. I loved watching Hank on Arson playing as Toby and PD. Yeah, that was the really good game, Eric. That's the one with the 3 cards left, round 5 of day 1. That one's really good. I'm just scared that we're entering Hoshiko winter. Ari's really good and all, but with Crew and Turbine, Hosh are stomping everything in sight. I haven't seen enough Hosh with Crew. But I think there's a chance that Arasana is a better deck. I think it's not very likely, but there's a chance that Arasana piloted well with good draw is a better deck than Hoshiko. My thing is I think Hoshiko is just the much more consistent deck. It has a much more flat spread for matchups and is much easier to play. I think it's much harder to play Arasana for a whole tournament. That I would probably play Hoshiko over that unless I had hundreds and hundreds of reps, and then you'll still find yourself making a mistake or 2 during a tournament. I do think Hoshiko will be addressed after Continentals. I think Hoshiko will probably do well at Continentals. Of course, Hoshiko will. And I think that's when we're going to start to see the MWL team, SPL team, excuse me, crack down on like Anarch stuff. They said, mind you, a year ago that they were like, we fundamentally have to do things about Anarch economy. Since then, there's been some really strong Anarch economy pieces printed and not much has been leaving. I think it's wild that these decks are not consistently playing Fermenter. I really like that Chris is playing 2 Fermenters. I think Fermenter is so good for this deck. I think the decks, the Technico versions of this that are not playing Fermenter have liquidity issues sometimes. But yeah, no, I think this is cracked. If you want to play competitive Netrunner, I don't think you need to think harder than this. And it's on the Corp to make this untenable. And we saw a lot of Corp decks try to make this untenable and mildly succeeding. And that's like a really important thing is if you go into Continentals and you think like Hoshiko is going to be the most popular as it was in NPC Boston, at least that's a good spot to be for a deck builder to capitalize on that. The question is whether or not you're capable of, or not you, but one is capable of. And so far from NPC, we see that kind of, sort of. Hermes makes it so the centrals and single axes are very threatening, even if you got a sold scoring plan, which is a big problem for the kind of decks that want it. Yeah, no, the idea is that like there's pressure on every single server, which this deck doesn't exactly do. The best way to play around Hermes is Oaktown Renovation changed my mind. Oh, her Oaktown's great. Hermes may be busted, but I'm anchored with my experience with Leela, which is so much worse. Hey, was Leela a May ability? I feel like Leela was a May ability. The fact that Hermes is not a May is a bummer. Oh no, it's not. It's not optional. I forgot about that. Yeah, same text, exact same text. Hoshiko Winto is coming. Ooh. Hermes is one of the only cards in the pool that can crack open mathematically impenetrable board states. Even with perfect play, it can't be bad. Yes, that's the thing. It is like the great equalizer. Oh, you got a remote server with an agenda in it. I'm going centrals. I don't care. And good players are good at knowing where the agendas are or are lucky. The good players are lucky, and that's because they make their own luck. Maybe it's just that I mostly played PD, but my experience has been that Hermes is the easiest matchup. If the runner plays any other console, it impacts the game more against PD. I honestly think Hermes is still the most impactful console against PD, but I don't think PD is the worst Hermes matchup for sure, Veronica. Isn't it reasonable to think of playing with Hermes as playing with 2 IDs when it's installed? Vishal, I think more so only because you're used to maybe the idea of Leela, but I don't think it's more or less impactful than Ma. Right? Like when Ma comes down, I don't think of playing it with 2 IDs. When DJ Fenris comes down, I do think about playing against 2 IDs. But I think like there are consoles in the format with as game warping effects. Ma arguably more. It's just like the opportunity cost of playing Ma is much higher than Hermes. The fact that Hermes comes down for 2 credits is messed up. Like Hermes is undercosted for what it is. 2 credits for 1 MU in Criminal is like already kind of ridiculous. I gotta play Silent Heath. Oh, cool. And the scenario was a lot of fun. So far, this campaign is pretty cool. How's Zoe? I do like Zoe. God has sent her to put knives into all the rats. And that's barely in the Bible. I don't know. Jai going for the Belinda S. Fermenter was out of vogue for a while because of so much more virus. I know, but like, that was months ago. Like, Jai is bringing Technico with no fermenters in it. I'm like, most of those decks only have now 2 viruses, 1 virus. You can still play from, I don't know. I like Fermenter a lot. If Ashen goes, do we feel like that would be enough of a hit? Sort of. I think if Ashen goes, you'll have to consider playing 3 labor rights to get to that late game board state in which you have to actually recycle things that maybe the price gets a bit expensive. I think a lot of people are considering, like, I'm pretty sure even going into the ShadowNet episode, even Whiteblade was saying Ashen is just a bad card, don't play it. And then obviously the Snare Bears show up and they're all playing it consistently. The opportunity cost to having a reset button on your Anarch deck being 2 influence is nonsense. That's nonsense. Why does the game have a reset button? Like, I hate this thing. I really do not like Ashen Epilogue. I do not like the reset button. I think if that changes, you're fundamentally going to have more economy that has to last longer. I don't know whether that means this deck has to end up with Paladin Puemo. That doesn't exactly make sense. But you're probably going to have 3 fermenters. Liberated accounts is probably too slow as much as it's pretty good off the price. But you're going to have economy that's a bit more long lasting or a bit more pressured to close the game faster than that. More likely, though, is like, that's the thing, is into a lot of the decks, you don't actually end up playing the Ashen. I think we saw the Ashen get played in the grindier, slower matchups on stream. And so it's good that that button is there. But I'd argue in like 80% of the matchups, 85% of these Hoshiko matchups, you don't actually Ashen. So it doesn't exactly matter that much. I think you just play a 3rd labor rights. I'm disgusted Chris posted a 48 card version of Contempt Hosh. Ian, congratulations. I liked your write-up a lot. More religious, what's it called? Blasphemous. Oh, it's funny, unfortunately. Congratulations, Ian. Yeah, 48 card Hosh. Let's go. That's where the 2 fermenters come in. Is there any traps or acid that blanks or stops misbones? Yeah, there is. Malia is the big one. Malia used to see some consistent play. The thing is, like, for Malia, it's just a speed bump. You're more often to see Malia to stop some sort of like tech card that prevents like a lethal, like blocking a class act from dropping 4 or blocking I don't know, something that clears tags. I'm not sure if they're not virtual or not. But that's the only way to deal with it. And then they just go trash Malia and they unlock Miss Bones. Miss Bones is busted, but Miss Bones is like a release valve, let's say that. But Miss Bones is like, it's Miss Bones. It's not Ashen. It's the stuff you recur. They just need less acceleration overall, band the price. Yeah, like you wouldn't play Ashen if you couldn't consistently get through your deck in every game. And the fact that Hoshiko can, with minimal trying, just get through Hoshiko's deck because of moshing, because of the price, right? Like then Ashen's a consideration. If you didn't have these sort of cards, like Ashen would look goofy because there's like, how many games do you get at your bottom of your deck? None. Okay. Moss certified card eater. You got to feed the beast. You do the trashing, right? Oh no, the corp trashes. Of course it does. My latest bill is on fermenters. Glad to hear it, Jay. We thought about cutting Ashen. Deck is fine if it gets banned. Yeah, I think so. Sorry for my Hermes derail. No, Veronica, not at all. Thank you for having a Hermes conversation with us. Should play another LR or Big Hosh. Hey, Tron. Another labor rights? Maybe. Ashen should never been printed. I don't like it. I've heard a lot of people who are like really so stoked about Ashen to be like, oh, I can play Larla, Levy AR Lab Access back in the format. I'm back in, right? Like, it's cool. You got to be very like mindful. When I say I don't like things, it doesn't mean I'm right. It just is my opinion. And for someone with a platform, like, it doesn't mean Ashen's bad for the game. It's just like, come on now. We don't need a reset button, do we? Zoe was a blast. No holy stabs were had, but holy gunshots were. And Johnny had a lot of fun having aha moments with Kate's mechanics. Oh, really cool. The more that you play Kate, Eric, or Johnny plays Kate, the more you realize is you just do it all the time. Just always do it. It doesn't matter. It's just +2 to every stat. It's unfortunately not that exciting. You just do it. You can play Boomerang Paladin, still get infinite value. Yeah, I think Boomerang is actually a consideration for Hoshiko. I do think Santo's on one Boomerang. I like Boomerang as the tech slot. It does obviously compete with some other stuff, but like in one worlds, Boomerang's quite good right now still. Especially because sometimes this deck does struggle to dealing with 2 ice servers in the early to mid game. Turn 1 Ashen, draw, turn 2 lose. Brennan. You want to I've never seen someone Ashen on turn 1. Maybe your hand is so bad. You do sure gamble, Ashen. You just draw 5. Is that from a Chick Tract or something? I never remember. I don't know. It might be from a Chick Tract, yeah. Still a Sanctuary used to be damage prevention. That wasn't virtual. Yeah, that was a good one. Is NFL virtual? Probably is, right? Is no one home virtual? Definitely is. No, you can blank no free lunch. That's the other Malia target in the format. As I said, blanking no free lunch is important. Blanking urban art vernissage can be annoying too. Blanking environmental testing. Like there's some ways to be annoying with Malia. They don't show up that much. I think Malia's hitting most often bones, but then you have to ice it up. Freedom. To quote Kikai, Ashen isn't there to be played. It's a 2-influence reminder on how you should be playing the deck. It's like, you know, the sort of step 1, get through your deck, step 2, recur it. Like that sounds abstractly kind of cool. I don't know. Yeah. Again, I do think most games you don't play it. Just got here. Can someone let me know if Jason doesn't like Price? I think Jason thinks Price is ridiculous. Kikai's the font of wisdom, no cap. Contempt. What if Snipers won the event with 2 influence floating in both decks? That'd be way cooler. Oh, it'd be so much cooler. Ian, what the heck? Did no one have this conversation? 13 influence on both sides. I don't really like it when the Corp can easily outlast Runner. Encourages Prison and Grinder. Jordan, it does. And I think that's exactly the matchups where Ashen gets played. Like, I think we saw, was it Chris playing against Eli in the last round? And like, she's, you know, playing 59 card, as few agendas, you know, damage based combo, you know, op, which she loves to play. She's been playing that for a long time. And I do think that was a matchup where Ashen got played. It was a matchup where Miss Bones got played 3 times. Like, yeah, if you want to go the long game, you're trapped in here with me. Like, that's the kind of the Ashen Hoshiko thing with Laborites and all that. And like, it's good that there's ways to beat the sort of decks, but I'd argue that that design problem that you can play 59 Grinder, which like, okay, some people like it. That's fine. It should exist. It just shouldn't be amazing, I don't think. I think it's more a problem on the Corp deck being able to exist in a way that people potentially find unfun. Not targeting Eli. Eli's the best, but less so that like you need, like everyone's saying like, oh, it's good that we have Ashen because P can't exist. It's like P Grinder hasn't existed in 3 years. I don't think that's a real talking point. I don't know. I was excited for Ashen because I meant I could basically build old school prepaid. Yeah, JD, a lot of people thought like that. Turns out the old school prepaid Kate style decks just aren't as good as they used to be. That's probably true. That's definitely true, but they're still fun. You can do them. You just end up like playing Kit and like go through your deck a couple times. Stone Ship, yeah, Stone Ship is another good target to blank. Oh, Banhar as well. Banhar prevalence is making Endless Eula more interesting, I guess. We saw one Endless Eula. It's funny in open deck lists because you have to respect it. But the thing is, like, if everyone's playing Cleaver, it's like a double-edged sword. So if you're expecting Eula, you could die to Flatline. I think Pat said multiple people died to like face checking into envelopments and op with Banhar. Which like kind of expect that to happen. So like maybe it still happens every once in a while. But the problem is like once they get their Cleaver down, actually breaking Endless Eula for 3 is not that terrible considering that they break all your ice for 3 or less. Like 3 is good for a turbine rig. Michael Friedrich, I'm finally catching your stream. Welcome. How you doing? Asha and Essa is kind of fun. Oh man, that's actually like the worst case, I think. Where it's like, here's more sabotage. Yeah, fun. Let's say it's fun. To blame to change. Was blame changer shown already? No. Tuno, how's it going? I'm assuming. Excuse me. This is really funny. For those who don't know, checked his message. Just ban R plus. Shut up. Okay, SPT. They hated him because he told the truth. I do think this is from a chick tract. This deck is card for card. The other deck that Whiteblade posted many moons ago that was like kind of a contentious thing. I would love to dig up the Metropole Grid stream in which we talk about it because like people got in trouble. Like it was kind of a thing. Just saw the alt text. What was the alt text? Like the behind the text? Can we find, how do you find alt text anymore? I don't know how that works. Cards used. Let's do Vacheron. Hey, David. People running Cleaver Turbine Endless Eagles ain't bad. It's pretty better than most other berries at that price. Yeah. Just joining the stream and I see we need to ban Audacity. That's what happens. So this is Blame Changer. First, second at New York City. Third, YVRSC. I don't, what's YVR Vancouver? I think it's Vancouver. So this is Whiteblade. Most people reject his message, just ban Vacheron. Like, this is why this exists. For a lot of people that are missing the context, this deck list was posted 3 years ago. And it's almost card for card the exact same deck. Like, it's slightly different versions, but we're still on Audacity, Biotic Hedge Fund. Lateral Growth, mind you, is what Greasing the Palm now is. This was just slightly cheaper to play, but had the same impact as much as the tag clause wasn't there. We had Red Level Clearance. I can't believe this deck ran Splint, but it did. And then instead of Wage Workers, we had Jeeves. The agenda suite is entirely the same, literally card for card, except Vacheron did get banned in response to this deck largely. And this card was cursed. It shouldn't have existed. That's we learned in time. And then the agenda suite's like, or the ice suite, there's slightly more ice, which is actually like kind of interesting. Because for folks who think like ice is invalidated, you know, it doesn't matter. Having slightly more ice is actually very important against Banhar. So instead of having 5 ice, I think the other deck has 8 ice. But it's just like functionally the same deck, right? Like the same sort of acid package. We have Wage Workers instead. The same operations. We're only on 2 Audacity. We have some upgrades. Actually, Tranquility Home Grid was legal back then, so you could have played this. Tranquility Home Grid was one of those cards that just did not take off very quickly. I don't know why. It's obviously very good. For what it's worth, I don't like the art on this one, and the art being exciting is actually a really important thing for cards hitting the tables. But yeah. Blade is a hella sick. Yeah, Blade is really good and actually requires a fair bit of respect. We need to ban DreamNet to make sure sports stays down. Yeah, let's go. Oh man, DreamNet. It's a shame. I think if you ban Hoshiko, DreamNet can come back. Who knows? YVR is Vancouver's airport card. Yeah, that's what I guessed. That makes sense. I think a lot of the Canadian airports are Y something, right? Will you ever do a replay analysis video again? Hey, Ryler, up plays. I just started playing, like literally just started, and I love seeing you analyze replay matches. Firstly, that's very kind. Secondly, welcome to the game. If you have any questions, it's a fantastic game, let me tell you. I would want to. I need replays for them. So if you ever have a replay, especially as a newer player, maybe you're playing System Gateway, maybe you're playing System Gateway System Update, and you have a JNet replay that you've saved, you can send me the file. My email address is metropolegrid@gmail.com. You can find it on the YouTube channel if you hit About Me. And if you send me your replay file, there's a chance I'll look at it and I'll be able to do a replay thing. If you're playing in a bigger format and you want to replay and you send it in, I'll look at it. Maybe it'll make sense for a video. I just want to say that generally those replay analyses work for playing good stuff, known quantity decks. It's hard to make an intelligent replay analysis when people are playing weird combo decks where it's like, well, technically you should have done this, but that's because you should have known they were playing Snare in HB. It's like, that's not very useful for learning. But I like those videos a lot. It's just a hard thing for all that to line up really well because I need a replay that like can be teachable. You know what I mean? Sports deck like this is a meta call, falls apart once Claw becomes popular. Yes, I think this is a meta call. I do think though this deck with Tomb of Iris is not that bad against Claude, and there was at least one Claude player in the top cut. I think Henry was on Claude and Arsana. Is this future Andre? Why was Tranquility legal? Yeah, well, how's it going? I don't know exactly what you mean. Just play the Cascadia Altered, yes. Yeah, play the Cascadia Altered. There was no NANPC Boston Altered, was there? I don't think there was. I just got the fermenters from there. I think we're definitely going to try and make a Montreal Altered this year from NANPC Montreal. Mind you, if you don't know for any reason, we've announced the date for the NANPC. It's not the next NANPC event. It's coming later this summer. NANPC Montreal will be the 24th and 25th here in Montreal. It'll be a 2-day event, not dissimilar to NANPC Boston. I am so stoked for it. We did our first major tournament running last year, doing one of the Canadian Nationals at Silver Goblin. Silver Goblin, I can't ask for a better store, for more support from them. I'm stoked for it. So we have a lot of time to figure that out. If you want to plan around it, I want it to be the biggest NANPC event this year. I think there's a chance we can do it, but I'm really, really stoked for it. Blame Changer was big when Shaper was stone unplayable. Yeah, I think Hoshiko was probably the deck to beat right now then, right? NPC Boston had local transit inspired click trackers. Oh yeah, Ken's trick click trackers. I saw those really quickly. Is this startup? No, this is an old. This is standard. And then this is a deck from 2021. So neither startup. Shaper's the best it's been in years, but Hosh is still better. Yes, I agree. And for what it's worth, I don't want Shaper to be good ever. Shaper cannot be good. We have to agree to not let Shaper be good, okay? Whether we just let Hosh be better, that's fine. You can't let Shaper be good. It's the worst thing you can do for the game. I promise you, you cannot let Shaper be good. Their faction identity is to have late game monster breakers and tricks that are uncallable and the ability to flexibly deal with any board state. It's cursed if it's good. Don't do it. Please. Just, you're breaking my heart here. I know. But I promise you, when Shaper is good, the game's not. I don't know what to tell you. Shaper decks are the worst to play against. Terrence, how's it going, by the way? Congratulations on your beans points. You're up there on the top. Shaper had their chance. It's too late now. It's sailed. You had prepaid voice pad. It was 2013. We were so much younger and more naive. We had a positive outlook on the future. That's gone. It's long gone now. I haven't played in a tournament in a whole month. Yeah, but you did well at the like if you win an NPC, obviously that's a big size. I think your points are based off of there's only so many NPC events, right? Like you win one NPC event, you're already pretty up, right? So what it's going to take somebody to win one NPC event and then do relatively well at another NPC event of big size. This is the biggest thing. I'm pretty sure if we can make NPC Montreal the biggest NPC, you need to come to NANPC Montreal to get the most of your points. You had Endurance, the ship has sailed. Endurance was an Anarch card. Endurance was everyone's card. Shaper and Endurance probably should not be equated. That was a really cool criminal card they printed. I don't know. I'll just win Nats, easy peasy, let's go. Yeah, but Nats don't give you NANPC points. Like the NANPC leaderboard is totally separate. You write for like Beanstalk bean points, but NANPC leaderboard is separate. You have to do another NANPC event, Terrence. We failed to shape the future satisfactorily. 5 influence neutral console. Yeah. And then Shaper could play it if they wanted to. And then we just looked like the other way. It's fine. Ari's already good, I promise. Please go win something, Sengren. Ari's really good. Do you know what doesn't feel really good? Op. Okay, speak about Sengren. Sengren's a treasure. We should all treasure Sengren. A huge shout out for judging the event and like helping with the stream stuff and bringing back all of Eric Hyde. We filled his car with all of his stuff and he got it all back. Op doesn't feel good. So Jeff should say, if someone like, I think I've said this conversation before, but Jeff, if I come, heaven forbid, anyone comes up to you and says, do you want to play on stream? He should say no. Jeff has never won a game on stream. Never. Citation needed. Pretty sure never won a game on stream. And so we asked Jeff to be on stream because everyone wants to see Jeff on stream and it was a cool matchup. Who was Jeff playing against? I think playing against Arizon. So it was like a cool matchup, right? Because it was a cool RE deck. And he just can't win a game. And it's not his fault. It's not like he's playing poorly. I think he made one misplay he talked about after that he could have done the op matchup, but like he just cooked. And I think we saw this. It's like, I don't know why I want to play op right now, because I feel like op, like I ran into this a couple weeks ago and I don't have enough testing to, but it just feels like if you don't start the game well with a good draw and you can't get that regolith to stick, you can't fire the first Rashida, you don't draw an Oaktown behind two ice that are relevant, you don't get down to Tucana early, you don't have a game. I don't know. And obviously it's because it's running into tier 1 stuff and tier 1 stuff is difficult, but that op deck, you just don't have a game. If they set up their turbine, like if Shaper gets on their turbine on turn 3 and 2 breakers, like the game is over. I have not felt this unexcited about playing op in such a long time. You did not call me my name on stream. Actually, congratulations for your finish. 9th place in NANPC Boston. Really well done, Axu. Don't let stream curse win. Jeff's gonna crush his next stream game. Because that's the thing, Eric, because I want him to like, I want that to be the narrative that like he shows up on stream when it really matters and he kicks ass the way that we know he can do. But like, I think either now I put it in his head and now people are watching out for it, so there's more pressure, but like he probably shouldn't do it. I don't know. Like I don't blame him at this point. Like statistically, it's an anomaly. Jeff wins world on stream to break the curse. Like that's what we need to happen. Like Jeff has to be like, I don't want to be on stream, and then he's in top cut. He's like, I don't know. It's like, it's a finals, Jeff. You have to be on stream. He's like, oh, okay, and then he like just kills someone with op. Like it'd be so cool. It'd be so cool. But op feels like so bad to me right now. I know people did well enough with op. Night Ride was the op player. Mind you, shout out to meeting Neil. Came in from the West Coast. He came up and he's like, hey man, want to say hi. Neil's only been playing for like a year and a half. And one of the last times, the only time I think he was on the channel so far is we streamed, shout out again to the best Staccato, is we did Sovereign of Subways. And one of the earlier rounds, I think we can find it, Neil played against Sokka on stream and he won. And he was like, that was just such a cool thing to have. And like, I get it. That was such a cool thing to have on like as an artifact in video. If we go to live, we'll have it here. But he was sat across, you know, the 2-time world champion at that time. I think the 1-time world champion. I forget when Sovereign of Subways was. And then like manages to squeak out a game versus the world champ, which is like, I don't know. In some ways, maybe it's a bummer. Okay, this ad I make money off of, so we can all watch it together. But in some ways, it's a bummer. Maybe to have that target on your head as a world champion, like you get it, but like that's really cool to be like, I'm on stream and I actually did a cool thing. Was it round 1? No, round 2? Not round 2. It's one of these rounds. Definitely one of these rounds. Not the lunch break. We'll find. Anyway, it's here. It's here. No, there's Not Again. Shout out to Not Again for NANPC Boston. It's definitely here somewhere. Round 5, maybe? Yeah, round 5. Very cool to get that on stream, playing Hoshiko against op, the same thing that he was playing at the event, as much as like it's a new op deck. Very, 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 very cool. Okay. Oh, there's Neil. I agree. Op could be hard, but I think the matchup against Hoshiko is a good dice roll. There are many decks that can consistently outspeed Hoshiko. That's exactly it, though. It's a dice roll to me. Like if you get ahead, you're ahead, but if you're behind, you're so far behind, and then you fail to make plays, and that is a bummer to me. Like the feeling, basically, you know, as a human, my goal is to avoid negative experiences, and any situation I can find myself in where I feel like helpless and I'm not playing the game anymore, I avoid those at a higher cost than pursuing the wins. Not healthy, not a good thing you should be doing, but that's like what it comes down to. I'm cursed on stream too. I think my game last week was my first corp game on Metropole Grid where I didn't have 10 points in hand by turn 1. Oh no. He wins on our streams all the time, disproven. Aaron, how you doing? Who's Andre? It's this guy. I won my first game on stream at Summer Showdown. It helped that I was just the last 2 turns. Oh yeah, that's the time they show up and then you do the cool kickflip and then everyone applauds. It's amazing. I'm on stream playing the last standard illegal Sunny deck. Oh, really cool. Yeah, very cool. Mind you, we were on stream on Friday, joining at the Neon Static headquarters studio up in the attic. Really funny. I want to say that I am as pale as a sheep. I don't know what it is. I think I'm going to argue the camera's white balance. I think the low angle, none of this is flattering to me. But the biggest problem that you can notice here is when I can't say what I want to be doing during a game, I'm not a fun competitor to play against. I'm not. I'm totally focused when I'm playing Netrunner. And so I'm like this is my face. Like I don't look like I'm enjoying it. That's my normal face. And this is exactly it, where like I'm playing the finals. I'm against Nick and I'm just trying to win. And I'm like, just focus. I don't think you're gonna see me smile unless something funny happens. It's like blame white balance. Yeah, the easiest way. I'm the same color as the wall behind me. My skin's the same color as the wall. Like, that's not good. But just like that, like, look at this guy. Like you're playing Netrunner for fun, you weirdo. Why do you have to look like that? 100% locked in is the only way to play Netrunner. But Chris, we saw this at NANPC Boston. Like, people are goofing and having fun. And like, this is grumpus. Like, what's going on? It's really weird. Just say what you're going to do. Yeah, I do that. But I want to talk about what I'm thinking. Speaking of epic experiences, I feel like a dirtbag anytime I play these tier 1 corp decks with 25 assets on JNet. Yes, I do think there's a really big difference between tier 1 decks right now and tier 2, tier 3 decks online. I think that's a hard thing to deal with. I think people should probably start lobbying, naming their lobbies a bit. But that's the problem that I've been running into is like I'll play an Atea deck, which is like maybe tier 2, and then I play against like the best Hoshiko deck in the format, and some of the games are non-games. I play against like 419 Criminal. I'm like, I'm gonna concede pretty soon. It is what it is. It just, there needs to be a better matching of expectations, because this game is phenomenal and you don't need to play it at the highest level. You don't. No one does. It's cool that they do, and it's great that people are pursuing that, but like on JNet you don't have to. IRS Gatekeeper, yes, Corp. Poker face is the best defense? I hope so. Master Chef doesn't smile in the kitchen? That is not true, Lazy. Come on, that can't be true. Resting bitch face is the thought of his feminine disease, but in reality it affects men just as much. Oh, yeah, 100%. I do not have a pleasant resting face. It's my whole family for what it's worth, which is really hard too, because like, I think I got a lot of my dad's sense of humor, and he has like a really dry sense of humor. So he will deliver a joke with his face like this in this tone, and then English is his like second or third language, so he has a bit of an accent, so it really catches people off guard when he says something totally ridiculous with this face at this speed and this level. And I don't know, at least I smile a bit more than him on those terms when he's trying to catch someone off guards. We gotta practice to win that playmat. Yeah, I guess we do. I seen that 90% of my games versus JNet Randos is against tier 1 or tier 1.5 decks. Yes, and against Smurfs. Depends on the competitive season against Smurfs. European vibes? Yeah, I know. The Acadian wit. I've always run into that problem on JNet since there's only one tier of online play. I feel forced to play top tier to have fun and not waste people's time. Yeah, Spooky, that's the thing, is like I don't have fun when I'm playing tier 3 into tier 1 decks, and like there's just a working prototype I can't deal with. And that's a weird thing to understand, right? Like in terms of balance for the game, which is a really tough task for sure. It's like cards like working prototype can be fun and interesting, but as soon as you're at a spot where like you're very far behind, they become problematic. We did not see working prototype be a problematic card at the, what's it called, at the NANPC Boston. That being said, I've heard some people say like I moved off of this like resource package because of the potential of working prototype. But this is like a thing that's notable in playtesting, right? It's like there's certain cards that if you're playing a fair matchup are okay, but when you're playing a one-sided matchup, like kind of are a problem. And I think prototype fits into that category. But I do think 25 assets fits in that category more than just prototype does. Do you have like a solid and easy to play startup deck as a corp and a runner? I'm seeing so many startup decks in NDB, but I'm looking for anything that's not super unorthodox. Ryler, the big issue right now is that I haven't played startup since the rotation. From what I've heard, startup is not in the best spot right now because it's experiencing some pains, because for what it's worth, startup is not a balanced card pool. There's a lot of issues right now in Netrunner. So just to give you an example, right? This is a card in the format that you can play in startup. It's called Punitive Counterstrike. I want to be very clear. You can do your own research. I've not played startup, so this is all second to third hand information. So if it's not entirely correct, this is just for the sake of the conversation. Punitive Counterstrike is a win condition that leverages credit totals into death. If I have more money than you and you stole a 3-pointer and I have 2 punitives, you will die. Now, Punitive Counterstrike is not that big of a force in the standard format, and that's because every faction has access to a certain subsection of very playable cards that allows them to interact with Punitive favorably. For instance, Class Act is a hella good criminal card that a lot of criminal decks in the standard format are running 3 of these, and on the turn you install it, you draw 4 cards and don't discard it at end of turn. So any turn you're worried that you're going to get Punitive, you install the Class Act. On a similar vein, Steelskin Scarring is super common, and this is a card that if you hold in your Anarch hand, and Punitive is not very likely to kill you, because the first Punitive has a big chance of hitting the Steelskin Scarring, and then you draw up and you survive. The issue right now is every single tech card in the format that deals with damage, barring 1.5, is no longer in the startup format. The problem is you can't print damage mitigation cards in every single release, because then the format has too many damage mitigation cards. So this is the first like big roadblock that I've seen, that startup rotation now has a disconnect between what's meant to be the problems and the answers. Suddenly the answers aren't in the format, but the problems are still in the format. For that reason, I've heard that startup can be a bit somewhere between homogenous and difficult. So I don't actually have any startup decks right now, and I would actually argue that if you're a newer player, consider the jump straight to standard. As incredible and as difficult as that might sound, it is an easier path than it might sound, and I do have decks to recommend for that. Apparently runner econ is struggling and started, from what I hear. I've heard that too. Yeah, there's multiple problems. It's just that it's very hard for NL Signal Games to balance a game around the standard format, which they're doing, I would say, a pretty great job, but also make a startup format make sense. It's very, very hard to balance a set under two things. I'm looking to play both in person and JNet. You will find a lot of standard play on both sides. If you want to try startup, the best I can say is if you go to the deck lists, you can go to search, you can go to startup, and then search a card that you really like. So say you want to play Ken, you search Ken, and then that'll come up. I can't endorse any of these decks, but you'll get ones with write-ups they're usually worth, because they'll put you on the right path. You can print other ways to interact with problematic cards like Link, Better Money, something like Film Critic. Yes, you can. Konana. You can, you definitely can, but it's not that easy because it has an impact on the standard format, which is a tighter balanced format. But you could. The thing is, it would still make punitive way worse than standard. You've been trying out Liberalis startup? Not sure how it's been going. Yeah, oh, that's cool. I'm behind on chat. Maybe folks are starting to shift from deck testing to deck practice as well as cons approach. So tier 1 decks seeing more play, yes. Yeah, there's pockets in which the format is like very, very consistently competitive testing, and then like people goofing around. I worry that when you get to the goofing around format, you end up with like weird build Palace Glacier stuff, but like testing is fine. Oh, I forgot to say really quickly, I listened to the last live stream we went off, and it was very breathy. I talk at a speed that sometimes makes it difficult for me to catch my breath. And so you heard a lot of like in the microphone, which probably isn't pleasant unless you're into that, in which, sorry, we're in a new paradigm. I added a noise gate to the microphone to cut off all that breathing. Let me know if it sounds okay. Let me know if it cuts out my voice at any point. I think if I whisper really quietly, it might eat it. But at any point, if the audio sounds different, it is because it is. And I would love your feedback. I'll listen to this after. It's just obviously, it sounds fine. Okay, thank you, Axie. If I whisper, can you hear it? I don't think you can hear that, maybe. I whispered. Every comedy needs a straight man, yes. But he's actually not the, he's like the really goofy man presented as a straight man, which is the Slovenian wit. I mean, you make that assumption, but my Persephone deck is sitting at 75% win rate. Let's go. Bring back the competitive tab, but it's the asset spam tab. We should have multiple tabs. Competitive, asset spam, fast advance. So should I focus on system gateway as a beginner? Oh, Ryler, if you're new to the new to the game, just play system gateway. Play system gateway, enjoy system gateway. It's phenomenal. Then start adding the system gateway advanced cards, then start system gateway deck building. You have a lot of game there. Once you want to go a bit bigger, I would recommend picking up, and it is worth knowing it will rotate out of competitive standard play next year, early next year, System Update 2021, which is the next like core set like product. I still think it's a great thing to get. And if it's not legal in the standard or startup format next year, it's still a cool thing you can play with your friends. Who cares? From that point on, just pick up your favorite cycles. If you want to play startup, startup is system gateway, system update, and the last cycle, which is the liberation cycle. I would recommend, if you don't want to play exactly startup, the next cycle to pick up is the Borealis cycle, which I think is a really fun cycle that has a really focused card pool that's really easy for newer players to jump into, because there's a lot of like synergistic deck packages that are quite fun. How's PD doing in the standard meta right now? Doing fine. I think PD's doing quite fine. We saw one, Toby was playing PD at NANPC Boston. I don't want one data point to answer what the meta is like. It's very much worth noting the North American meta and the European, or specifically the UK meta, are entirely different things. But it seems fine. If you want to play PD in a tournament and want to do well, I would not say don't do it. I find it absurd that Bologna got banned, but the number of bones is only rising. Yes. Yeah. Hashtag just play standard. It's really fun and not scary, we promise. No, it is. Yeah, we need to do a better job making it, as content creators, making it approachable, but like standard is not frightening. I've been building a local play group. Playing system gateway on JNet is hard because very few people are playing that format. More are playing startup, more are playing standard. Are you looking to play in person or on JNet? Oh, that's what you answered to, yeah. If you're looking for like system gateway games, I wouldn't open up Jinteki.net and make a new lobby and say, looking for system gateway games. You can do that. It'll take you a while. What I would do is I would go into discord.gg/GLC. So get into the green level clearance Discord, which I hope you're in anyways, and go to looking for game and then tag some, like you can be like looking for system gateway game, and then someone will see that and then you can make plans there. It'll be a lot faster than going on and waiting on JNet. Startup is approachable for learning the game, but not ideal as a long-term format. Yeah, there's a chance like just you can play startup, it's fine. You just probably will want to not play it forever. I wish startup was 3 or 4 sets instead of 2 to 3. Yeah, I think it could be a bit bigger, but I think the idea is that it's as small as possible. Agent Entropy. Netrunner balance is a nightmare, period. Asymmetrical game with 7 factions and fungible clicks. A card can go from borderline unplayable to bonkers, changing its trash cost from 2 to 3. Yep. Yeah. Netrunner needs a number that's less, like, they need integers that are between integers. It's kind of true. It's weird. In person, get some reps into system gateway, where your group gets tired of gateway. Took my local meta about 2 months. You can make a hop to standard fairly easily. Yeah. And it's going to get even easier next year, early next year. Might look for some folks to play on JNet while trying to explore standard. Yeah. Hit up GLC. You'll find players a lot faster. Hey, Leon. Trying to put some startup decks at the moment in case I end up playing at UK GE at the weekend. Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of startup decks out there. Again, GLC will let you know what's good in startup. I don't know. I've just heard like some of the more pain points because I'm interested to like kind of keep tracks on startup. My selfish goal, unfortunately, for the last like couple of years is this is unexcusable. I kind of hope startup is bad. And that's because you'll play it for a bit and be like, whoa, this is not great. I want to go play standard. And then you come to standard. Like I want it to be a little kick in the butt to go play standard. That's obviously a bad take and it's embarrassing, but like, yeah, I'm fine. Me too, but admitting it. Yeah, I know. Brave. I know. I'm totally fine with it. I don't play startup. If you only play startup, I hope it's as good as you want it to be. But if it's bad, come hang out. Standard's sick. It honestly is sick. Oh, you can hear that? Okay. It's a loud whisper, Gregor, right? Even the stage whisper. Oh, fantastic. Stage whispers are important that you get those. Let's hear that. Some of that Andre SMR. Can we get a long ASMR rant about the recursion to test? It just keeps coming back. My meta group is startup cycle, and we'll be hopping to Borealis and startup in a month, then Ashes and Borealis and startup. That's a cool way to do it, David. I think you're doing good work building your thing. Rohit, how's it going? Nice to see you again. Hope you had a good time this weekend. It's so nice to like hang out with folks, meet new friends, and then just hang out with people you've known for a bit. It's really cool. I saw this too as like one of the top comments on one of the stream days. Like there's a lot of folks who, you know, you might be watching the stream, and then you've seen like, oh, I know this name. Like I know who, let's just get a name here. Who's the Decklist of the week? Is it Kikai right now? Okay, so you'd be like, I know I've heard that name before, Kikai, cool. And then you turn the stream on and then you see somebody sitting down, like goofing around and having fun. And then they say their name underneath and it's Kikai. Obviously we didn't have Kikai because Kikai lives in the UK, but like, that's the coolest thing is putting a face and like a play style and mannerisms to a name on a stream is really, really cool. So you get to see like a lot of the North American people and you see people in the background, which is fun. You get to see like people wandering around, taking photos and stuff. Hey, Lane. Playing standard as someone newer player has been fun. I'm constantly surprised by stuff I've never seen before, but that's kind of fun. Yes. You're constantly going to be learning new stuff, which like that can be intimidating. But if you pick like 2 factions, like that's the big problem with standard. Standard is such a bigger card pool, but it is just such a massively inflated number. I've said this before. When Null Signal Games puts out a set of 120 cards, 110 to 105 of those are playable. When Fantasy Flight Games puts out a cycle of 120 cards, 30 of those are playable. So when it says like you go to standard, it adds an extra 1,500 cards. No, it adds like an extra 150 cards. It's fundamentally just adding one more cycle. And then when you play on a faction by faction basis, it's like adding 6 cards for each faction. So it's just nowhere near as bad as it is. It sounds worse and more intimidating, but that's because you're spoiled with the consistency of Null Signal Games. FFG did not consistently put out playable cards. They put out a lot of unplayable cards, either for quality control issues or because they didn't feel like they needed to, which like, yeah, building weird cards is fun too, but it's not as bad as you think it is. Standards welcome. Let's completely separate asset spam and normal gameplay. We just gotta label the lobbies. It'll be fine. No, but it's fine. Don't play against competitive grinders. I'm gonna go back and listen to the entire Medgrid library, listening for the deep breathing. See all in 12 years. You just gotta go back literally 5 days, Brennan. It's all there. Bonjour, matey. Hey, stream. Did I miss anything? We're just hanging out. NANPC Boston was a huge success on like every front. Only bad part is we had to drive back immediately Sunday night. We couldn't hang out, but that's fine. Whiteblade says the same thing and gets canceled, but Andre too, beloved. Yeah, but like Whiteblade says it with like 6 curse words and then mentions diseases people don't want. It's very much worth noting that Eric is an absolute the nicest dude, and his ShadowNet persona is obviously exaggerated for entertainment. He's, if you haven't met Whiteblade, you'll know he's a nice guy. With the rotation so close in standard, do you think a future standard being post-rotation of minus Dawn would be worth having on JNet? With the rotation so close, it's not that close. It's March next year, Jordan. Like up to March. It's Q1, so late case Mars. Do you think a future standard being post-rotation and minus Dawn would be worth having on JNet? Like having a format that doesn't have Dawn but has no FFG cards. I think the closest we got to that was Sunset, which was like more for like a data point thing. We had Sunset. You could have played Sunset earlier this year. I don't think it's worth that much because like trying to understand what the format looks like. The FFG rotation next year is so big, and fundamentally just removing the FFG cards and not inserting anything, like that's not how I imagine NSG is going to do it. NSG needs to insert some certain cards to balance out the card pool. You can't just let FFG leave. So I think it would be a pretty whack format. Maybe interesting, but I don't think there's actually much data to ascertain from playing a format like that. I too will say that's exactly what kicked me into standard. I'm very glad to be here. Let's go. Collapse inwards. Bring everybody to the same spot. Oh, that's funny, but sorry. Base take, honestly, I don't even mention startup to new players in my meetup. Learn gateway, then hop into standard. Yeah. I don't know. And like, huge shout outs to the startup like balance committee. We haven't seen them do anything currently. It's been a bit soon, and they probably will make startup a bit more tenable. Again, all my startup information is second and third hand, so I could even be entirely wrong. But I just want to let you know very transparently, my interest is to bring people into standard because standard slaps, and it's easier to get into than it ever was. It'll be even easier next year. Hey Daisy, honestly, with Dawn's delay, I might just bite the bullet and learn standard immediately. I play FFG cards and I will enjoy it. You will. FFG cards are honestly like, I think a lot of the most cursed FFG cards are gone. So Rain and Reverie is a spectacular box that I think everyone should experience. And the Katara cycle largely is a spectacular set that everyone should experience. If you don't want to see those cards because you want to wait for rotation, power be to you, but you're missing out on a lot of really cool Netrunner that a lot of like, you know, jaded standard heads are going to dearly miss. Red Sand cycle, okay, that one can go. But all the other stuff is really quite something else. You're kind of doing yourself a disservice if you don't actually try and experience them. Where do I find Netrunner players in Texas? Babaldi, how's it going? 2 things you can do. Firstly, discord.gg/GLC. Go ask in there. I know a bunch of players who are already playing competitive and organized play stuff in Texas. Now, Texas is like the size of Europe, so that's pretty big, but that's one play to go. The other place you can always go is nullsignal.games, and then they have up here somewhere. If you go to like players, there's like a community tab somewhere. I'm pretty sure. It always takes me a second to find it. Community, I was right there the whole time. And then if you go down to America, there should be a Texas section somewhere in Texas. I know Texas is really big, so it's not like you have to get lucky on it. But this will be like some sort of organized play or some sort of group. So Austin and Dallas Fort Worth. So those are 2 places you can go to meet people. But I definitely know some really like dedicated Texan Netrunner players. You can find them online. When are you gonna get Shoeflower on stream? She's my favorite. Yeah, we probably should do that. How's your testing been? Are you getting ready for Nats? Honestly, still having a pretty good time playing aggressive Zion startup from time to time. Yeah, I believe it. I don't think startup is like beyond having fun. I just think it probably has structural issues that I've been warned about. That's all I know. That's all I know. When Shoeflower isn't on stream, the audience should be thinking, where's Shoeflower? That's the constantly, like, if you've been checking the description, every week I put it, where's Shoeflower? I just drank a whole bunch of coffee grounds. Give me 1 second. It tastes bad. Nice to see you too, and fantastic job on commentary. Oh, thank you, Rahit. Apologies for declining to play on stream, but after the way I played that game, I think I made the right choice. Please do not apologize for not playing on stream. It's your choice. If you don't want to play on stream, you're not. That's your prerogative. I feel bad asking you to be on stream when you don't want to. I should apologize. No, but if the big point is, if you never feel I don't want people to feel pressured to have to play on stream. If I say, do you want to play on stream? And you say, I'd rather not. I'd rather focus on the game at hand. It's important and not worry about all this other stuff. Yeah, 100%. Like, you owe us nothing. Look, we owe us nothing, honestly. You're playing in person casual. The card pool is just what you all agree on. Yeah. If you're joining GLC, there's a good find local players page. Yeah, there you got it. Solid store gets it. It's been like 40 minutes since I hopped on. My QTM surveillance officer hasn't yelled at me to go to sleep yet. What's going on? Oh yeah, it's like 1 in the morning, isn't it? Jai. I saw Axie's name underneath it. Jai, time to stay awake then. Katara and R and R, Rain and Reverie tended to have a more stable high power level than previous sets in my memory. They did. And that was alongside the new Michael Boggs era, which was like a very optimistic time of Netrunner. It was sad, obviously, to see it go. If you ask, did you just ask twice? Where do I find players in Texas? Yeah. Hopefully we got the answer to you soon enough. Only bad part in NANPC Boston was White Blade winning. Well, what is with Aaron? Canada had a 50% cut conversion rate. Canada kicked ass at NANPC Boston. If you were a Canadian player, you were the most likely to make the top cut, and then you were actually the most likely to win. Just saying. Canada's not watched anymore. Whiteblade dropping a super spicy podcast and then winning the NPC with a total power move. It was really funny. I missed all the decklist takes. Yo, Jeff, how's it going? Excited to go back and listen, but wouldn't mind a summary. Oh, we've been on for like an hour and a half. I don't know if I can summarize. What we did say specifically about you, man, is that like we don't know where we stand on the legend of, I spilled coffee on everything, of Yusengren SC having a cursed time on stream, which doesn't mean that he should insist to continue to be on stream, or should he never be on stream? Because like the narrative is getting so interesting where like, oh, Jeff's on stream, he's going to get to like, no, fault of his own. I want to make it very clear. It won't go his way. So I don't know what to do. I knew when I asked you, I'm like, I'm probably going to regret this because it's not going to go well for him. Worst part was Santa not winning, to be honest. He was the only one who could have overtaken my bean count. Oh, for real? I would say Katara and RWR had very few binder fodder cards compared to Slots Are Hard. The bad stuff was mostly like a Kiko Mind's Eye Psych Mike level and not absolutely. Yeah, no, they were not unplayable. They were just like, you don't need to do this. Neo is a format that's pretty close to post-rotation standard. Oh yeah, Neo is like all of NSG's stuff with a bit of a ban list. I think the FFG cards in standard have too many important role players just to rotate it out right now without deading Dawn. Yeah. FFG card poop. Rohit wrote card poop. Everyone's giggling. The first time I got HHN as a brand new player starting with standard, I was stunned. Had to reboot my brain. Yeah, but like, I'm getting to the point where I don't think Oppo is better than hard-hitting news. I don't know. Like, I think ban false late is the next stop here, but like, I'm not convinced Oppo Oppo research is better than hard-hitting news, but it's also worse than hard-hitting news. I don't know. I don't like these. What is it called so I can look it up? Discord.gg/GLC. I'll put it in chat. I got lucky in Texas. What do you mean, Aaron? So I didn't mean to click on that. I don't know what I clicked on. I just was trying to click on chat. 100% decline streams if you're not 100% comfy. Oh, I'm behind on chat. Yeah. At least we're back to touching hair. Fixby, how's it going? Where do I get to new cards and when did it come back? All the information you want to find out is up on nullsignal.games. They have, or on Netrunner DB. If you want to know about what they've been doing, Null Signal has been making Netrunner cards for a really long time now, since 2018, if I'm not mistaken. That's, you go to their shop page. The thing that people recommend to get into is System Gateway, which is like the learn to play product. That's all you need to start. That's it. It's very much worth noting if you want to play at any level of organized play, proxies are illegal at all levels of play. So if there's a card you don't own, whether it be FFG or NSG, you can just print it out and put it in a sleeve. I should probably never be on stream if I never want to win anything. Yeah, but Jeff, but imagine you do. Like, imagine you break that curse. Like, chat's going to pop off. Washed anymore? A Canadian is a back-to-back Worlds winner? Yeah, a Canadian. And look at the rest of us. All 36 million? I don't know how many of us there are. Hey, Bob, I'm curious about, I haven't seen anyone mention as an idea for the delayed Dawn launch. Could they not just rotate out Red Sands around November to freshen up the meta without releasing new cards? Oh, shit. Bah. That's a cool idea. I don't know if you can do that without like SPL. Like, I don't think you can just rotate it without a fair bit of testing to figure out what that does. But I think that's an interesting idea. That doesn't do a booster, but still has an impact on the meta. That's weird. That's a take for sure. I don't know if I mind it. I'm not very good at saying like what cards come from each set. Rotating cards and adding nothing is not a fun update though. It is. I think it is. I think rotation can be more important. than getting new cards, right? Like when you rotate a card and then you lose a staple card, you start to look at this subsection of cards that you did not consider playing because they were worse than everything else. Right? Like this is not a good example, but imagine we lost Inside Job and Boomerang all at once. And then suddenly this, oh, not this one, the other one. Suddenly this starts to be like, oh wait, could we consider playing this? Like it's functionally a way to print new cards when old bad cards suddenly become like reasonable. Best viewers, don't click on that. That's a robot. I will destroy it. I just don't understand. How does Twitch not understand when someone shows up for the first time and writes a link with the word best or cheap or faster view? How does it not just immediately get banned? That is such an... Okay. I'm clicking on it. You can't stop me. Let me know how it goes, Lawlings. I want to see. I'd be down to know. I've never done it. No Shot Neo is close to post-rotation standard. Fams eating up playing with Gold Farmer, Engram Flash, and all the complete BS cards are illegal there. Oppo over HN because it's not a who has more money race. Yes, but actually, I think it's important. Best viewers, twitch.tv/Métropole Grid. Thank you, Solemn. But I think the fact that this can't be beat by money is also equally like potentially problematic. Right? Like no matter what, you're going to experience the tag boot and you can't beat it. Like I agree, getting your money goofed up on turn 1 because you had the audacity to run, like that's bad for Hardy News. But late game saying like, I don't care, you're getting 4 tags, like I have false lead, you can't interact for the rest of the game. That's a false lead problem, but like, I don't know. I feel like I wish there was some way to beat this. I think Oppo's a much better card for the game, but I think the lack of any hard tech to clear tags quickly is an issue. Yeah, there's no way to make this not feel bad. And I think Reality Plus not existing would make this better. Like Oppo research on turn 1 for 0. Like I'll get upset about that for sure. I don't think rotating Red Sands does much. They're only removing a handful of cards from the game. MCA maybe restore. Yeah, it's Red Sands is weird. I couldn't tell you what it does, but it's an interesting idea for sure. I'm not seeing anyone pull the Baya ban, clear tag, install Valentina play yet. No one's playing Valentina. I still have my stuff, and when I got into it, they stopped making the game. Oh, okay. So if you still have your stuff, some of that stuff is still standard legal. Mind you, there's a format called Eternal, which is a bit more niche that allows you to play with the entire card pool of Netrunner from modern day to like 2012. But if you still have some of the old stuff, the cards that are in standard format, if you go to more and you go to formats here, it'll show you what's in the standard format. So the standard format currently, that's the middle pile, the FFG products would be Rain and Reverie, Katara Cycle, and the Red Sand Cycle. So it's all, and Magnum Opus. So like the last couple stuff. And then it's mostly NSG cards. So you have a lot of learning to do, which is an exciting place to be in. They can't unrotate spin? Nacho. They could ban spin, but I don't think they should. I still have the world champion stuff and the store champion stuff. Oh, like the decks? Yeah, some of those cards are still legal from like world champs. No more Alice, what will we do? Unrotate Adam. I know an easy way to get people to play new cards, unban Mati. Genuinely would be interested to see what happens when Mati gets printed, but I don't think it's a good idea, but I want to be there, but it'll be fun. Rotating Flashpoint brought a huge number of cards into playable consideration. Yep. Erica, can you disable posting links in chat somehow? Pretty useless. I've seen that in other channels. I don't know if I can, because I actually want people to be able to post links. Like people post deck links. So it gets hard when you can't do that, but I understand what you mean. I don't know. I'll have to look into it. It's not too annoying. I don't think any of the chat bots have been like offensive. They've just been like, come on, what are you doing? How's it going, by the way? Plenty of people have been vocal about disliking the current good stuff Hoshiko, and I'm curious what specifically is the problem with it. Isn't a fair deck being a top deck a good thing? I think if you want to get a really good, we've talked about it a bit today already. I think actually like a really biting analysis of it is actually like Chris's write-up here, Contempt Hoshiko. I think this write-up is really funny. It highlights like some of the power cards. It highlights like some of the ridiculousness of it. And the fact that like we're playing this because there's no reason to play anything else. Contempt for your opponent's game plan. Like it's strong on all angles. It plays very smooth. It has some of the most busted cards in the game. It has a flat matchup spread. It's weird because like I agree with you. It's a strange thing where I think Hoshiko does keep a lot of decks down. I think this Breaker Suite keeps a lot of decks down. I don't have anything too smart to say. I think people get unhappy when there's clearly a tier 1 deck and there's not much else to do besides it. I am one of those players that wants a bit less homogeneity in top cuts. But that being said, some people argue that if the top cut games are interesting, homogeneity is okay. And I think for Netrunner, when people have a lot of, people have access to all the cards in the world with proxies, is they want the game to be a bit wider. But from what the games we saw at NANPC Boston in the top cut, which was a lot of Hoshiko, they were really good and fun and interesting games. So it's not exactly like I think Hoshiko is the worst of the worst, but I do agree that she seems better than everything else you can do for less effort. It's something that even like NSG has said for a while. The Anarch Economy Suite is just a bit much. Hey, Pouch. Kind of like Bai's idea. It's interesting. I never considered it. I think it's an interesting idea, rotating. Yeah, you lose Audacity, you do lose Turtle, you lose Maw. Coming from MTG and not knowing a lot about Netrunner, the most popular matchups to play versus where the fair matchups. The thing is, like, I don't even know if it's unfair. Like, it's not unfair in the way that it doesn't, like, do some sort of combo that stops you from playing the game. But fundamentally, when Hoshiko gets set up, like, there's very little you can do that gives you good lines against it. I think the one way you can capitalize on this deck is, like, it has one pinhole, maybe. Maybe. R+ and Hoshiko dodging the ban list is making the format a bit worse. Oh, I agree. I don't like R+. The problem is that they've all been the best deck for 5 years straight. Yes, I think fatigue is a big part of this. Is Hoshiko has been winning just about every event for the last forever. And the decks are largely the same? I don't know. It can produce an extraordinary amount of money, and if you stumble against the deck, you feel like you can't do anything, yeah. Oh, the spin cycle. Happy to see the game is back. This is the first time I'm seeing this. Oh, Baldi, it's been back since it barely left. And now it's better than it's ever been. The World Championship that just happened last year in Barcelona had 250 players. It was the biggest World Championship since the Magnum Opus, which was the one in which it was the last World Championship. So like they pulled out all the stops. But like Netrunner's in the best place it's been in a really, really long time. So if you hear us like complain about Hoshiko, yeah, we're going to complain about something. Of course we are. We're Netrunner players. But it's really, really good. Definitely check it out if you haven't. Unbanned Métis said we can have exact same problem as Tributary for Criminal. No, Criminal is playable into Métis. She goes good stuff that is so good it pushes out Fair Corpse entirely, yeah. Donald, how's it going? Maw plus Turbine plus Breakers just eats entire archetypes alive? Yep. Yeah, this deck, like, this eats assets. Doesn't have mana, still eats assets. This eats combo and eats assets. It sets up really consistently, has strong economy, it has a reset button, it has like all the recursion you could want plus more. It has the best breakers in the game, it has the best breaker in the game. Like, it just does everything really well. It just has no weakness. I don't know. I played with my brother who hadn't played Netrunner in a while. I brought some reg decks for him, so he needed to suffer my jank. He says, this deck feels like it plays itself. What's weird to me too is like, as much as we lost, what's it called, DreamNet, I really liked Hoshiko as like the teaching deck, because it gave you so many like mini goals to do, right? Like you wanted to install something with Paladin Puemo, not in this deck exactly, but like you wanted to play an event each turn with Mystic Miami. You wanted to like continue to touch cards because of DreamNet and keep your Hoshiko digital. And it feels less like that now, because I think like you can basically do anything now and it feels okay. Like I don't feel like, I think the power level of the deck has probably gone up since RWR. But like, even since losing DreamNet, I don't feel like the power level of the deck has gone down that much. Like now it just feels like any hand is almost playable. It's weird. It's strange. It's wild to me that the list is 2 Miami, 1 Taka, 0 Pilamo. Yeah, we had an interview with Chris talking about it, and I kind of get it. Right? The idea is that you want to install all your stuff off the price anyways. That's expensive. The deck has 23 events and Ashen, so Mystic makes sense, and Taka is your late game option. I think it's actually very smart. It's very clever. I think Turbine's the biggest problem about the Breaker Suite. If it was just a bunch of strength 3 break for half breakers, it would be fine, but Turbine makes break any ice. Yeah. Chico ensures stay winning. Criminal was playable in Métis when Nexus 419 was a deck. How does Criminal play into with the current card pool? I would have to look into it. I don't know. I think you'd probably have to play some amount of flip switch. Playing like my favorite Métis matchup was playing Geist. So like, yeah, I did play the game differently than most other people did, but the Geist to Métis matchup was hella fun. It was just genuinely very, 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 very fun. But I could see it being a problem. I didn't actually click on the link, but I did investigate it just out of curiosity. It's just a boring Twitch bot follower selling site, not even any viruses. I'm upset. What does a follower cost? Should we be doing it? Is that where I should be putting the Patreon money into getting followers? DreamNet was a huge hit, but I think the price made up for the tempo. Yeah. DreamNet's obviously good, but like it doesn't feel like it's leagues behind. Like the price is ridiculous. I'm so glad that, Jeff, we were like, when this card came out, we're like, this is ridiculous. And everyone's like, I'm going to play Gachapon. And not that they were wrong, but now I've got to the point where it's like, okay, yeah, that's pretty good, isn't it? DreamNet gets you most of the instructional value of Hoshiko. I'd be happy if it would trade a Hoshiko ban for DreamNet unban. Yeah, I could see that happening. I didn't realize the matchups were so lopsided. The format policy from MTG Day was to have 51% matchup against every deck. So many high skill pilots gravitate towards it. You want to see some matchup stuff? I haven't looked at the NANPC results because I was a bit too close to the stuff. So check this out. Okay. 2 things I want to shout out. We shouted this out. Fly to EMEA. No. What were we looking at? Older tournaments. We showed this, and mind you, this was the online summer showdown. 72 players, one of the biggest events this year. And we talked about NBN Reality Plus. This was still with Bologna in it. But mind you, NBN Reality Plus at this tournament had a 76% win rate, still with Bologna. Now, on the other side, people saw this deck coming. Sorry, this is so bright. People knew this was the deck to beat, so they should have teched their deck to it, and they did not beat it consistently. If you look at the top 8, NBN Reality Plus lost 1 game. Henry lost 1 game in Reality Plus, the only player. Mind you, they had 2 IDs up here, so who knows what happened. But in the top 8, Reality Plus has like a 95% win rate. The people who are dragging down the Reality Plus win rate were not in the top 8. Obviously, that's a bit of a tautology, but like, you know what I mean? Like, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. This is with Bologna. You look at Hoshiko in the top. It's pretty good. Now, a lot of people played Hoshiko. That's kind of the thing, is like a lot of people will play the good stuff deck and not everyone does so well with it. And so Hoshiko's win rate for the whole event was about 50%. But if you look at the Hoshiko win rate in the top cut, it's obviously quite good. We have undefeated. Hoshiko's win rate in the top cut is 100%. Oh no, there's 2 game losses here. So nearly 100%. It's still like 80%, 90%. Of course, it's the top cut. This is really weird data to talk about. Obviously the top cut is doing well. But that being said, there was a lot of people playing Hoshiko and Lu, and I think specifically Lu is a hard deck to play, so the overall win rate of this deck was actually 50%. This was still pretty good. R Plus didn't lose many games even outside of the top cut. Yeah, it still had a 76% win rate. Now let's look at NANPC, because I haven't. Mind you, a lot more clever people have better ways to look at numbers. I just kind of look at the numbers and see what I can do out of like by clicking on my counters. So I don't know what we're going to do. If we look at the Hoshiko win rate, let's just see how many games Hoshiko lost in the day, right? Like we started to hit, you know, half. I heard a lot of Hoshiko lists didn't go amazing. We had obviously great Hoshiko performances here. And then Hoshiko's like mid of the pack. Mind you, the only other anarch was Essa, which is really funny. It looks like Lu just seems to be currently dead in the water. It might be a bit soon to say, but like that's a bummer. But like Hoshiko just did outside of the top cut, very, very average. And I don't know what else we can say about this. PD did well, for those asking about PD. Toby and Jonas were both playing PD. They did great. Mind you, there's a lot of sports medal. A lot of snare bears brought sports medal. Thule did fantastic. Santa 3, Henry 3 and 1. Mind you, this did very well in the top cut as well. But I don't know. This is like the expected meta. I don't think we saw any surprises here. Let me catch up. People constantly complain about Turbine when the problem is actually like 50% of the Anarch card pool. Yes, but they experience Turbine. My uneducated opinion on buying followers is don't. It's going to be all bot type stuff and then it's ephemeral at best. Yeah, but I put it on my CV. Going to be sporadic as I'm supposed to be working against really good Hosh players now that they're often on 2x all breakers. 2x Turbine it's really difficult for op to set up in time. Oh, asking about the matchup into Hoshiko, yeah. I know Jeff talked about this on his last stream too, and like having terrible matchups where like if they just get the Turbine down, the game's over. And I felt that for Shaper, right? If you're playing op and they just get down the Turbine, like the game's cooked. I don't know. I don't feel like you have enough. You have to draw really well to beat it. And I don't like this sort of decks anymore. That's how Dromai was in Flesh and Blood. She was very popular, so lots of people were running it down all day, which hurt the win rate, but then she was oppressive in the hands of the top players. Dromai is really hard to play though, or she was really hard to play. That Thule deck was a monster? Yeah. Yeah. Santa just waiting for Nopkari for Lu to get fundamentally banned, and Thule is now probably one of the best decks in the format. I was very surprised by the Barf deck making top cut. It's all because you can't play. This deck has like a 5% win rate into Imp. Into non-Imp, it has a very, very high win rate, and it's miserable to play against. That's not decrying Santa. Got to meet Santa in person for the first time. Really nice dude. But like the deck is miserable. I said there's a debate on whether ID win rate or ID cut conversion rate is a more accurate stat. It's hard, right? Like I think ID cut conversion talks about like how easy is it to make the cut with this. But I think that's the sort of thing we see. Like Lu probably has a really bad cut conversion rate, but I think Lu is one of the strongest decks in the format. I think Lu is just hard to pilot. Like in the past meta before the ban list. I just think it's really easy to pick up that Lu deck and be like told it's good and then just do a terrible job because it's a tricky deck to play. So I'm not sure what to do with that data. People playing against Thule gives me hives. Double so if I'm playing Essa. SM matchup's really, it's not that bad, I don't think. I think we're on pace to set a record for the biggest discussion section of a stream. It could be the whole stream, honestly. Oh no, I want to play something. I do actually. I think you need imp or cupulation to be favored into it. I think you need no free lunch. If you have no free lunch, you're okay. I think you have a 3 class X, you're a bit better. Miss Bones is obviously very good. I wouldn't count on cupulation because you can't cupulate agendas, so it doesn't actually fundamentally do that much. It obviously turns off Oppo and the other reprisal card, Riot Suppression, but like, I don't think it does enough. There's a lot of easier ways to tack into it. I'm not a big cupulation fan though. Cupulating the end of line does just win instantly. It doesn't, because they actually made a lot of effort into the deck to have other ways to win. Like the deck is running Orbital Superiority, 3 copies of it. And they can do Hypoxia into orbital scores. So it's not 100%. If they lose the end of line, they lose the game. It makes it a lot easier for you. But I think that there's easier ways to tech against it that are not terrible into other matchups. Yeah, cupping the operations does a turn on their stuff. That's really important. You have nothing going for you in standard op decks. The mine at the turbine hits the table. Now, if people start actually playing Zato Grid, then maybe. Yeah, Zato seems meaner than the amount of play it sees. Hey, Lucas, in my first game against Wenegon on Thule, he was saying how he could see my will to play slowly slipping away. Yeah, we all could. It was on stream. It was such a funny game, though, with the Hypoxia click. We was like, wait, he has a click to live. And then it was like, it ended up in this really funny game, which only makes sense in context if you know how the deck works. But Cold Lava was in this situation where he needs to not touch agendas for the rest of the game. So he's trying to run stuff and like not hit agendas so he can maw things out of hand. And you had a small chance to not die there. You had to like maw the right cards and then find the gaslights on the table, or win in one run, which is really hard in a single click. But like, you played it well. The problem is like 2 false leads were scored, and that's just kind of cursed. The Essa Thule matchup just required one to play Essa way differently than normal game plans, which took me 2 games to figure it out. Oh yeah, you 100% have to play differently. It's like playing Seb into Reality Plus. You can't just play the way that you want it to. Zato can come down, but you have to be winning a position to make it work because you cannot throw it at all your ice without more draw and money that exists in the deck. I feel like it's so much about op. It's like op can snowball, but if op doesn't get the snowball going, it does nothing. It's like, what does Tucana do if you don't score an agenda? What does Malapert do if you don't score an agenda? Right? Like, what does Sandstone do if you can't get more ice in front of it? I don't know. It falls apart pretty fast. What's Frost and Lightning? Oh, it's Rime and Thunderbolt. We're playing Corp today. Spam this guava to help Gold Lava. We send our strongest guavas. Yeah, chat was really fun. Emoji chat was actually quite cool. A lot of in chat. Hey, it's one junk. Super intrigued. What do you mean? Responding to Mango. What did Mango say? I missed it. Pouring a guava juice out tomorrow morning for my boy Cold Lava. Free my boy Farmer Carry. No, I'm good. All right, I can't say it enough. Link in the description. We've already spent a lot of time talking about it. But this weekend was a huge success. Shout out to the NANPC folks. Shout out to everyone who came out to play. I think this would not exist. It feels like regionals again. And let me tell you, it's not something I realized I really wanted back. But regionals were a very, very, very special time in Netrunner. And it's great to see something like this. Mind you, I saw a bit about this. Again, not again. Congratulations for organizing the event. It went fantastic. All the folks to make this happen. I talked about the stream team itself. Kato is the best. Kato is incredible. Obviously, Eric, Neon Static, Eric Haidon couldn't be there on Sunday, which is a bummer, but like putting a lot of time and effort and money in making this work. Like it just this costs money. So if you want to hit him up on Patreon, you can find him there for sure. Otherwise, I do think I heard something. Check out if you're on green level clearance, or not green level clearance. If you're on the Discords, there was some kerfuffle about the NANPC Boston date. I don't think it's moving. Not NANPC Boston, but the Boston like Nationals, the East Coast Nationals. I think it's the same date, but there was something coming up where the dates got messed up. But I think they're gonna stay there. Just look into that a bit. This is not meant to be like fear mongering. I think it's the same date, the same place. But I know there's conversations this morning. I think that's it. Check it out. Noggin's a cool dude. Yeah. I do feel sorry for Thunderbolt. Kind of feel like entire ID strength may have been balanced around Forma Carry, which got banned as it was released. I don't think it was banned around Forma Carry. I'm pretty sure they knew Forma Carry was going to be banned from a mile away. I wouldn't worry about that. Augustus, we're doing Thunderbolt, unfortunately. Wanted to play a bit of that. Take a bunch of core damage to sabotage and pick things up in archives easily. You have to play a lot slower. Try 7 points in archives. Yeah, I'm imagining if you're playing that matchup Essa into Thule, into that Barf Thule, like, you just want to keep your hand size up and then just like try and win in turn. No date changes. We just have to coexist with the MTG pre-release. Oh, okay, cool. That's all it is. Fantastic. It's literally being replicated in the UK this summer. Yeah, the UK regional scene is starting back up. I think they're actually called UK regionals, so that's really cool. I'm really excited to see grassroots organized play stuff. Mind you, the last ShadowNet, there's a lot of like, you know, discussion about the problems with organized play. Of course, there's obviously feedback and stuff like that. I think it's quite interesting. I want to see what NSG can do, whether NSG can endorse the player circuits and stuff like that, because it just takes time and money. And I think if the players are doing it, if it's supported by NSG, that's a heck of a lot of help. The last ShadowNet was pretty mean. I said this early on stream. We were like in the middle of the car, we were riding, and then like the whole like Pravdavost rant came up, and we paused, Patrick and I, in the car driving back up, and we had like a conversation about it, and we like turn it back on, and you just hear Eric yelling immediately when you turn it back on, "Why do serial killers kill?" And we were laughing for like 5 minutes. Very funny. Former Gary Band was part of testing, wasn't part of Thunderbolt's power. Yeah, that was definitely done separately in a long time earlier. It's gonna be a super packed store. Yep, store was great, by the way. Battleground Games, the people there were really nice. Their selection was fantastic. If you won the event, you got like hundreds of dollars of like of store credit. So Whiteblade walked away like a stack of good board games. Talk about good board games. Montreal local Sky Team. Have you tried Sky Team yet? Are you all playing Sky Team? It's incredible. It's really, really good. Scorpion Masqué, mind you, is the a local Montreal board game store. If you haven't played it, your first landing is a YUL, the Montreal airport, but can't recommend Sky Team enough. A 2-player game about flying or landing an airplane specifically. It's really, really good. Very, very good. I like a lot of Scorpion Masqué stuff. Turing and Decrypto are kind of bangers. You all have this in America. For sure you do. I think Thunderbolt will be cracked in the Investigator side event at least. 3 Anansis with extra subs. I don't know about that. I don't know if you have the money to res Anansi. Probably need to go away, but if it was legal, maybe Thunderbolt could do something cool. Read Toxic. Anyways, check out Sky Team. It's good. Corporate deck. Okay. So there's 2 cards I really wanted to try out that I think are better. I don't like Thunderbolt, and that's fine. I'm just going to try Thunderbolt because it's interesting. And the 2 cards that we want to try out is this combination. It's Rime. What does Rime do? During runs against the server, you can res this at any window you can res non-ice cards, which means you can res this all the time. You can just constantly res this thing, which is really interesting because Thunderbolt has a lot of ways to get value from de-resing stuff. Very specifically, we have Brasilia. We saw Rime as like a really good way to tackle Hoshiko because obviously this breaks the math and Thunderbolt breaks the max on Hoshiko's breakers. And then also this gets in the way of Banhar very, very cheaply. So like there's a lot of reasons why, and we're probably going to talk about Arzan's Corp deck in the near future, because it's notably very, very cool. But this is just a very easy thing to res and de-res as long as we can make the ice impactful enough that the runner can't feel like they can run into it. And I think there's a couple ways to do that. So we'll just put in a couple rhymes, then we'll talk about what else we want to do. The other thing we want to do is Brasilia. Brasilia Government Grid gives you +3 strength. And that also really matters if you're tackling turbine and fixed strength breakers, because +3 strength is a heck of a lot of strength. You get +1 strength from Thunderbolt as well in another subroutine. But this says whenever you res a piece of ice during a run against a server, you may de-res another installed piece of ice. That has literally no cost on Rime, because Rime is resed for free, either on this server and then you can immediately re-res it, or on any other server. So Rime is just like the cheapest way to make Brasilia Government Grid do something. I'm realizing I'm building exactly the sort of deck that I would never want to play against on JNet Casual. So like we are the world we make or whatever. Maybe we'll shut the stream down really quickly. But yeah, I feel like there's something here we can make really quite mean as long as we have ice that is really quite mean. The Netrunner community does seem super polite. They are. they quite are. The store also tells us that they loved having us. Apparently, we were some of the nicest tournament participants they've ever had. I want to take a second to mention this. I don't know a lot about other games. I don't know a lot about organized Magic. I've seen organized Flesh and Blood play, and it's worth knowing NANPC Boston, people are not playing for like a $1,500 cold foil, gold foil, whatever. But the fact that clearly a group of people are standing around the top table that's being streamed, and then the 2 players are joking around, laughing, hucking handfuls of dice, and like making jokes with the audience, and the whole group of people are laughing. I have no doubt for the store, they're like, what's going on out there? They're having fun. Like, I've never seen that on a high stakes final for any level of organized play, that people are just like having fun. It is unbelievable and needs to be shouted out. Like, it's the coolest thing. Normally, you'd expect people to be very serious with Andre's like resting face, being like, I'm going to make the play. Oh, can I do take back? But they're just having so much fun, and it's obvious. And it's my favorite thing about Netrunner. Like, the store is like, what's going on? That's the finals? It looks like they're having a casual side event. And it's just the coolest thing ever. I can't Again, get organized, get involved in organized Netrunner play. It is incredible. It's really, really wild. Played competitive MTG for a long time, and in my experience, a lot of people are extremely difficult to spend a day with. Yes, and here people are still joking around. I have no doubt the store is like, this is incredible. I had the exact same results when we did our nationals. Not that the store was unfamiliar with Netrunner, but they saw the event and were like, whoa, this feels different, and it's because it is. Organized MTG is full of some unpleasant people, lots of cool guys, but like a lot of some reason for the stereotypes. Yes. I don't know. Netrunner's kind of wild. Eric is a cool opponent. He gave a missed ban hard trigger to Chris that could have lost him the game. Yeah. Maybe, yeah. I think it was the obvious ban hard. He gave him a hard time about it. Mind you, they're in the same testing group and they're friends. They've known each other for a long time. But like that is kind of just respect for your opponent, where that was the ban hard call. So like if he makes he doesn't want to win on a technical mistake like that. Competitive Netrunner seriously sold me on making this my main LCG. Yeah, it is incredible. Okay, so that's a deck. Rime, 3 Brasilia. Let's now go over to the section to figure out what ice we want to res that is going to be the most annoying to get +3 strength through and be really obnoxious. We are going to be playing, of course, we're Thunderbolt, so we care about AP or Destroyer. There's a fair bit of good AP or Destroyer ice in the whole game. We're going to keep that in mind. Tithe is also another fine, cheap D-res. I kind of like Tithe, but it also was frustrating, but it's fine. We'll play 2 Tithe and see how it goes. Yeah, David's saying Tithe in chat. Tithe is fine. Let's just put some economy in here to start, and then figure out how we're going to make this interesting. What are the best AP or Destroyer ice? One of the biggest one is Stavka. Stavka is messed up. Stavka will be, when we res it, 8 strength if we trash something. This card, if we're able to de-res it with Brasilia Government Grid, that's a benefit, because this being 8 to 10 strength means nobody deals with it well at all. The only way to deal with this is bypassing it with, what's it called? A Phaserum. If you're playing against Shaper, that's a problem. We can't beat that. We could play Mavirus. That sort of works, but not really, because the approach step. But nobody beats that well besides Boomerang. So Stavka is pretty good. Maybe the Harmonics. I saw somebody playing in the UK a Harmonics list. I think Bloop is like a card that last week we had a really hard time. Nato was playing Bloop, and we had to like really mess our game up playing around it. This requires you to play all the Harmonics, and Harmonics are not bad D-res targets, so we could consider it. A 6 strength Bloop is like pretty good, let alone a 9 strength Bloop. It is genuinely pretty good. That maybe it's worth doing. We'll figure it out. Something content creator influence on community. Never such a nice community in game. Proceeds to build the most miserable core deck after Thule. Yeah, but we're gonna be nice playing it. I don't know. I just want to see what this stuff. Like none of these cards do anything. Let's try and see them do something. Whatever. Actually, congratulations once again. So we could try it. I'll put this on a 1 list. Other things that you can do, there's like a bunch of new AP or Destroyer ice in the format, like Botu. That's kind of fun. I think you can play the big old snake. I don't expect us to have 10 credits to res something, but resing a Botu is fine when it comes in for 5 strength and has 4 subroutines, let alone becomes later 6 strength. Is this 2 influence when we have Brawn at home? Yeah, maybe, honestly, but it seems kind of fun. It has a face check. Should we be running Sisenton? Don't make me do that. At least it's not Prison Mirror Morph. Yeah, I watched a bit of last night, like Clearinghouse Mirror Morph on JNet Casual against like Quetzal Xer Climactic Showdown. 10 strength Botu is an oof. Yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it? We can get it to be 10 strength. We can get it to be 11 strength, because we can do 6 on threat 4, 3 for Brasilia's Government Grid, 1 for Thunderbolt, 1 for Rime. That's 11 strength Botu is definitely a bit of an oof. Got like 5 DMs about people asking me if I'm playing it remote somehow. I was so confused when I saw your name, Axu. I'm like, I was really excited to see you. And then it's like, oh, it's not again, which is like, I'm excited to see not again. It was just very funny. Because we're like, well, getting Axu on stream? Oh, it's not again. That makes sense. Yeah. Just remember, we're building a space for us and our opponents to play in. Ignore the toys we're bringing our knives. We're building a space together. Tier. Maybe. I feel like tier is fine. It's expensive. This is the worry, is that like I feel like so many people have built Thunderbolt decks where like the average res cost is 7 and they lose the game really slowly while the runner's not able to face check because the punishment is way too high. That's why I don't like Thunderbolt, right? Like face check loses game, the deck, that seems bad. Anemone for instant 4 net seems like a reasonable include. Why would it be instant 4 net? Oh, but if we're doing the Lightning Laboratory combo, I don't know if we need to do that, but you could. You see, Mavirus doesn't really solve Entangler, but totally does unless there's a simul chip as well as RE SMC install. Yeah, exactly, Ba. I think most board states, there's a way to flicker the thing. Because you have to purge when they approach, which means they can still respond to you. You can't do it on encounter. So they would have to have a simul chip or a muse from hand or something like that. So it's not bulletproof, but we'll definitely play him a virus. I just think it's harder. Res anemone, res rime to de-res anemone, res anemone. Res anemone. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Okay. So the idea is whenever you res a piece of ice, you can de-res another piece of ice. So the idea is when they're about to hit the anemone, well, that's actually kind of cool. You res the Brasilia. Should we be running ping? This is the thing. I think there's a Brasilia ping deck that's probably pretty obnoxious. But the idea is that you res the anemone, you lose a card in hand. Yeah, why wouldn't we do this? It's also like, it just does end the run technically. So you res the anemone, you discard a card, they do 2 net damage. Then with the Brasilia, you res a Rime on the server. Then you've res nice with a Rime, so you can de-res the anemone, which means they're still approaching the anemone, so you can re-res that anemone. 1 time per turn, yeah, but it still does 4 damage. Like, people are just gonna die to that. Oh, this deck seems like an issue. Our agenda suite, Lightning Laboratory is kind of okay if you build the bigger ice. I don't know if we're gonna build the bigger ice. Maybe we can. Lightning Laboratory is another way to do anemone combo. Whenever a run begins, you remove 1 hosted agenda counter to res up to 2 pieces of ice, ignoring protecting costs. Maybe we should. Hey, Bean, how's it going? This is like the card that I think allows you to play some of the bigger ice that you can barely afford because the face checks are that bad. Maybe we'll do 3 of these and 3 off-world to kind of like live that sort of lifestyle. We need money in the deck. Like the deck does not, it's not an economic ability exactly, as much as like you res less ice potentially. Then we'll play 2 Ikoa because it's Ikoa. I don't think we want to play any core damage stuff. And actually Send a Message is not bad. The problem with Send a Message is like your ability you want to res during a run. That's probably a bit of a fallacy, but it is what it is. And then we'll play 1 Luminal Transubstantiation. Why not 3 Tithe? That's what I found with the Tithe is like it's good, but by the mid to late game, it's not great. Right? Like it's one of your best early ice because it does do an end the run. But then the later the game goes on, the less you want this many like weird ice that you can't rely on. I also ran into issues when I was playing Thunderbolt. I think I was running into like peak Mercury because the set was just out and like Tides on Centrals weren't bulletproof. So it's okay, but I think we can do better. Other cards we can play. Gatekeeper. Gatekeeper's really good. D-Res and Gatekeepers are worth it. I think Magnets may be a consideration. We'll play him a virus. We definitely want like ways to score out faster. We're running a lot of 4-2, so we'll play the full Seamless set. This is the sort of deck that probably wants to stick a Regolith. I ran into issues with Thunderbolt is probably a complete sentence. 3 Vovo. Oh, certainly Therabray. How's it going? Maybe Vovo, but we actually might get farther off of like Tranquility. Like we still need to build like an HB deck that scores out, and maybe we're just building a bad PD deck. Stegodon not good enough? No, Stegodon is like so much work. It's so much effort, and I don't like Stegodon. I'm wanting to see how far we can go without Stegodon. Logjam? We have no synergy with Logjam in the deck at all. I don't know why we do Logjam over anything else. Hey Blurby, glad I can catch a stream for once. If you're running Anemone, you could consider splashing into Kana to get the 3rd re-res for 6 net damage off the nasty D-res combo. It's a really cool idea. The problem is like it's a 1-of, and it's 3 influence. And generally with Thunderbolt, you want to res your stuff, not like it's not synergistic with Thunderbolt, but you're 100% right. There's like cool decks that can do Tucana, score an agenda, and then like get another anemone to fire during the run. The synergies every D-res makes it better. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, but then we have to spend 12 credits resing a Logjam twice. Right? Like its synergy is as synergistic as like just playing Treeline. Treeline is 1 credit to get 3 advances. Re-resing a Logjam is 12 credits. I kind of get it, but it's going to be really, really, really expensive. That's just way too expensive, I reckon. Hagen's really good. It is technically a destroyer, and it has good subroutines, so why not? Is there anything else we want to play? Gatekeeper, Hagen. What destroyers do we want to play? It's not good. It's just what it does. Yeah, it's interesting. Is it time to run 5 regions? Oh, I forgot we have a region. No, we shouldn't run 5 regions. We should only play 1 region. This is the sort of deck that, like, if you want to play 2 regions, Zato makes a lot of sense in the deck because all your ice subroutines are really, really rough. I had a friend window opportunity in my Logjam once. That seems fine. Jag worth considering. I don't think so. We don't care about core damage. We don't care about tags. So it is annoying, but generally you want your ice to like actually work with your win condition slightly. Maybe if the core damage, they're easier to kill abstractly with Anemone, but like that's the problem with Thunderbolt. Like Jaguarundi is abstractly better in any deck in which you're not expecting it. I would argue that face checking without a Sentry Breaker into NBN, like Reality Plus, is still very difficult, but this is the one deck in which they're always going to get their killer down. So this is just going to be a stats check. It's just going to be a cost check. So it's not actually going to do anything, right? Like that's where actually having like things like Hagen and abstractly, not that I want to because I don't care about core damage, but things like Harkarl get a bit more interesting because they probably don't feel like they need their barrier breaker down. That's actually a reason why like Botu is kind of cool because they don't feel like they need their barrier breaker to like run into a face check. Ganked is the only other option to double the impact. I don't want to play Ganked. I want to pretend Ganked doesn't exist. Hammer's good. Hammer's just a good card in general. It's not dissimilar to Hagen's and some of our other stuff. Its text is obviously doing a lot of heavy lifting. But I feel like we need I think we need more code gates and barriers. We already have a lot of sentries. Stavka is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Oh, we don't need the bloop unless we're running. Are we running the other stuff? Are we running harmonics? I don't like harmonics. I don't think harmonics feel good. Kojin's also like, it's whatever. A lot of our ice won't be rezzed, so I don't think like we can't rely on Kojin that well. I don't think they're gonna be running a lot. I'm late. Hey Andre. Hey Mela. Looks like I missed the Kurt Wagner discussion the other day. Oh, but I'll take Hasbyrid as an inferior but still satisfactory supplement. Bamf. It's an echo. We didn't talk about Kurt at all. We talked a bit about a Kurt. I'm excited for Kurt. I don't know why he has a sword. Hey Koga, most of the time I won't manage to join a live stream. I see Thunderbolt, WTF. It's because we knew you were coming, Koga. This is technically your fault. A teeny. I don't know if we care about those subroutines. Like, it's really hard because you need to not only have like good subroutines, you need to have subroutines that matter for your game plan. Like just doing 3 net damage, I don't know. Maybe. You don't have Bodo in the deck? Yeah, because I think we might just like do this. Like, are we doing no, we can't do harmonics. Harmonics are very slot intensive, so we probably cut this. Botu is 2 influence, so we can play 1 Botu. I don't know why he has a sword and should have all 3. Well, why is Nightcrawler pirate? Kurt might legit be enough to get me to try Marvel Champions. Oh, Conrad, no way. The last set has been really good. Iceman's been really fun. I'm glad you like Kurt. We probably shouldn't be on 3 Rime. We should be on 2 Rime. Ah, no, Rime is cool. Let's be on 3 Rime. Mammal better than fish. I assume Prototype is supposed to be D-res support. Yes, but it's not. Like, you run into the fact that you have to ice this up. Prototype is not good unless you can res a lot of stuff. The thing with Thunderbolt is your opponent doesn't run because they know the face check can kill them. So they don't run a lot. So you don't res a lot of stuff. Like, that's the problem with Prototype, and I've no doubt this came up in testing, but like this looks like, oh, you know, quintessential support for Thunderbolt, and it's just acid spam support because they can res their stuff whenever they want. It's very difficult. Load bearing Regolith here feels really bad. How much ice do we have? 4, 5, 6, 7 plus 13. Rime's not real. So we should have just like 2 more ice maybe. What do we want to res and de-res? I don't think Magnet's really necessary in the format anymore. We have 1 influence. Mammal bigger than fish. Better than fish. Do we want to run the weird stuff? I don't think we do. The weird stuff's expensive. I do think we can run 1 weird stuff. Cloud Eater's 3 influence. We can do tier for Erica. Is there a conceit to the deck beyond make Thunderbolt work? Sort of. We can do like, we want to basically do Brasilia and Rime and see how annoying we can be to the fixed strength breaker suite. We also have a 4 net damage combo with Rime and M8 Brasilia. That's the idea. I wonder if we actually are like interested to run as much cheap ice as possible so that we have D-res targets that are really, really cheap. The thing with pop-up windows is not going to be running through it a lot, but I could see like D-resing this feeling pretty good. Don't actually play tier. We kind of want 1 big ice, I think. Maybe we don't. Boto versus Bloop debate contribution, but now I'm the fool. If Bloop is like a whale shark or something. Bloop is a sound, but it is represented by a whale. ScapeNet as the simulchip tech. I want to be the meta. I want to see. I think we need to pretend that this isn't real. I think we need to forget about this card. This is a very good card. It's just like, let's not. Is the 3-card combo going to be coming up a lot? Yeah, I think so. Enough to be worth something. I think we need to read some amount of defensive upgrades. What's 1 influence? Okay, let's just search for all the AP or destroyer. Subtype, AP, pipe, destroyer. Why does that not work? Shouldn't that work? I did everything like asked. Is there no colon? No, that'd be ridiculous. Why no work? Jagger, Kamali, Nareen, next diamond, tier Z. Oh, next diamond is not fun. That's not fun. What else do we have? Try quotes. I thought I did. Oh, all the ices AP. We have swordsman for 1. It's not the worst. It's not the worst right now. We already have Ogden though, so I don't think we need it. Otherwise, that's all the 1 influence ice. Loot box and the run. This trashes itself. It's not very good. It's not AP. It's a trappy. Trapy. Is it TAPT destroyer? You think we have to like space it out? I don't think that works. Yeah. Might be AP in each in quotes. Sometimes it gets stuck like this where it doesn't refresh and like. Oh, that might have done it, honestly. No, but then why do we have Eli? It's literally done nothing. What have we done? Why are they here? You just can't use it to search. I think we've done it before, Aksu. I think we have done it. Let's just do it one at a time. Wayland has no APIs. Unbelievable. Destroyers. Okay, all 2 influence. I think Ballista's kind of fun. All of these are really expensive, though. If we go to neutral, we have nothing. If we go to NBN, we have nothing? I'm doubting us. We have Swordsman and Cloudier, and then we'll have, like, nothing beats Roto Turret. Okay. How much ice do we have? 4, 5, 6, 7, 13. We should run some more ice. We found no good 1 influence slot. Harry McDurr. Without quotes, it's not working for me. I got nothing. Nothing. I don't know. Okay, we need slightly more money. And then we need 1 more ice. The machines be rising up. You think they're hiding it? What's an ice that would be happy to derez? I want a code gate. Maybe we should just get 1 big. Oh, is Lycian an AP and destroyer? That's kind of fun, I guess. Maybe, sort of. No, that seems really bad, actually. Because it derezes itself and we won't afford it. Maybe we should just play 2 Vovos. And then cut 1 greasing. The 1 greasing looks really strange. Is there anything else we should consider here? Congratulations, money ice. Yeah, but it's also congratulations. I'd rather run pop-up window. Yeah, we're already on 3, Alex. Yeah. Good to see you, Alex. Are you back west already? Like, do we float 1 influence for Blame Changer? Subliminal for money since they won't run until they find their killer. Oh, JD, that's a good idea. I like that. I think that's a cool idea. Can we play a Hansei? Not that. Could. 1 influence slot. The values having an ice that dereses itself is a way to derez the other ice with Brasilia. No, Brasilia, you want to have res dice. It's not whenever you derez an ice, right? Oh, I see what you mean. Because then we have to constantly re-res it. Yeah, I don't think we're going to have a problem. Mirage, it's so good. It's expensive, though. It's also 2 influence. Monday was a cursed travel day, though. Oh, that's gone. Sorry, Alex. Cut Mav for 2nd, both 2? Yeah, F it. I'm okay with having that sort of respect to the meta. I like that Koga. Okay, let's see what this draw's like. Hear me out. Hagen, off-road, hedge. They can't run it. Brasilia, tithe. Like, that's a massive Hagen advance. Lose lightning laboratory. Okay, that's not a great start, but it's fine. Monday was a cursed day. We had to unboard, reboard the plane 3 times, and it took 4 hours extra for like technical reasons or weather. Sorry to hear that. Glad that you're back where you wanted to be. This is okay. I feel like we don't need Thunderbolt. Like, we could probably swatch this deck with PD and cut 4 cards and like still do the Brasilia target combo. Or like play Asa. I don't honestly think we need Thunderbolt for this deck to be anything. It's also probably a chance that the Stavka 3x is correct because it is just so good. Yeah, we'll figure out if both 2 feels good. You can click on the drawn card. Yeah, it de-highlights it if you want to like pretend you're playing cards. So I always do like opening hand, I'll install this, play this, and then I'll remember what's still in my hand. First a mechanical one, then a software one caused by some weird state the computer got from the repair. At least they're being careful, you know? Frosted. Forced. I wonder that our ice actually is too cheap, that we don't really need Lightning Laboratory, but it is a fun card for kickflips. Spark, that's a spicy conclusion that surely no one else has made. With the chat delay, it took me a while to figure out what you want. Sadly, the extra subroutine from TBA just doesn't do enough. It's okay against Banhar, but I don't have high hopes. Do I have a JNet open? I don't. Is money enough? Tattoo Bola? The problem is I don't think the corporations or runners are going to run that much that we can count on Tattoo Bola being worth anything for us. That we'd probably just want to play like event economy. Like we'll probably be better off playing government subsidy or Hansei or planogram, something like that. What is AP Ice? It stands for anti-personnel, Coke. How's it going? It's ice that's meant to hurt people. So stuff that does net damage, meat damage. Destroyer ice destroys things. So that should be no surprise. But AP is anti-personnel. New corp deck. Got you, thanks. Yeah, no problem. Lightning's for the combo for 6 damage off of Anemone. I haven't eternalized what that combo looks like. I wonder if we need to run like Hokusai or something like that, but that seems so ridiculous. I don't know. I do think when I play against like Thunderbolt, I get pretty slow how I play. Alex, are you and Chris playing the same matchup? Like, are you doing a rematch from NANPC Boston? NBN versus Anarch? There's a big chance that y'all are doing the rematch. That's really funny. Is Lightning on Steel as well? No, only when you score it out. You get one agenda counter or 2? With Rover algorithm added? Oh, strength goes up. Let's go. Yeah, Thunderbolt says, or Lightning Laboratory says, you get 1 agenda counter, which you can use to res up to 2 ice. Evil Brennan. Oh, Brennan. Moth has a lot of things to say for this matchup. Los, great. Moth has said that most of the ice out there is pretty safe, I think. Thanks, you too. I'm assuming this is Brennan. For those who don't know, Brennan, Moth. There's a funny narrative story about Moth being the sysop sending out people to unfortunately get eaten by a lot of scary ice. Vampire Nas on this deck might be okay. Enemies only during a run? Yes. Whose account is not again fan 69? Los is interesting. So let's talk about this hand. Hagen for remote server, Tithe for R&D, Gatekeeper probably for the remote server, so Hagen on Centrals. We'll keep this as no economy, but we can do worse than this. Yeah, they have to be running for that. It's not a good combo. No, it's not a great combo. Okay, Seamless is an econ card. Let's say that. So Los is going to want to face check. So the question is how quickly or how often can a Brennan face check without being punished for having a breaker down? So we're just going to get this down on the table and we're going to click for credit. Gatekeeper on the remote server, Managarm, something into it, like Rashida or Regolith would be the next play. The hard counter Los, I don't think it'd be too bad. We'll see. All right, econ start. Very good econ card. We start him a virus. Brennan drawing last click. We won't roast him. Okay. Do we need... So the only thing about the Managarm, it plays around Pinhole a bit. So I'll put the Managarm in second to keep him guessing. Now, the Gatekeeper, or the Hagen face check now eats the Fermenter, which is kind of nice, because Hagen eats non-Dakota Fractor Killer programs. So we'll see how quickly Brennan runs into that. Forge activation orders will be like a really unfortunate thing, because it turns off our ability. Ooh, face check into the Hagen. So if we res this, we actually can't res our Gatekeeper, but at that point, the Managarm will stick. So we'll res the Hagen and trade it. Oh, Los gets credits, I forgot, that's fine. But the Hagen eats the Fermenter, which is a really good trade. So Brennan can run this. We can res the Managarm. If he does, he has to pay 6 credits to deal with our Rashida. So this bankrupts us. We're 1 credit less. I forgot. I thought he'd be on less credits than that, but he still has Bravado. So we're going to be clicking for credits for a bit, but that's okay. If he trashes the Managarm this soon, that's fine. I'll put Managarm second. Generally, a lot of people put the thing they protect first and then the upgrade second because of Asa. So at least his money's not good either. Stavka doesn't really matter. We can draw once and click for credits. Okay, we have to click for credits. Forged en passant could get us here. Luckily, we can res a tithe. The gatekeeper's the only problem. So we'll see on 2 credits if he face checks R&D. If we get like a breaker out of hand with tithe damage, we'll feel pretty slick. And tithe technically ends the run. At some point, trashing a daily cast with 2 credits. Oh, I love this. Res it for free. We got our ice res, which is good. So it has 2 strength. It took out a window. Feels good. So now if you want to pay 4 credits for a single access, you can. Seems bad. Paid 4 credits for a single access. Let's hope it works out for him. Imagine ripping a luminal there. Oh, you'd be so happy about it. Okay, so we see no boomerangs, no inside jobs. We're assuming there's a window. Simul chip coming up is pretty bad for us. Can we get Rashida to stick? I think we can. I've been thinking about playing around with Forge activation in 419. Seems like I could get a good trash ice after due for mining accident goes off. Hey, Lockmanos, I think it's fine. I think I could see it. Now with nothing on the table, like Brennan might not be scared to face check. The gatekeeper's pretty good for us. We might actually hold it. Well, no, we can de-res the gatekeeper later on, so we don't mind too much. Yeah, Forge is like a slots problem. Okay, now we're going HQ with the window. Let's see if he gets a Saucy on it. Worried it might be the 46th card. That's usually what happens with Forged, unless you build your deck around it. Yeah, window opportunity. Let's see if it's a Saucy. If it's a Saucy, it's really bad. If he installs nothing, we're happy. He installs nothing. So this is just a 1 in 4. We definitely don't want to res here because Brennan makes 2 credits. He's going to make 2 credits anyways, but we don't need to pay that money. Hits the Stavka. Okay. Res Hagen. Yeah. So Brennan got the lowest credits. He's been getting, I think, 6 credits so far off lows, which seems fine. E shutdown. Oh, very cool. That's okay. Rashida will fix this. This is totally safe if he hits the Ikwa. Mind you, Ikwa needs a click in 2 credits. Founds this seamless. Okay. Res. Mandatory. So now it might be pressure on HQ if we don't find a spin doctor. We did find a spin doctor. We didn't find economy. So what do we want to do? Stavka's useless. We can get Rime here on HQ to get 2 ice, so it's a bit trickier to play into. Now, the Rime actually has text that matters. If we start with the spin doctor, we can do spin doctor. We want to find a hedge fund here if we can, because we're going to have to res the Hagen soon. And we can discard cards. I think that's fine. Rime in Brasilia, we don't have a real reason to do it because it just costs us money and it's like very good for Los if we're de-resing our own cards. Right, like making the Hagen 7 strength doesn't actually matter. So I think we don't need Brasilia here. It's just like for Los de-resing is actually kind of bad. So like this is not the good Brasilia matchup. Rime really doesn't do enough with the Brasilia combo. I think it does. I think it's the cheapest de-res in the format. Yeah, there you go. So we got for the hedge fund. Now we're going to be discarding some cards. We can get rid of the Ikwa. We definitely want to get another piece of ice, probably on HQ, so we don't get diversioned. And we'll discard. We're going to keep the Luminal to score out. So we'll get rid of the Ikwa, and I think we'll get rid of the Gatekeeper. It's the cheapest D-res, which you cannot do without Brasilia. I don't know what Shu means, Spark. If you're trying to tell me that Rime Brasilia is not tier 1, yeah. Yeah, I get you. Oh, Rubicon. Toxic. Super toxic. Okay. Very fun. Now Brasilia is a bit worse for us. Spin Doctor probably shouldn't put in the remote server, so we don't actually have to pop this. Because we're running last click. We should have put the Spin Doctor out here. I don't know why we put in the remote server. That's on us for sure. But Bren's struggling for economy, so he needs to get a Saucy down and do some sort of like window of opportunity D-res. So the most important thing for us is keep our money up. No, it's fine. Because as soon as we get like Rubicon Saucy locked, we're in a bad spot. So probably before we score out, we want to just stick a Regolith somewhere. So Ikwa has a click in 2 credits. Brennan only has half of that. I'm saying you're playing it to have an ice to de-res for Brasilia, which doesn't make sense if you're not installing Brasilia on that server. On its own, Rime is good enough to play around inside job, and Brasilia can de-res anything. Oh. So I hear you. So it's simulchip. Does that mean that that's just for good stuff, or it's on Fazarum? Because Stavka is fun. I think we'll just play a bit slow and see what happens. We know where 7 of our points are, and we want to get the Luminal out. We have a Seamless for the Laboratory. It might be actually okay to get the Laboratory first, because then we can't be pressured. And any Los run, we can like free res this stuff. That being said, with Rubicon, it's really awkward, because anything that we res can be like Rubicon if we de-res it that turn. Because it was technically resed this turn. But this is exactly how I thought Thunderbolt would feel. It's like we don't have a lot of proactive plays. Our ice is a bit more positional than like just good stuff, and then our economy is not great. But if the Spin Doctor was on another server, we'd be a lot happier. We'll see if Brennan like spends the time to contest archives at least. I don't think he needs to. I think we'll just pop our Spin Doctor. Yeah, okay, fine. He does it for us. It's not a great run. So we'll put back Ikwa, and I think we'll put back, I think it's either the Managarm or the Hedge Fund. I think the Managarm is more important. Rubicon Low is my favorite. It's rough. Okay, at least mutual favor. We'll see if we get down. I imagine the Carmen or Kurapira early. That's surprising. I guess we know there's a Hog in here, but that's where the Rime gets good. All right, nothing flashy here. Just credits. Stavka is alive and well. You can simul chip the Kurapira back, but Rime into Hagen. That's a big Hagen. Like it's gonna be 7 strength Hagen. Okay, we don't have to res that anymore. That's totally fine. And Hagen eats Saucy, which is sick. So let's see if there's a forged or something. This is a matchup where you do want Magnet, genuinely. But Brennan just doesn't have an economy here. Mind you, he lost 4 credits to a daily cast he threw away. Just credit. Okay. I don't think we have to Seamless this. He's putting pressure on HQ. Clicking for credits to the Thunderbolt game plan. Yep. So it looks like he's pressuring HQ here in the near future. We have Stavka into Gatekeeper, which is kind of expensive. If it gets de-resed, those cards are totally fine to de-res. Like, that's the upside, is if you de-res Stavka Gatekeeper, like, okay, that's fine. And you can't tell if this is a Managarm or Brasilia. If it's a Brasilia, we're happy de-resing the Tithe, admittedly, because it's sick. Now that we need the strength to be higher. Okay. This is not... Brennan's going to be on 6 credits. This is going to be how big of a Thunderbolt? Of a Hagen. Six. So he can't break all of it. So he can't get the Kurapira charge. So he either chooses the end of the run or loses the Saucy. It's 7 strength. It's 6 because of the installed Icebreaker. It's +1, -1. So he can 5 for strength, can either break the end of the run, and then he's going to lose a Saucy. He can simul chip it back. Did the math get you? Everyone forgets the math. Yeah, just the annoying +1 to add more math to the run is so tedious. Not my favorite part of Thunderbolt for sure. Fire all. Okay, that's good. So Brendan can de-res us for 4. If that's the case, I don't think we mind. He got 2 on the res though, so we're waiting for like a Kyros McIntyre to come down for Rubicon to be really annoying. But if he spends all his money de-resing the Hagen, I don't think we mind too much, because we're gonna have a laboratory scored in a second. If he tanks into this, face checks this, we res the Gatekeeper. Just getting the Saucy back, and he's going to de-res the Hagen. That's nice, actually. That's okay. He's going to be annoying about it. So we get the Saucy and the Hagen, and then he'll pay 4 to de-res the Hagen, which means he gets back 3. So that's not that expensive. That's all good. This is the sort of deck where if it's ever good, it's very bad for the game. And I don't mean the Thunderbolt. I mean more so Rubicon. Saucy's a hell of a card. It's hard to internalize the Los math. Like every res is +2 credits. Just de-resing the Hagen, not getting the Saucy on it? Okay, I feel like that's fine for us. Oh, I don't think we score at the lab. I think we just hedge fund because we know he's going to run this again. I think we just do nothing fast, right? Like all he's doing is forcing us not to have enough money to res our ice. So all we need to do is have slightly more money that we can res 1 more piece of ice than he's ready to deal with. Because his economy is not there. So for a lot of folks, like leaving an agenda in the remote server is hard, but like, what else are we going to do? This is the sort of matchup where we can afford to purge. If we don't draw an Ico, we're going to have to score out the other Lightning Laboratory and then another 2-pointer. That's not great for us, but I wonder if we want to play the 2-1 in the deck. I don't think we do. Oh, that's huge. Okay, so we can figure out what the text on this does. It says, when a run begins, you may remove one hosted to res up to 2 pieces of ice protecting the attack server. When that turn ends, de-res those. So very unfortunate to Los. Means with plays around Rubicon though, because they won't be res, so you can't de-res them. But Los will get some money. So now any face check we can res the meanest ice in the format. Which is like, it's hard to play around this thing. It's just genuinely hard. Simulchip does make it a bit easier, but we're probably going to do Regolith, start working on it next turn, and then we're going to pivot to, not those, excuse me. Chris took it. He had to spend 3 credits breaking piranhas. Is he on double turbine now? We can either do hedge fund and install lightning laboratories, advance it. Any 2 res dice. When a round begins, you may remove 1 hosted to res up to 2 ice. When the turn ends, de-res 2 pieces of ice. Okay, they can be different ice. Yeah. 0 turbines were installed. What happened, Alex? Free Rime the Terror. He broke it 3 times at 6 strength. Oh, 33 credits. Right. I said read 3. It's 33 credits breaking piranhas. Okay, so purging actually kind of matters. We can either do hedge fund, install Regolith, leave Regolith. I think that's for the best. And then next turn we like use it. We probably should have drawn there instead of click for a credit. It's fine. 0 turbines installed so far. It's 33 credits, not 3. It's a big difference. So how do we do the Anemone combo? Whenever a run begins, you may remove 1 hosted agenda counter to res up to 2 pieces of ice. I think we can pay for the 7 strength Stavka. He saved up 40 credits and went in for 3 deep digs with legwork and 20. Classic Chris. Okay, we need to figure this out. So remove 1 hosted to res up to 2 ice protecting server 1. I don't think we do that. I think we just res the Stavka really, really good. We don't have to make it 7 strength. There's no way to break this. We just have to make this. We don't have to trash anything. We would have trashed the Brasilia. We can de-res the Tithe, which is fine. There's no killer. No, I think we just res this. The question is whether we want to res the Brasilia to de-res the Tithe. I think the Brasilia, 0 cost. Yeah, de-resing the Tithe seems fine. But for Los is pretty bad. I think a 2-strength Stavka is a 3-strength Stavka is enough. It has, mind you, 3 subroutines on it. It does have an end the run, which is easy to forget. I think I'm forgetting that, thinking like, oh, the Stavka doesn't end the run. It technically ends the run. Like the board state is valuable. But this will trash Kurapir Sasi. Seems good. And then you have to trash either Simulchip or the Rubicon. So like Evil Brennan won't have a board state. Yeah, there's no killer in the bin. Just a pair of birds, a pair of fermenters. So trash the Rubicon, so we have nothing to worry about here. So now we can res the Gatekeeper. That's an oof. Yeah, that's a hard one to deal with. Hey, Ryan, did we manage to find a Thunderbolt list that isn't somehow better out of HBID? We don't know just yet. This is our first game with it. We built it, but it probably is a bit better. Going for the Kurapira, okay. You actually shouldn't do that, right? Because if this is another killer, you lose the Kurapira. Like, you don't want to commit to the Simulchip. You can wait for us to res the barrier and then bring the Kurapira in. You don't want to preemptively do that because it's a code gate and now you've committed your Simulchip. Patrick, hey everyone, yo, I got to travel with Pat all weekend. I had to like bother him. I'm like, hey man, you want to go down to NANPC Boston? He's like, I don't know. He's like, I'll drive. He's like, okay, fine. And I think he did not regret it, which is really sick. I had a very good time with Pat in the car and the hotel and all that sort of stuff. Shovel up the 3 cards. We good. I can't do my OG SFA 2-day update since no one knows what that is yet, but I'm still alive. As Canadians, our dinner on Saturday, which unfortunately we were on our own because we had to go to our hotel somewhere else, we went to the Olive Garden because we do not have Olive Garden in Canada. And we're like, let's go to the Olive Garden. Okay, let's just get some money up. We could probably score out this turn. This server is hard to deal with. Not impossible. You just need a boomerang. So Managram definitely helps. Brennan has good credits. So we have the Stavka and Anemone. We have the Anemone Rime combo. The question is, what do we discard a card? We can discard the Brasilia. I think we can do that. Let's just install 2 cards. That's fine. So we want to get a mystery card here on server 1. So how does this work with Lightning? Can someone explain me Lightning Laboratories Anemone? Because I haven't figured it out. Oh God, why Rohit? It was amazing. They were friendly. I had a soup and salad and figured out that a breadstick is just bread. And then I had a ZT and it was fine. It was totally fine for the price you pay. We had the whole basket of breadsticks. We never asked for anything more than what we had. This seems expensive. Okay, this is where it's gonna be really cool. This rhyme, obviously Brendan gets 2 credits, so it cancels the rhyme. Americans tend to dunk pretty hard on Olive Garden. How'd you? It was fine. It was like I knew what it was, and it was better than I thought. Like it did not. It wasn't like haute Italian cuisine, but it also wasn't exactly like our head chef is a microwave. It was fine. You need 2 anemones. Yeah, that makes sense. We never asked for more than we had. The Canadians. Well, we didn't need it. Like we went home with food. It was way too much food. I don't understand who can eat all that food. Give me all the food, I would gorge myself and feel pain. Like I was eating to the point that I wasn't exactly happy about it, but yeah, I didn't know breadsticks. I thought breadsticks would be like crunchy, like a pretzel, but it was just like, here's bread. You just have both anemones on the remote and res them together with the lab. Not complicated. You can do the rhyme combo on top of that for 6 damage if you set it up. Okay. All right, this is 7 strength. Break for 9. 1 in 5 here. Bread's good. Don't get me wrong. Bread is good, but it's like that's not. I wouldn't drive for that bread. I'm glad it's on the table. I'll eat it. Nothing like dropping into the OG with a crew ready to crush breadsticks in the salad. The salad was actually okay. I thought it was gonna be like, yeah, right. I thought it was gonna be like creamy ranch. Americans love ranch, and ranch is gross. It's gross, y'all. Sorry about it. Ranch is just kind of gross. We're not ranch pilled across the border. But mayonnaise, that is good. All right, Brendan has no money. I'm just gonna finish this off slowly. R&D, I'm gonna stack 2 tithes because I think it's funny. And then we're just gonna score out in 2 turns. Connor says, is bread, is stick. Yeah. Yep. I like a classic. Yeah, it was a vinaigrette. It was a vinaigrette, a vinaigrette. It was fine. Remove 1 hosted agenda to res up to 2 ice protecting archives, ignoring all costs. This is an IQ test. No, but thanks. Honey mussy for tendies? No, I'm not. I don't do tendies. I don't like honey mussy. It's very funny that it's called honey mussy. We went to a Subway, mind you. Shout out. I think Wennigon's write-up is about like hiking the half-mile through the woods to go to the Subway, which we did for lunch. And then I went to the Subway, and it's very noteworthy. In Subway in Canada, they don't do mustard anymore. They ran out of yellow mustard, and yellow mustard got discontinued in Canadian Subways. I also want to say I haven't been in Subways in like 6 years, 7 years, even longer. Since college, I haven't been to a Subway. I enjoyed Subway when it was $5 for a footlong. And then I got into the Subway, and then I said, they asked, what kind of cheese do you want? First, they said, what are the vegetarian options? And they actually had like a veggie patty, which was pretty okay. Then I said, what kind of cheese you want? And I said, Swiss. And then the guy like very solemnly looked at me. We haven't had Swiss since COVID. I didn't know whether to apologize or whether he expected me to know. I was like, okay, I'll come provolone, man. It's fine. It's no big deal. They had a yellow mustard and it was sick. That's probably fine. Where I'm from, a stick shape doesn't warrant a separate descriptor where bread is concerned. It's just a bun, yeah. Germany, we have Logenbrötchen, Logenbrezeln, which is so crazy good. Did not find a translation for that. Sounds nice, though. Are you legally allowed to use the hosted agenda token that doesn't change the board state? Corin, I don't think so. I'm not sure. Jimmy John's recently stopped carrying Dijon, and I'm still mad about it. Oh, Dijon's good. It's hard to find Dijon in a lot of places. They're just called pretzels, but we have them illegal. The way we make them is illegal in the US. Oh, with the translation? For what it's worth, the breadsticks at Olive Garden were slightly pretzelier than I expected. Saucy on Hagen. Brennan, this Hagen has you keep fighting the same Hagen. We're gonna top deck a seamless launch. It's gonna be sick. Throwing out en passants. Okay, that makes sense. Damn, we didn't get it. Let's do advance to make it look like we're on game point. We have to remember that we are actually legally allowed to derez Stavka, which is useful because then the Stavka will be derezed, and then we can re-res it. Okay, don't overspend. We would love a Vovo by now. I just put another rhyme on HQ because I think it's really funny. That being said, it's probably a bad res. Do we have anything in the bin? Like, there's no Fazerums. Throwing out 2 whoops, a saucy. I think I'm just gonna put this here because it looks scary. That man was haunted by that ask. I know. He's like, please don't bring that up. was very funny. My world is fire and blood and no Swiss. What's with the mustard shortage? I don't know. I think they've said that they've ran out of a mustard supplier and they're trying to ascertain a yellow mustard supplier. And until then, you can't have the condiment. I also imagine yellow mustard was calculated to, like, obviously there was some calculation that the value of providing yellow mustard at Subway Canada was not worth whatever price yellow mustard currently exists under. Which is like, I feel like people have got way more into like honey mussy and that other sort of stuff, and they just don't want the yellow stuff. I like the yellow stuff. Install the Rime combo on the remote to set up the combo. I don't think Brennan's running the server. I don't think Brennan's running this anymore. I'm sorry. I guess we're taking some damage. This is going to have an end the run on it. Yeah, and now like Brennan's terrified that we can get like a snake at instant speed. Okay, I res for 1. He gains 2. I thought they had it again by now, but I could be wrong. I think, Alex, I'm pretty sure they would have emailed me. No, I have not been to Subway in many years. The Subway sandwich I had was actually fine. It was totally fine. Lost a fermenter. Let's see. This has an end the run subroutine on it. Actually, having the Brasilia on Tithe was better because we could have made this like a 4 strength end the run Tithe. Trash's class act. Yeah, the Brasilia on R&D was actually kind of sick. I regret it. As a German, there's other than yellow mustard. Yes, there's sweet mustards because that's kind of the American way. He casually shows his anti-American sentiment. They just got bush sugar and everything to make the sweet ranch. Lost the shutdown, nice. But then there's like Dijons. Dijons are good. I don't know. There's other mustards. What's the Rime combo? So the idea is that Rime, we can cheaply res and de-res. So on any server that's Brasilia, Rime is just like free value. It's like plus 4 strength. And it's the cheapest, obviously, res and de-res in the format. Norwich is the home of Coleman's mustard. Hit up Subway Canada. Like across the ocean? I'll email them. I'll give them a tip. If you want that good yellow stuff. Looks like at least in BC I can order one with plain yellow mustard. Oh, wild. Jealous. Bultu. Okay, I'm not going to know what to do with these counters. Just a good old fish. So R&D is the softest server. Off-road office is safer here in server 1. It's a Nemini into Stavka Gatekeeper. This is a 3 credit install, which is a bit much. We're just going to put this in here. And then hopefully Top Deck Hasima's launch and it'll be sick. Yeah. Yeah, button nose, right? Yeah, botu in Portuguese, I believe means button. So that should be a button nose. This is exactly the sort of card that I'd expect to have a moth quote with Brennan running into something unfortunate. I don't think we actually have any moth quotes on any Rise. As an American, after my 15th Pledge of Allegiance of the day, I need some sweets. He's not a fish? No, I know. I know dolphins are not fish. We all just call them fish, just like whales. Not a fish, liar alert? Okay, look. It swims. Anything with wings is a bird or a dragon. It's that simple. If it flies and it's brown, it's a bird. If it's colorful, it's a dragon. The jungle has a lot of dragons. My classification system does not have to be the same as yours, and we should be lucky that we can have 2 different ways to talk about things. If it swims, it's a fish. If it flies, it's colorful, it's a dragon. Are dolphins marsupials? Probably not. Capybaras are a fish according to the Catholic Church? Yes. Yes. Oh, we're whooping HQ, I think. Let's see the third Saucy. Because I'm pretty sure Saucy is a dragon. Actually, it's not that colorful. It's probably a bird. Are you calling me a fish? It depends how often you're swimming. If someone saw, oh, there's cephalopod in the water, that's not strange. Yeah, you're a fish. Cephalopods are fish. Remove 1 hosted counter to free res a Hagen. I feel like this Hagen's going to be really rough. Are we going to use this Lightning Laboratory as a click for 4 credit button? Oh no, this axis doesn't matter. Oh, it asked me twice. I didn't know what's going on. Dolphins have pouches? Yes, but it's mostly like fanny pack stuff from the 90s. Res Brasilia first. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, let's make this Hoggins. I forgot this was here. So let's do the Brasilia grid combo. So we're going to res the Brasilia grid, continue to approach. So we're going to res the Hagen for money. We're going to de-res the Rime.
Then we're going to res the Rime. It's now a 10 strength Hagen. Now, we had no reason to do that, obviously, but it's sick. And that's the idea, that this Rime, like, interaction is favorable into Banhar. It has a 3 sub... You can break that? Okay. I didn't. Dolphins wear them from style. Dolphins have so many pogs they have to carry to and from the park. Either. Yeah, it was the saucy money. The 3 credits res off the saucy. And then 2 from Los. Like, the money's a bit better than I thought it was. Access Rime from HQ Brasilia. It's a 3 trash cost. 0 for 3 seems fair. Yeah, the Cheza I was expecting. The 5 credit gain is like pretty goofy. Ah, we need a seamless. This Rime is an overextension, but with Lightning Laboratory, financially, there's no such thing as an overextension. All our ice is free forever from now on. We're going to use 1 Lightning Laboratory. Wait, how does this work? When the turn ends, D-res. Oh, turn, not run. Oh, that's cool. I feel like Patrick's sarcasm rubbed off on you during the road trip. Patrick he suggested going to Olive Garden. I'm like, wait. And then we tried to figure out how far it was. Oh my God, Patrick is so bad at using a map. I think we realized that he doesn't drive. Maybe if he scores 0 point, it'll be worth the Hermes install. That was Hagen. Hagen's lined up pretty well. Patrick is so bad at a map. Lined up pretty well. He's like, turn left. I look over, his map is like zoomed out. It's like not pointing north. He has to like rotate the phone. We got lost multiple times. 68 to 69 credits. We kind of hit parity there. Los's ability is pretty good at this sort of stuff, but I was expecting to see Fazarims, and like, not that Fazarim beats Hagen, but like Simulchip and Los is definitely a good like thing to collide into us. I think it's cool. This matchup is super nuanced, but if you can keep the pressure and economy flowing, I get it. How many anemones are we on? We're on 2. We're on 2, but like, that's the problem. Like, as soon as this server sets up, I knew Brendan's never going to run this again, so we can't really set up the combo here. Getting lost in a strange city is so stressful. Oh, we were driving at night, and like, some roads have no lights, like just pitch black tunnels underneath trees. Thanks for the game. The ride to and there is pretty easy. Like, you stay on 1 highway for most of it. Patrick is huge. Sees them energy compliment. For some reason, I'm picturing y'all and Blues Brothers get up. What did the Blues Brothers drive? I imagine like an old Cadillac. Let's try it again. Unfortunately, Brendan wasn't putting off a lot of pressure, so we were able to do mostly what we wanted to, and we had just enough money. All right, Axie's gonna play some Hoshiko at us. 2x anemone Brasilia is an instant 6 net without Rime using Lightning Lab because you can de-res the outer anemone when you res the inner with Lab. But you need Brasilia pre-resed. Yes. The Brasilia needs to be pre-resed before the run. Oh, Sable. That's going to be tricky. Hey, hey. So the joke is that Not Again registered as Aksu. Aksu lives in the Nordics. I believe in Finland. It was pretty far away from Boston. But you just want to congratulate him on how he did. Switch last moment to something more fun. It was close. Hey, thanks, you too. All right, this hand is okay. Sable's going to run on most stuff. Program Destruction is real against Sable, that's for sure. Our hand is Spin Doctor. That could be anything. I'm definitely going to keep this hand. It could be worse. Now, Anemone on Centrals is not great. That's better, I guess. Anemone as a remote ice is pretty weird. Thanks for the beatdown, Brendan. Thanks for the game. I think that sort of deck has a chance of doing something really cool. All right, we're going to play the Subliminal once, and we're going to enjoy it. Gatekeeper on HQ is not great. It's going to force something out. And the question is whether we want Stavka. This is just gone, unfortunately. It's not coming back ever. What do we want on R&D? Anemone we won't res, but admittedly Stavka we won't res. So I think we can get away with this. And then the remote server, like Gatekeeper and the remote server is so much better than Stavka. We have to remember Stavka has an end to run on it, so we'll see. He needs a better builder, pilot, etc. I think you're trading 4 credits off the daily cast for single access. That was the one play I would consider. Oh, we got the Subliminal back that I think like was easily, you don't want to pay 4 credits for a single access. This subliminal now too, we can use to discard the lightning laboratories. So we'll see what we draw into. Okay, Rashida. Now Stavka technically ends the run. That's not very good though. And you want this as the outermost. So we can draw once here. Yeah, okay. So I think our play is we want to discard one lightning laboratory. So if we install this, we go down to 7. So if we play this, we go down to 6. So we can just get this on HQ for now. And we can get rid of one lightning lab. Because we're going to use the spin doctor anyways if it's challenged, because we want the second spin doctor. So we don't mind if the spin doctor is not used perfectly. I definitely trash crew repair unity against Crim using as YF. Sometimes value damage against Crim is pretty good. Oh, it's really good. It's really, really quite good. I think against the that's like the op matchup. It's like, do you want to like non-install your breaker against Stavka? And if that's the case, you can hit with Azyef. I think Patrick was playing Kimberlite Field on the weekend. All right. They're doing good stuff. We're not setting up. This server is a server we can have. This is definitely one of the servers of all time. Now, it's good that we have a 9 strength Stavka or whatever. The bad part is that there's no programs. And we'll see how long. Oh, it's there. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're back in it. We're back in it. We're back in it. 2 pinholes we have to play around. Kimberlite Op is a lot of fun. Kimberlite's a really mean card. Oh, Hagen's pretty good too. So we have to ice up probably HQ. This remote server we can't afford to make it more expensive. So I think we're going to do Managarm, Vova, Rashida. And then we'll do Subliminal. Then our hand is only 3 cards. 2 of them are agendas. Let's not play Subliminal. That's maybe a bit of a tell. Maybe actually forgot we have Subliminal. As soon as they don't play the Subliminal, like something's fishy, that's for sure. We haven't been tracking Mark. Mark is HQ. To be criminal here, do you install your breakers and lose them to Stavka, or do you hold them and lose them to Tithe? It's really hard. Like, is it a Sice and Tan deck? We have to res this. Yeah, this fixes our hand at least. Okay, I want to score off first. Double Vovo? Oh, beans. Sorry, that's fine. I forgot we had a Vovo there. Yeah, double Vovo. That was wrong. We could have saved 2 credits there. I think this information is more worth it as misinformation, but yeah, we definitely should have. Oh, actually run the remote server. Come on. Yeah, I forgot we had a Vovo there. Ow. Ow, my agendas. Okay. No seamless. We definitely played that. We have too many cards in hand. So I think we're okay. The problem is like you're going to get through the Stavka. It's not an end the run, but like obviously Axu doesn't know that. So we have to hold that there's no Hermes. The Gatekeeper is now really cheap to run. So we have to make this a bit more annoying. If that's the case, I think we want the off first. So we can do off Brasilia just to make it harder to read maybe. But not that much harder to read because we're going to have to advance this once. That's a big Stavka. I threat you can't res the second Vova for cheap, you can? Vova's unique, so you can't have 2 up. But a threat, technically that works like that. It's just they're unique. Oh, could you res the second one for cheap? I think you could, because the text is active when you res the first one. I'm pretty sure. That's what you're saying. So we only have 6 credits, so diversion like really does cook us. That's just the truth of the matter. Like breaker diversion will cook us. HQ's the mark, it's unfortunate. Sentry with ETR denying asses a few. There's still Archer and Unsell. What else do I miss? This deck, we don't have any of those. Yeah, this is the play that we didn't want. Now, if this is a Managarm, it doesn't do anything. We can still res all this stuff, which is really good. Like we res Vovo, Managarm, and then we can still res Rime. We can't res Stavka. He has 1 click left. This is bad. If you saw the off before the Brasilia has a smaller hitbox, he might miss the Hermes click. Yeah, this is technically correct. You want to minimize the hitbox. Oh, that's really good. Okay. So this doesn't do anything. So before the diversion, we just want to res some stuff. So we can res 2 ice. So we can res Rime. So we're cooked. Yeah, that's really bad. We probably should have put a Rime there. I think this push was, we shouldn't do the Brasilia. We should have put the Rime on HQ. Oh, he gets a click back. Oh, we're in a really bad spot. He does lose the info bounty to the breach, but this is going to descend. This is going to snowball backwards for us, probably. We can still win because we have like a 10-string Stavka potentially. Is actually not running this? Oh, with the dirty laundry for style. Okay, that's cool. We can't score next turn, so I don't think he has to do much. There's 5 points out of the game, so I don't mind R&D access. Trashed Rashida. Okay. Ah! The chance of having a boomerang and another diversion in hand is unlikely. If we install the Rime here, we'll be down on 1 credit. On 1 credit. We can res Rime. No, we can't. So we just click for 3 and we discard. I think the Rime. Move up. Oh no, you're doing good, bud. You're doing good. Oh, HQ's the mark again? Come on, really? Actually, he's definitely gonna find his Hermes by now. There's no way. Oh, Archives is the mark. We're saved. I actually did the draw before the mark. That's not correct. Yeah, you want to do the class act after you see your mark because it changes the information on what you want to draw into. Hey, Evil One, how's it going? We gotta shuffle these back in. Welcome to stream. Good day. We've been mostly talking and we're building a Thunderbolt deck and it's honestly been okay so far. Like it's been kind of fun. I feel like we should focus. Like we have this like really ambitious combo that's not very consistent. Unity's down. Okay, so now we're gonna be running HQ. We need to de-res the Gatekeeper. Ches was down. Dirty Laundry's going HQ. Let's go. We just need to make ice hit the table. So we really need this off. Gatekeeper for Chezo credits. Bankroll for credit. Fovo. Trash that. Gatekeeper access. Good. So on a lot of money, not running the remote server, scared of that ice. Doesn't have the sentry breaker yet. So any unresed ice is scary. Miss Bones. Okay, he's going to contest our remote server. Luckily for us, we're back financially in the game. What are we discarding here? Gatekeeper is going to be 6 strength. That's pretty good. Rime is pretty good. Hagen's really good. Managarm is something. I hope there's no HQ mark. I think he's going to run HQ no matter what. If he has a breaker, he's going to slam it before he runs. That's for sure. And I like Managarm because it does tax. Like, it's annoying. Obviously, there's Miss Bones. I think we're getting rid of the Gatekeeper is eventually you only boost like twice. Right? Like, it'll be boost to once, boost to twice. Yeah, it's not that expensive. He might contest the remote server, but again, if a Stavka hits him, he loses. Yield the second off-world? What do you mean? Like, push it? I think we have to push it, but we have to ice up HQ. And we'll just see it. Like, Oxy's probably going to want to get a boomerang down, let alone his killer, before he charges server 3. Rime to Stavka is not bulletproof because like he still has a lot of money, right? Like he can crack the bankroll. Archives is the mark, so he has clicklessly 2 credits and a buy advance. Really good. Like Trasher for hand size? No, because he's gonna run Archives guaranteed because of Sable. Like throwing agendas into Archives makes sense, but not in a deck that has reasons to run Archives 1 in every 3 turns. Yeah. No, it's hard against Sable because Sable runs Archives. There's some decks where like you would throw out an agenda. I do think it's safer in HQ. Yield isn't given up. Nah, we don't need to. We don't need to. There. See, now he had to touch it. This is the mismatch between a good deck and a not good deck, let me tell you. But we still have tricks. We can beat him with tricks. But like, this is again. Like, look at this board state. Versus, look at this board state. So Stavka Rime, I still think we push it. Like, it's our only opportunity to get out of here. What's the mark? Archives? Okay. Running Archives, clickless 2 credits. Why not? 3 credits with the bankroll. Even if he gets his killer down, I don't think we can make Stavka big enough. Now he has his killer down. So we need to get a trick. So our trick will be make a 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, he's 23 credits. Okay, that's good. We can make 1 really big Stavka, but it's not going to be enough. I wonder if you can actually play Afruin with enough D-res support that it's like something. So we'll res the Rime. It's a good bird for turn night. Yeah, the problem is that we didn't do anything, so you can set up. Like that's the big thing is like when you play assets and stuff like this, where you force things to be dealt with turn after turn after turn after turn, runners can't do this. Okay, so this is the best we can do. Res Brasilia. This is the idea. Res Stavka. Trash another card. Oh, I forgot we have to trash a card. I guess so. Do we trash a Luminal? I guess so. Might as well. Oh, this does have an end the run on it. Wait, what does it cost to break? I think we trash a Luminal. Trash HQ Rime? No, HQ Rime's sick. Now you're right. No, that was probably not right. Like 12 string Stavka with 3 subroutines seems okay. But he just breaks it once. I think we should trash a Luminal because he's getting in no matter what. Well, no, then he doesn't have to pay for Mana Garden, but still, like we got a swing there. The problem is like this gets cleared up with Miss Bones. Is Stavka affected by your ID? 100%. It had 3 subroutines, and it has another strength. Trash Vovo? Yeah, Vovo might have been better too. Yeah, it's okay. I think the Rime actually put like fear in his heart. Yeah, Vovo was fine. Okay. So we're gonna get diversioned again. Twining's gonna just lock R&D. The only chance we have is to kill him with an Anemone combo. That's good. This is 6 minus 3 plus 1. So it's 4 strength. Still annoying, but he has 2 cards a turn. Yeah, we're out of the game. We need to set up something super, super unfair. So I guess we're gonna stack the Anemones. Like that's our only way out of here. So what else do we need? We need Anemone and we need what do we need for the combo? We need a Brasilia won't do it, right? Yeah, diversion, great. Yeah, this is what the Rime is for. Yeah, we definitely messed that up. This is still somewhat expensive, like it forces something. Score and Lightning Labs is what we need, but there might be some speed bumps getting there. Yeah, there might be some speed bumps getting there for sure. Baya bands are going HQ, 1 and 5. Yeah, I don't know. This is what I mean. Like, there's a big difference between quality of decks in the standard format. And this is like, at this point, we're not making any more plays. This is where I get frustrated. It's like all the ice is going to be broken really cheaply. Multi-axis, all the economy. Yeah, okay, we're just gonna leave this one. The only way Axu messes up is double Anemone, which is like pretty wild. Oh, he swept HQ and missed. That's kind of cool. Even missed the Mana Garm is pretty cool. He has 4 cards in hand. No, we can't kill. Or at least he'll be over here. He finds an Ikua. Yeah, there you go. Good game. Thanks for the game. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we're not playing Netrunner there. This is where like I don't like Lightning Laboratory. It's like you run into those games where it's like, oh, I wish I had an ID ability that mattered. Instead of an ID ability, our ID ability cost him 1 credit. Not even, yeah, 1 credit. Oh man. This is what I needed to take myself back down to earth. Our ID ability cost 1 credit. The Stavka +1 strength probably didn't matter with Carbon, 1 more subroutine. I believe in the enemy is what is typing as the Ikko gets accessed. Yeah, I love Thunderbolt. Yeah, Axu. Good game. Real close one. Yeah, we almost got there. We almost let's get a new game. Definitely joining. Hey. We're also gonna run into like tier 1 Arisana. This is not gonna be good too, but it's gonna be fun. Cool. I'm imagining Jeff is playing Arisana. Arisana's gonna have Fazarum. Fazarum is gonna be a problem. So we have to force things to be as uncomfortable as soon as possible. I'm gonna keep this hand. We can do install Botud Rashida. Botu is cool because Arisana doesn't beat it pretty well, and Jeff is probably not on only propeller. Only propeller can be a bit difficult. Oh, Bovo's good. Best of luck. Have fun. So we'll just build the server. Seems good. I thought you were going to lose some silly as an enemy thing every run. Oh, no, you're totally safe. Just have 4 cards in hand. I can't do anything to you. I need to score a Thunderbolt. Lightning Laboratory. Boto's really good versus Ari. It's really, really quite good. Still has Cubon. Environmental testing's already like at a point. Hits the Anemone, doesn't hit the Iqua. Pretty good. We're going to have to Ice HQ, and environmental testing Coalescence is kind of incredible. Now, no UAV just yet, so we'll get 3 cards. We don't want to flood. That's good. That's no flood. So now we need to ice everything. Hagen's also really good into Arisana, so we have some favorable ice for sure. The bad thing is, like, we make a big Stavka, like, you can have 7 different ways to use it. So we have to make sure it's not just about our ice being good. Unfortunately, we didn't draw into, like, a play. So I just feel like if we only ice up central servers, we're not doing enough for the board state compared to what Arisana is going to do. Like, this is the sort of op thing too. It's like, if you're not pushing the game forward, you're losing actively, which is a bit of a bummer. So if we do a Spin Doctor install, I think we have to do this. Like, we just have to go fast enough to get something to jam, right? Like, if we don't have this, what are we doing? Question, do we ice R&D or we ice HQ? We're going to throw out the Iqua. So I'd rather ice R&D, I think. I think hitting a Tog in pretty soon would be pretty bad. Maybe we can just get rid of the Iqua. So we need a top deck with this, a Seamless and another piece of ice. I mean, sorry, not Seamless and Agenda. We have 2 Seamlesses. Best case would be actually not an offload, but might actually be a Thunderbolt here. And we're hoping that Jeff doesn't find a UAV, because we can't afford to trash our boat tool. Dirty Laundry HQ. Okay. No Arson install. Okay, not bad. Anemone. Okay. Second Rashida, great. Like, imagine we didn't get that Rashida. Oh. Sick. Server 1, Tithe does end the run. That's pretty good for us. We don't need to advance this, so I think we're just going to get some money up. We could do the hedge fund. We don't need to ice up HQ. And then the question is, what are we discarding here? Honestly, might be the Regolith. I like the Regolith. We're having a really good start. Seamless launch. We could use 2 and then jam a top deck. Double Anemone is what we're trying to do with the deck, which is unfortunate. And like, Arsonic can deal with it by like installing at instant speed with like Lily Pad, but Jeff doesn't have a Lily Pad yet. I think we're going to throw out the Regolith. We have 3 in the deck. But we'll see how scared he is to face check. I think with a Fizzarum, like, Botu is the only bad thing. I think you discard the spin and spin it back. That might be fair too, but I could see the spin being our next, like, look for a play card, where Regulus just seems too slow against Ari. Sorry. I took a bit of his draw luck. But like, if we're 1 turn slower, I think we're in a really bad spot. Ari can't respond to Lightning Lab combo because it all happens faster than the paid ability speed, at least. Oh, you're right. Double Enemy Lightning Lab. We're just about having set it up. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, if we score the Lightning Laboratories, we can set up double Anemone. That's going to be important. And then we can do nuke 4 damage. If we have a... How do we do 6 damage again? I think it's possible. Spin Doctor. Okay, that's fine. Action. Technically, Jeff is priority. I'm pretty sure if I pop this, he still has a window. There's a chance that letting him trash us for 2 is worth something. I think we can, because he can run archives. Oh, cool. I think we let him trash a Spin Doctor. Yeah, I didn't... I knew that rule changed, but wasn't sure how. So worst case scenario is he installs Muse Coalescence. You need a pre-res Brasilia for 6 damage plus 3 cards and 3 cards in hand. No pop. Like, he has no reason to run archives for the next little while, so run immediately ends until the run is complete. Okay. Oh yeah, pop. Got it. Now, that being said, we might not double seamless as simul chip. Okay. So environmental testing is definitely going to pop off. N6 doesn't have programs in there, so he can't like trigger the coalescence. This is something that JNet. We have a Rime. Okay. So seamless. I think we do another seamless. Well, now we showed it. And then we can put a spin doctor. We don't need to put it in server 1, so we probably don't. I regret that double seamless. We could have not done the spin doctor this turn. At least maybe he'll consider interacting with this, but clearly it looks like a spin doctor. He just needs to install one thing. Is anybody not familiar with the N6 rule that you can't like do this? Ooh. No lab. Action. This Hagen will be a good old 6 strength and will trash a coalescence. That actually helps simul chip. So there's a chance we don't want to res it. The problem is like, obviously we see 2 cards here. So we will res it, unfortunately. We're not happy about this because trashing the coalescence is actually really good for Jeff. Now there's not like Jeff is not going to install something from hand with 4 credits. Fire all. Yeah. Okay. So now we gave him a click for like 13 credit button. Maybe it was not worth resing this. I just think he's going to install a program no matter what. I'll trash the cube on. Oh man. Yeah, I messed that up. Yeah, we should trash the cube on for sure. That's a huge bummer. Why not kill the fish? Because I forgot. I was looking at his MU side. Yeah, kind of, if you don't mind. Thanks. He's still going to do the trick. It's just going to cost him a cube on. Right? Like he's still going to just reinstall the coalescence because now he can. Because, oh no, he can't actually. No, that is important. He's still going to get the NVID testing. Yeah, okay. Then we'll put this back. We'll put back Ikua, and I think we'll put a spin doctor. Seamless getting back is also kind of important. But that's the last spin doctor. No, it's not. Okay, top deck, something to jam. Stavka. Okay, clots out. Trick shots out. R&D is a known quantity. It's hard to deal with a Hagen. Let's draw once. Hedge is not a play. I want to make a play so bad. Where are we going to set up our double anemone? Oh, I hate that we're not making a play. Any turn you're not making a play, I think you're just falling so far behind Arasana. Not that Jeff has like a lily pad down or UAV. Stop asking me, weirdo. Ika's down. That's good. It does technically deal with some Stavkas. Tithe into Boto still pretty good. Simul chip second one. Okay. Okay. Draw once. Where's our agendas? We can ice up HQ. It's just to stop the value runs, not that they're super important. So it's tithe into Botu, into, we probably want an anemone on there. 4 cards in hand currently. The install costs are getting really expensive. Like, do we want Jinja? But then we can't play Brasilia. Just do that. I don't know what's going to happen. Like, there's so much interaction, stuff that's going to happen at interaction-based speed with Arsana and then, like, Lightning Laboratory. It's so awkward it's whenever a run begins because you see all the ice on the table. So, like, you can SMC into, what's it called? Into Physarum. Stop. No! Not you! All right. Do we want Jinja? Andre being pushed his limit? Yeah, there's no way I'm going to do Jinja. Now, the strength bumps, do they matter? Like, can we get Rime to beat anything? I don't think we can. I don't know what we do here. Like, let's just wait. We have no money. We needed the Regolith. I was greedy. We should jam the Regolith. There's only an ice that you could install from HQ, ignoring all costs, and maybe draw a card and increase ice strength. Oh, yeah. I hear you. Yeah, that's a good one. That one would have been okay. I'm okay with it not being around. Sounds busted. Sounds pretty good. I was thinking there's like an HB ice we forgot about. Third simul chip. Run it if you want. So we're noting that the Brasilia 6 net damage combo breaks if an enemy is not the outermost on the remote. Wait, why? What is the combo? I'm not sure I know. What does it say? When a runner begins, when this run D-res 2B, so we res an enemy, res enemy. That's 4 damage for sure. Hush is on Stavka. Cool. Still, it's okay. Still 3 strength, which is annoying for Ika. We might see a trick shot here. Res Tithe. Okay, it's last click, so unless there's a, what's it called? I should have asked for priority, I didn't. The Bear of Loads bears once more. Oh, it's a good one. It's a lot of money. It's 2 strength. Oh man, Tithe. Annoying. Now if we trash it, like this is the hard thing, like wearing down Shaper's recursion is a bit difficult. So it's 2 to host, 1 to break. Ah, our best dice falls. Stavka. Okay. Simulchips. I don't know what we're capable of here. I just know that this feels right. I have no idea what we're capable of besides destroying our own hand. No, we can only do some damage here. Can we do 2 lightning laboratories? No. When a run begins. Runner approaches an enemy, lightning lab, 2x enemy, Brasilia D res is outer, you res outer normally since the runner is approaching it. Yeah, that's it. We need a resed Brasilia. Peach a show, okay, we're farming, that's okay. Remove 1 host, I'm good. So this is pay a credit to get a clickless access. That's fine. Botu. You res 2 with lab, no. Funny enough, the double enemy is actually paying for the Ika. Yeah, it's really annoying. Nope, Botu. We have enough sentries that Ika is not going to be, like, it is going to be a problem for Ika. Luckily, you have simul chips and money, but Jeff's money is not amazing. Like, this server is impenetrable. Oh, he's deep diving, isn't he? So this Stavka will be 3 strength. Yeah, because this text is here, right? Oh, no. Loses all abilities. That's fine. So if we res this Stavka, I still think we have to. We have to res ice here. Trash another, no. I thought Hush worked. I thought JNF fixed Hush. So it's 3 strength, which is annoying because you have to move Ika, you have to boost. Like, you still break this for 6 credits. Like, it has 3 subroutines. It's a 6 credit break, and then you still have to deal with Hagen somehow. I guess, like, Jeff is going to Hagen, get through Hagen with Ari. Hush is, I thought they fixed Hush. They fixed, mind you, bacterial reprogramming. Now it says in the chat log. So JNet devs, my salute to you. That's sick. I thought JNet fixed Hush as well, but haven't been playing very much. Yeah, I thought they did. It has 2 subs, not 3 strength, but 2 subs because of Hush. No, it gains a subroutine because it cannot gain abilities. I don't think a subroutine is an ability, but I might be wrong. There's the Physarums we were worried about. Whenever you res an AP, destroy areas during the run, it gets +1. End the run unless the run trashes one of their installed cards after its other subroutines. The +1 strength from the ID is going to happen. That's not an ability. Yeah, I don't think so either. How do you deal with a 5 strength Hagen? Now this will be a 2 strength Stavka, which is not amazing. Again, Physarum doesn't care. And now with 3 simul chips, like Physarum into everything. Yeah, it's Physarum. We have Nomavirus. Jack's out, sick. Jeff usually is on 1 deep dive. The fact that printed subroutines are excluded from the fact makes me suspect that they are abilities. It's good money. We can't top deck Seamless, can we? No, we have a 1 in 24. Free Boto res is kind of cool. Ugh. Do we have money? No. Strength on Tithe doesn't matter. Strength on Stavka doesn't matter. Strength on Hagen doesn't matter. It's the cheapest ice we have in hand, but we're now with 2 lightning laboratories. We should have had bigger ice in our deck. It's fine. We're cooking, that's for sure. We can't afford to install. We actually literally can afford to install Advanced Ikoa. Because we're not going to have to res any of this stuff. We res 2 anemones, a Tithe, and a Boto for free. Isn't that funny? I hate the Hush 100% wipes Lation multi-munition. It doesn't de-res itself, though. Desigurator's good. Okay, this is probably bad for us. Just Google what Botu is. It's the meanest dolphin I've ever seen. Isn't it dirty? Isn't it just a button nose dolphin? How are you dealing with Hagen? I'm interested to see how Arsana deals with Hagen. Like, if it's a propeller, it's still kind of annoying. It'll be 4 strength. 2 subroutines. They're both very good subroutines into Ari. Trashing the Hush. Hushing the anemone. Jeff. Damn it. Oh, never mind. Kickflip happened. Not sure what it was, but definitely a kickflip happened. So installing a Hush, trashing a Hush to get an SMC. Botu is a type of fish. Cleaver, pay 3. I'm Swedish, so my first reaction to it was there's more than one. Wait, what just happened? Sarievna and Hammer stuff all use printed subroutine language. Okay, see 2 cards here. You can steal Ikoa. We can anemone his hand out, which is not amazing. I don't think he's going to run the remote here. Oh no! That's really bad for us. We need to have the Ikoa survive. Now he actually makes money breaking this. It's a click for a credit. Please miss. Botu. Oh, Botu's been the only thing Jeff's accessed all game, I think, on HQ. Honestly, the deck could have NGO front, because I think engendering people to interact is kind of important. Lightning Lab, bummer. I would expect Hush Stavka only has 2 subs. But the thing is, like, Thunderbolt... So, Hush says that it can't gain abilities. Okay. Okay, hold on. It's a fish that swims. It's a river dolphin. It's a cute dolphin that fish is renamed so people would actually eat it. Mahi mahi. Okay, so the play is we put Brazilian server 1. We put Ikoa server 1, and we do 6 damage. Now, the right play is install advance. But the combo that does 6 damage with Anemone is not install advance. I'm going to do install advance, but the combo is install Brasilia, res Brasilia, advance, and then not win. If we install advance, he has to break double Anemone, Tithe, Botu. Great and Ikoa take a credit. That's like the play that does the cool combo. Okay, so we're going to go on an adventure here to do the combo. Install advance is almost definitely the play. But we're just going to take a credit. Brasilia doesn't help because runner installs Hush before we do the last 2 damage. Oh, maybe, Coward alert, rescinded? No, this is not coward alert. This is anti-coward alert. This is, we're going to win in 2 turns. Advance debate the run. I think we're going to do credit advance this turn. Lily pad's down, so that's clickless card draw. Rescinded? He's going to touch a Botu. Why HQ? It's only Botus in there. I have to click that twice. That's really weird. Break for 1, gain 2. Seems good. Stavka. Okay. Okay. I do not know how the combo works. When the combo starts, we will have to slowly ask how it works. Because the idea is when the run starts, we can res the anemone, res the anemone. Then we can de-res this anemone to res this anemone with the Brasilia grid on approach. So Jeff still has a window on approach to hush us, but if he doesn't, that'll be nuclear 6 damage. That being said, not only can he hush it, he can draw with Simulchip clicklessly. Like, he has a bunch of ways to make this work for him, but he still needs to get through the server even if we don't do any tricks. Because this is going to be a massive Botu that's res for the whole turn, not for the run. And that being said, for the run, like this is going to be 7 strength barrier that we can make with Brasilia even stronger because we can de-res the Tithe. Like this is actually something. Going for the combos better TV 100%. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Oops, Albotu is the stankiest tuna, starkiest tuna of servers. Is it click for credit better than trashing the Tithe and trashing the 2 Trojans on HQ burn the simul chips now? Probably better to trash them. I think you're right. I think it's better to trash them. I got excited for the combo. If we wanted to look at the board state, it's probably better to trash them. That being said, having the Tithe to de-res with the Brasilia is something, but I don't think it's enough. We know there's a Peach Shaw in circulation too, so like, yeah, there you go. I think Jeff's going to farm this for a bit, which is fine, because now the Arson ability got used. Resing the second lets you de-res the first thing in manly res on approach? Yes, but then Jeff has a window to hush it. He could try and win actually off of a deep dive. I think that's going to be a bigger problem for us, is that he could ignore it and try and deep dive in Ikoa. It's kind of what this looks like, because now he can transition R&D, move the Peach Shaw over with simul chip, and then win off a deep dive. It would have to be, you have to find the ones 5-3 and another 4-2. Stop. You're asking me inappropriate questions for the board state, JNet. Yeah, so trashing this ice is definitely something. Rashida? If Jeff doesn't trash that, yeah, I think he's going for the deep dive. It's going to be credit willing. I think he might need to test trick shot. Or he might have to simul chip in. Yeah, okay. So we could just lose off of this. I don't think he can get enough to deep dive and pay 2 crits for Ikoa. I think he can, because he can just like reinstall Q bonds however he wants. Like he has so much flexibility. Like he can simul chip Q bond on this one. Maybe he can't. I think he will though. Yeah, he's going for the deep dive. Yeah, Coalescence, mind you, is also +4 credits instead of +2 credits. He can definitely do it. You can't doubt a Shaper with 2 simul chips. Anything they want to do, they can. Don't steal an agenda here. Fuck. Oh, we're cooked. So now it's just about the Ikoa. He needs to credit, or at least Coalescence recycle, yeah. Come on. Oh, we got lucky. We got lucky. Just a 2-pointer on there. Jeff has 1 click left. Didn't find the 3-pointer. Yeah, there's a dive for sure. We can't stop that. Run the remote server, you coward. Hacking Shapers? Yeah, I know. Fuck. Oh. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, that's fine. He had 2 deep dive. I think his last deck he has published is 1. Yeah, you and I both. Yeah, if we trash the Tithe, I don't think it might actually change enough. Because he got some extra credits on it, but I think he can still do it. If I trash the Tithe, can you still pull it off? Yeah, if you run the remote, you can do 6 damage. You can hush 2 of it. But the remote is just really good in general. We might have wanted to actually just put a piece of ice on HQ. Like instead of credit, what was probably right is just to put the both 2 on HQ and then free res the both 2 on one of the runs. Yeah. You can do it on approach. I can only do 4 on run start and then 2 more on approach window. We get the moral victory though because we didn't IA. IA would have got there, I'm pretty sure. Ask him to run the remote for fun. It's impossible. He spent all his charges. Yeah, for sure. I think the Anemones shouldn't be part of this deck. Like, I think this deck is better without the Anemones, and like, it actually can do cool stuff. Like, both 2 seems fine. I just sort of saw the 2x dive in hand figure. I totally thought you were on 1 and was respecting the Ikoa. Yeah, the last deck Jeff publishes on 1 deep dive. Yeah. Bummer. Okay. That's close. We almost got there. Anemone Centrals turns out to be the play. Yeah, Anemone on Centrals, even hitting the deep dive from hand is the best net damage we can ask for. But just putting 1 piece of ice on Centrals to slow down the simul chips, because he needed like every piece of recursion to pressure that. Yeah. That deck is cool. Yeah, Arzon was playing, mind you, not a lily pad deck, but an Anacom triple deep dive, triple trick shot deck, and it looks really frightening. It looks very, very frightening. By the way, hey Mark. Crim 1 with 7-2's the red Crim confirmed better than Arasana. I don't know. I feel like the criminal would be more scared of this remote server. I just don't think with the criminal we would be allowed to do this. There's no cards that cheapen the install cost of ice on remote servers, right? We can play. Like we can't play Jinja. Yeah, I don't think we have anything. Yeah, cheers. Thanks for the game. Always a pleasure. Yeah, there's like the one really bad Ashes card that's like spend a click to install a card. It costs like 3 to res, paying no additional costs. That one's pretty bad. Yeah, that exactly Thanos, that mirror more facet. With the arm getting lasered in. Cyber Sand? There's always Cyber Sand. That's true. You saw how much ice we res in that match? 3. That's the thing where like when you look at D-Res and you look at like Cyber Sand or the other one, like people just don't run into Thunderbolt because it's dangerous. There's some Wayland operations too? Is there? Zaya. 44? 43. Hey. Best of luck. Have fun. Our ice is technically good into Zaya. Our money's bad into Zaya. So such is a thin line sometimes. We'll keep this hand. We would love a hedge fund in here. The problem is our money's not good. Vovo is kind of like... Is the keep button not working? Test. Yeah, I think we have a connection issue. We're still here on the stream, right? Oh. There. Best of luck. Have fun. We're back. Seed. Okay. It's live. Thank you. Ah, that's a bad draw. Artem, how's it going? Did you leave the funny comment on Steam yesterday? You're Rizeki, right? I'm pretty sure you're Rizeki. That was very funny. Yes. Last night, so we were meant to meet Arkham. Let me finish the turn first. Both twos are remote ice. This is our HQ ice. I don't think a lot of Zai decks are running diversion, but we haven't, I think, here. I don't think we can ice up R&D. We just can't afford to do that. So we're going to put this in our remote server and just click for credit. So last night we were meant to play Arkham, but one of our friends was feeling a bit under the weather. Generally, we want to play Arkham in person when it's a new format. Uh-oh. Well, that's great. So we were like, we'll just wait until we can be in person. So instead, one of my friends, in fact, all my friends are big Slay the Spire fans, no surprise. And so we tried Slay the Spire on Tabletop Simulator, which is just so funny because I got the comment in chat be like, imagine that, playing a board game version of a digital game on a digital game, like 3 steps removed from what it should be. Carmen, okay. Drafter plus Zato, no flaws, no flaws. Yeah, but then building blocks reses the Botu, which is not what you want. All right, we just have to hope that this holds another turn. Carmen's going to break Anemone. Mind you, they're all 3 strength. So now once you get the breaker down, the question is how quickly can you respect Stavka? So we'll put Stavka on R&D. If we shoot down the Carmen, that's probably the only Carmen in the list. And it'll be an 8 strength Stavka. That's hard to deal with. You have to boost. Oh, 8 is actually a break point. Huh, so we want 9 strength. Because he hit to 5 and then he hit to 8. So it only costs 6 credits to break. No whammies, no whammies. Card game about building a deck, turn into a video game, turn into board game, and then back onto Tabletop Simulator. Wow, no money, but all the breakers are there. Not great to install a Stavka, Cleaver into seeing a Stavka there, so. Let's just do our thing. That's a good money. I enjoyed the Slay the Spire board game more than I thought I would. It's not good on Tabletop Simulator, though. Like, the automation is there, but it's like way too fiddly with like moving small tokens to track health. Like, we were just deleting all of them and then putting in dice and stuff. So mixed bag. I don't want to go down to 3 cards in hand because they might send it here. So maybe this engenders interaction. Once we res the Botu, that's something. We'll put this on HQ just to stay safe. I think the Anemone is the worst part of the deck by a mile. We should actually probably think about it. Turbine's around the corner? No, Zaya's not playing Turbine. Zaya's probably playing Twinning. Zaya's probably playing Wake. 2 copies of Twinning maybe. 2 Chesvas. You don't often see Twinning with this. Actually, it's Cleaver. Maybe it is Turbine. It's weird that it's Cleaver. It's not normally Cleaver. We're way better at capitalizing on Cleaver, mind you. We haven't played against the Hoshiko deck we want to play against, which is like fixed strengths. Just click for credits. Okay. Okay, the problem is if this gets scored, R&D gets opened, and then R&D is open. That's not good. Such as Hermes. But they are one bad face check away from everything coming down a bit. Mind you, Stavka being 8 strength, pinholing the Brasilia, that's fine. Oh, inside job, cool. That's good. So we have to res both of these. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I guess we do. So this goes through. I'm gonna be sleeving my next Netrunner deck with the SDS sleeves that come in bulk with the box. Anyone got cool Netrunner sleeves? I don't know how to get. There's not a lot of Netrunner sleeves. The only ones are really old, the FFG ones. NSG made the overclock ones. This Botu might hit pretty hard. Like, we'd love to hit some good damage. We have to discard a card to end the run, or we can hope they don't trash your board state. But with the Daily Cast, they'll trash your board state. Legwork, class act, gotta trash this. Okay, so that stuff's rezzed at least. So now if they face check into a Stavka, we win the game. So we probably don't do much here and just click for credits. That's a mean server. Like, imagine seeing Stavka into Botu. It's very, fuck. It's very strange. Just need to keep our money up. Did they not pay to break? No, it's 5 strength. It was really expensive. They'd have to pay 2, 4, 5, 6 to break all of it, I think. They could have broke some of it, but I don't think they had the money. Oh. This is going to be bad for them. But it means they can run HQ. So we can still lose the game. But they just don't have enough money to break this. They died to Saisantan here. Like, oh no, they don't. Strength actually mattering on this one. Because they have to boost. Now they can run HQ and totally ruin the game. So like, we're not out of it. But like, obviously this is good. They didn't access? Why not? Oh, they didn't run HQ. If they ran HQ, we're so cooked. But now we can seamless this. Like, oh, running HQ there when we're on 2 credits. The only bad thing is tithe. But now we actually get out of this. That's so big for us. Oh, man. We could have lost that game. So now it's a gatekeeper. Inside job HQ is something. We can put the Rashida. Why not both? Oof, if they ran HQ when we're on 2 credits, like the only thing we can res is tithe. I think you make that call there because like we're 36 cards in one agenda, and then they bounce this, they steal that, like they could be on 4 points, and then we lose their install advanced fans play. Okay, now they're just sending it. Respect. I don't want to res the anemone here because it's expensive, and I don't care about 2 net damage that much. I will res the gatekeeper for sure. They're now just hoping it's not a Saisantan. Like they're just probably playing as aggro as they can. R&D is like soft, like Stavka doesn't end the run. I think we'll shovel back an Ikua, but like I don't want to shovel back 2. Rashida will draw a lot of cards. 3 damage, yeah, but we can't really discard any cards in hand. Right? Like if they just jack out run archives, we lose. We only had agendas in hand and a seamless. I don't think it's worth. Ah, sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, whatever you're up down. If you're, yeah. Yeah, it's the +1. GG. Yeah, I get it. The criminal. They got their breakers down really fast. For what it's worth, I don't think it was over for them. Like R&D is fresh. It's open. It's wide. The question is like eventually we'll get ice there. It's just a matter of time. And they only have 1 of each breakers. They want to trash a Hermes to the 3rd Thunderbolt sub. The idea actually mattered. On Stavka? Yeah, I guess so. They thought it was the anemone. Yeah, they did see it. They did see a Stavka too, though, but I think they saw the Stavka later. Yeah, that's meant to be a good matchup for us, I guess, as long as you draw economy. Okay. Should we have kept Ikua with the breaker situation? Yes and no. Like, you could throw out the Ikua, I guess. Oh, like, kept it in hand with the breaker situation? I think it's pretty unlikely. Like, I think if they run through don't put breakers, run R&D. Yeah, maybe. The thing is, like, the Rashida's going to fire anyways, and we're going to have to discard cards, so I think it's probably a bit better. It's marginal. Because I don't think, it's definitely not the next agenda we score out. Like, we probably just do Rashida, put ice on R&D, and that closes the game out. I'm guessing. Sable again. Okay. 3 ice, no money. That's fine though. This is the sort of matchup where we probably put Botu on HQ. It's hard for criminals to deal with. Like Kurapir does not deal well with the Botu. It does not boomerang that easily either. Top deck hedge fund. Ooh, Hagen's actually really good for HQ. Pretty good into a lot of stuff. So we'll just do HQ R&D credit, and then our remote server will be Botu. And then but Botu and Anemone work together well. I'm actually really excited to cut the Anemones out of the deck. We could do so much more with this influence. Like more Botus and more economy. Hermes turn 1. People are not respecting Saisentan, and I'm there for that. So this res here doesn't do anything. It gives them 1 credit from Bravado, but they can't steal our trash, so I don't think we have to res this. But like Saisentan just wins the game there. People do not respect Saisentan. We should play Saisentan. I think we've seen multiple board states where people are just sending it into Saisentan's territory. This will res, so the Hermes is gonna keep them out. They lost a Jachinyo. Oh, shit. Okay. If this is like, what's it called? Matryoshkas, the Hagens are good. I wonder if you want to be on Charlotte. I could see it, but I think NGO Front would be better. They want to keep their Hermes around. I get it. Hammer's the best punish. Hammer's really good. Carpe Diem Archives is the Marchives. Okay. Draw. Hedge Fund's good. We can set up Boto on the remote server. I don't want to spend Dr. Last Click, so I'll just kind of play it a bit slow here. I think this deck has to pay exactly 0 respect to Jachinyo. No, we could lose to it. The fact that they lost 1, and so it means they can't win the game until someone's on threat 3, like that's kind of important. Daily casts. But I just don't know what their reach is for the remote server. Ooh, second hedge fund's good. Rime is fine too. Plays around inside job. Tithe, mind you, they can't just get accesses with Hermes, so we do need to put a better piece of ice there. I'm more worried about Boomerang Diversion. Some of these decks are not running Diversion though. Was Sid's deck running Diversion classically? We want something here to play around inside job. This seems fine. This seems expensive and difficult to go through. I'll do this on server 1 because it's kind of fun. I haven't played against Jachinyu since like week 1 of the set. And I honestly think it was probably pretty good into the meta, like the R+ meta. It is Matryoshka. Okay, Hagen's really strong. So I think we Brazil the Hagen. Let's just see if we can get some interaction to happen. Obviously, all the agendas are R&D, so we're going to respect that slightly. A 2-string Tithe doesn't actually change the math on Matryoshka, but Rime does cost something. The deck has a very limited economy. Like, it's usually not playing companions, so it does actually run out of money at some point. So if we can get taxing enough ice on centrals. Obviously, Debrado and Inside Job are tricky. This is fine. If a Managram goes down, it goes down. We don't care about the Spin Doctor. There's no way they're accessing the Spin Doctor. It's Brasilia on our HQ. All right, they paid 4. That's fine. We paid 0. Wait, you can't break. Matryoshka can't break. You know you can't break here, right? Okay. Well, there's one Matryoshka. We could have actually greeted that. We didn't have to do that soon. That might have been wrong, because that was a bad access. I just want to get one of those down. So now they're just taking more damage. We'd love to hit a Matryoshka from hand. Now, if they do hit a thing and mounts the Managarm, it's not the end of the world, so we don't have to pre-res it. Hit a Carpe Diem, good. R&D's the mark. Nothing, sick. So now the Brasilia's useless. Class act, draw 4, nice. Yeah, we might not have had to res that. Regolith. Do we have the time just to jam the Regolith? I honestly don't think we do. Let's draw for an ice. Oh, that's way better. I'm glad we didn't. When are we switching the Nemis and Saisentans? Soon. I hope soon. The true Thunderbolt special. Yeah, but we can like make a 7-strength anemone or whatever. Like Brasilia anemone seems way ruder. We definitely should do that after this game. Remind me if I forget. So Rashida's good. We can put Regolith on the table and just not care about it. If he checks it, he checks it. I don't think he's on Miss Bones. So like if he spends that much money on it, it's fine. It does look like another, like a Maryland or a Spin Doctor more than a Regolith. Maybe I'll regret it when we don't have money, but at least we have Rashida going on for us. So you know what you need to get the first J-Chinyu off, but it's kind of difficult. Tithe is annoying because like if you don't break it, you're risking losing the J-Chinyu. You have to pre-install it. Earthrise. Yeah, exactly. The hella big Saisantana, which is way scarier. The surprise huge Saisantana. Because it'll be 3 strength and we can make it plus 4 strength with Rime. Like it's a massive Saisantan. And Saisantan's actually not that bad into like all the things that cheat around sentries. Like it's 3 subroutines that generally doesn't get beaten. That's pretty good into Ika, pretty good into Physarum. It's 4 subroutines with Thunderbolt technically. Yeah, 3 techs is totally fine. It's like a Nancy for 8 or Saisantan for 5. Matryoshka, okay. Rashida fire, so we might flood up here. They might pressure HQ. What? Agendas? Oh, Stavka is so good. Manigarm doesn't stop the run. Oh no, it does. Draw? This server seems fine. We just don't want to get J-Chinyo'd. Stavka's fantastic. Next turn we can Regolith offworld once, because we do have to spend a lot of money resing this stuff. Actually, probably Regolith offworld to play around to Hermes. Yeah, same text as Anansi, exactly. I don't like playing Anansi anymore, unless I'm playing Ag Infusion. Biobands Archives. Oh, we should ice up Archives a bit, just because the mark value. This is not great though. We've already seen 2 Carpe Diems, I think, or just 1. No, 2. But now they have to wait till threat 3, which is really frustrating when you lose an early J-Chinyu. J-Chinyu, okay. Showing this is the same as clicking for a credit, but then also we have it on the table. A 4 sub Saisantana, even without a strength boost, means you break it a minimum 4 credits, which is enough of attacks for people to import Brawn everywhere. Seems good to me. And like with Carmen, it's 3 strength, which is good. With Echelon, it's 3 strength, which is good. Like it's not bad into like the meta. We haven't seen a Banhar yet, but like Thunderbolt's good into Banhar. Do I like Thunderbolt? What's happened? Am I thinking Thunderbolt's cool? Bravado? Just sending it. Okay. We are weak to Hermes. We actually should have like realized this. We should have got a Managarm on R&D, I think. Hit an inside job. Good hit. So can't steal Ikoa, but there's still like 6 agendas in the deck. Huge. Very, very important. Okay, we can now break an ice. Oof. Oofa doofa. How big is this Stavka? It's 8 strength. Into a Hagen? Imagine being able to say blue at least 10 times more. Yeah, but then we have to play the harmonics. Maybe we should. So if we res the Stavka, it's 8 strength. I'm not that mean. I got my fun. Every time I actually to cue back with the Reg Hoshiko wipe the smile. I honestly want to see the matchup. So what do we trash? It's probably the Spin Doctor or the Mana Garment Server 1. I think it's the Mana Garment Server 1. So this is like breakable, but it's like 9 credits. And that's all their money. They can't let this fire. There's 3 subroutines. So it's 6 for strength. And then like at least you have to break the first 2. Then it'll be 2 strength. That's totally true. But then hopefully a Brasilia can de-res or re-res it or something. We don't have a lot of de-res, right? That's why Brasilia is really important. So you need unres dice and Brasilia. It asks you to do so much damn work. Now if they fire it, they can't get through the Hagen. And they need, this is the 2nd and 3rd Matryoshka. Also think, yeah, no worries. Yeah, do it up. We still can res the remote server, which is important. Because I'm assuming they have to break this. The inside job. Actually, if they inside job the remote server, they can get in. But we can only res one of these. But they don't know that. That's a hard call to make. That's also the bummer. Like Hagen never gets lower strength because you generally want to host your Matryoshkas. So it's always going to be at 5 strength, which is really frustrating because you have to break it for 5. All right, they're boosting. Let's see if they break all of it. There's no reason to break the last subroutine. Yeah, okay. So they don't have to trash a card. They can't get through the Hagen. So let's see if they're brave enough on running this. Again, there could be another Stavka super easily. No, so we get our off-world office. They can bounce one of these ice. That's fine. All right, we have one repair click here. We can throw out a Brasilia. We lose the Botu. Ice positioning now got a bit worse. That's for sure. So we probably put something on R&D because that's our weak server. I'm assuming it's a Stavka. Now, obviously this gets inside jobbed, but this is massive. So what are we throwing out? Probably Brazil. And then next turn we just build this server, work on the regolith, and just kind of like weave in and out. The sort of like measured defense is really important. Again, if you overextend into any of these sort of decks, it's really bad for you. So we're not playing as fast. We don't have to rush because obviously we know what their game plan is. Yeah, like this could have been a what's it called? Like a very mean Saisentan. What's like the meanest? Like that's the thing is Saisentan is 5, but Botu is 6. And Botu seems so much better. Maybe we should chase killing with but like for the same influence, we can just have 3 Botus, and Botus is good. They got lots of money. Okay. Regolith. All right. Saisentan kills. I hear you. Botu gets broken for 2? Never. Not on any board state does it get broken for 2. It's 6 strength eventually. How about Mlinzy? Mlinzy's too many choices. I'd rather play a Nancy than Mlinzy. Like Mlinzy, they can decide how to interact with it. Trashing the top of your stack, mind you, for Anarch is like actually an upside. Not that trashing cards from hand is always a downside. But like Mlinzy's only good once cards really matter. Okay, so next turn we do Boto Brasilia. Hopefully you top deck something. We should considering maybe like spin doctoring before mandatory draw. The problem is like putting in hedge funds and Rashida doesn't matter. Oh, they're going for it. Cool. So this is the second inside job. If they trash a Managarm here, I think we're fine with it. We actually probably res the Managarm. Then they don't pay for it. We don't want to res the ice because we want to keep it for a turn of matters. It could hit a Jichinyo. But now if they want to double click to trash this. Yo, Cranked, how's it going? Lindsay, looking a lot worse in a world where Ashen Epilogue exists. It could hit the Ashen. Cranked, great to see you and to share comms with you, huh? Are you back in Wisconsin? Threat 4 isn't real. Why don't tell them it's from a booster pack? Oh, they trash it. That's really expensive. Now they're making 4 cards a turn, but this deck mostly has like operation economy. They've exhausted all the sure gambles, 2 bravados, 2 carpe diems, so it's not gonna be that bursty from this point on. That's not what we wanted to score, but honestly, we will. So 2 inside jobs are out. Debrado doesn't work on their mode server, so we're pretty confident that the Botu can stick. I don't think we have to do it this turn. We're gonna wait another turn and hope we draw into a better agenda. You say that, but the moment we get to 3 Boto, we'll face some Slap Vandal Poison Val Spree deck. Although I'm sure we'll just dodge that. Yeah, but we make the Botu like, we just have to get out of our 6 strength, right? Like there's a chance Botu will be 7 strength with Rime even higher. Brasilia, like we actually can beat Slap Vandal with a bit of work. I am back in Wisconsin. Absolutely no thanks to my new enemies, Delta. Delta Airlines. Sorry to hear that. Glad you can make the travel. I'm so stoked to see how many people traveled in for that. It's also really nice to see Pants. I haven't seen Pants in a long time. Happy to catch you live. I have a question. Really hope you can help with it. Chillstad, how you doing? Love to hear your question. Baya bands, 9 cards left in the stack, waiting room for threat 3. And not only waiting room for threat 3, you need to keep a bypass option. So once they play their last inside job and their 1 Estebrado, there's no way to bring Jay Chinyu back unless they're also on alarm clock, which I don't think Sid's version was on. Wizard Chest, okay. 2 Matryoshka, I think I missed that as well. But this is a massive Stavka. All the Matryoshkas, okay. Top deck a better agenda. Sick. No shot they're getting 3 quests in. It seems hard. Seems difficult. We definitely want a Brasilia to mess with the math a bit. Outermost Stavka is like kind of cursed. But it's like, do they need to take a couple turns and just click for credits? Hosting all the Matryoshkas is like really dangerous. I do think if they lose like 3 Matryoshkas, they're still cooked, so why not? Miss Bones, okay. All right, we're set up to win in a couple turns. Let's see what we have to repair here. It's probably the Stavka. At this point, we'll probably put the Botu on the outermost. Actually, what's way more important? So HQ is... R&D is soft. HQ is 5, 6, 7. Like R&D, they can just go through. I think we should have to make 1 server good. Like that's how you beat Jay Chinyu. So I think this is a bit better. I think Stavka is a bit better than Botu, obviously, because it can be like 8 strength. That seems like a good number. Spike, is the deck list posted anywhere? No, we made it on stream, but I'll post it for you. Sorry, something's happening. 1 sec. I'll put in chat. Please don't play this, though. I don't want to play against it. Okay, we're going for it. There's still 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 5 agendas in R&D. I don't think we care if R&D is soft since there's no multi-access. Exactly, yeah. We don't have to protect everything. If they inside job HQ, that's not great. This bravado is going to be good money. Copied immediately. Yeah. What, Cheeks? How's it going? Yo, Chillstat, I'm waiting for a question. I'm actually kind of tense about it now. Oh, there you go. Hit enter by accident. I bought a full playset of FFG stuff, but I want to build the most fun decks to play from different times of the game's life. Chill, what you probably want to hit up is Dan B. I don't know if it's his deck list, but there's this format that he brings these like this cube that's called Classique, which is meant to be a bunch of decks from different time periods of Netrunner that are meant to be like, you know, the best. You want to try those decks, I think. I don't know where the Classique decks are posted, but they're like all the best archetypes and they're generally balanced against each other. That's what I would recommend. I don't know them offhand. Michael, how's it going? Has Andre finally cracked Thunderbolt? We're honestly getting somewhere. It's definitely not tier 1, but it's like kind of fun. Okay, at Brado, you have to pay for the Hagen. We definitely want to don't res the Stavka for obvious reasons. Jaichinya's threatening against a deck that scores behind ice. It's a wide deck killer. Yeah, we don't mind. Like if one Jaichinya goes off, it's whatever. And then, mind you, if this Esther Brado goes off, there's only one more bypass card in the whole deck. So that third Jaichinya might be stranded for a bit. Because Jaichinya's recursion ability. Oh no, it'll happen now. No, to install this hardware, it won't happen. We just want them to miss the Ikua because we want it. Botu, classic Botu. Do you know of any decent cube draft lists that are current? Yes. Check out. It's relatively current. But Widgix, if you just search StimSlack Cube or StimHack Cube on Netrunner, you'll find the one with Amelia in it. That's the newest version I've seen so far that Jonas has been upkeeping. Those are generally meant to be pretty good. No Wizard's Chest, huh? Okay. Okay. They did not pay for the trigger. No, they did not. But they can't because they already had one installed, so it's useless. So this is a Brasilia. So this Botu is going to be pretty big. We could do install advance and lose on agendas. Much appreciated. Yeah, check it out if you can find it. It's going to be all over Jaden now. I really don't think so. We've got bodied against good decks. Or like the tier 1 decks, but it's been close. And I think this deck could use some tuning. So we put Botu here. It beats inside job. We'd have to top deck a seamless. It's 3 and 24 to find a seamless, so 1 in 8. I don't think we have to go that fast. I think, okay, so the bypass if they're playing Sid's list. It's on 1 Debrado, 3 inside jobs. So this turn, it's possible they get the second Jaichinya out. The question is, like, do they think they can run this remote server? This Botu, mind you, will be 6 strength, 7 strength, 8, 9, 10 strength with Brasilia. I feel like that's pretty good at 10 strength Botu. 10 strength Botu. So unless they inside job it, we're really soft inside job. I think we just regular it. We should advance once because if we top deck seamless, we're fine. Do you want to be queue with Reg Anarch? Yeah, actually, I'd be down if you don't mind after. Just like good stuff. And then I'm going to make some changes to the deck. You don't know what I'll do. It'll be fine. For what it's worth, if we put our money where their mouth is, we can't actually res all this ice. Carpe Diem Archives is a good start. Oh, they have multiple Estebrados. I don't think we mind. Well, if they hit the Luminal, we mind. So they actually have more bypass than we think we do. So they might get 2 knives in. This is a 1 in 4. If they miss the 1 in 4, we win. Oh no, we have to top deck a seamless. So Jaichinyu comes down for a click. Hagen is pretty expensive. Oh, they bypass it for a click. Oh yeah, that doesn't matter. Fovo, nice. Gotta get some version that does not leak tech. Okay, now this R&D has to hold. Ikko is safe, but they're gonna get the second knife in for sure. Oh, sorry. Sorry, you should gain 1. They broke and I fired the sub. Tithe? Probably worth breaking. You can give us a credit, I reckon. It's feels like you're in control a bit more. So we have to get lucky that there's no Hermes bounce here. We could lose to this for sure. Let's see how much of this they break. Giving us a credit doesn't seem that impactful. Having a credit for them seems better. Yeah, nice. So they can't see the Aqua, but there's still like all the lightning labs in there. Fine. Second knife. It hurts. Top deck seamless win. No. Okay. So now we have to figure out how do we win, how do we lose? They have to have another Jachinyu somewhere, that's for sure. They could have another Estebrado and another inside job. They're not playing the list I think they're on, so we have to figure out how to make that work for us. What we can do is we can get another ice in front of this Stavka. That'd be pretty good. If it's Anemone, wouldn't Anemone grind them out already? Sort of. They have Wizard's Chest installed? They do. So if it's in the deck, they just make a run. Rego advance ice? Yeah, I think that's probably it. The question is, where do we put the ice? I think we have to protect the Stavka. So still, we have to win a 1 and 4. We have to not lose on R&D. Like, they can just go R&D and hope for a bounce. So it's possible. Just want to pop in and say thank you for commenting. The whole weekend was a blast. Oh, Chrissy. Hey, thanks so much. Glad you liked it. I spent like the first hour and a half of the stream talking about how great Boston NPC was. Can't recommend it enough. Huge shout outs to the stream team, to Eric, to Jeff that helped out, all the people that helped out remotely for the streaming overlay, and of course to Kato. Kato killed it. Has Thunderbolt's ability mattered this game? It hasn't. Would this be better in any other ID in HB? Probably would. Yep. Yeah. It's a tall stack. You get one, you get all of them. Because these are not installed. So I actually can't target them with stuff. I have to target the base one, which like, love me a Damon for sure. So this beats Inside Job. This doesn't beat Estebrado. So if it's Estebrado, you go through this, have to break both of these, and then you can let this fire. So like we could still lose here. If he exactly has Estebrado in hand right now and sends it. Now, if he has Estebrado in hand and sends it, an enemy kills. So there's a chance we're fine no matter what. And then it comes down to whether the Jachinyu is in the deck, because in the deck it'll fire. What happens if you don't have 2 cards of the same type? Until you set aside 2 cards of the chosen type. What happens if you don't get 2 cards with Wizard's Chest? I think installing Vovo on Essential might have been better than clicking Regolith to create some uncertainty. They know we have Vovo. Maybe you're right, but they knew we had Vovo. This actually is very interesting. Buy into knife install. Not only buy into knife install, buy into cards in hand so Anemone doesn't kill. There's a lot of ways we lose. It'll fail? Yeah, I guess it will fail. They didn't install anything. It's not exactly NANPC. It's just like the text doesn't fire completely. If you don't get a second hand, you see, you just have the first as the option. I don't think so. Oh, no. They should have ran R&D for sure. Let's see if there's an agenda on the top. No, it was a seamless, though. Just a bit too late. Like, that was close. We could have slowed down more and iced up centrals. Stavka is a heck of a card. It gets the thing you hit for real. Did you have the knife in hand? That's how it used to be. Not sure what intended, though. The Regolith actually did matter. They trashed it. It did matter. They had missed bones. If they spent a click trashing the Regolith, we're in a much worse spot because we can't res all this stuff. They even could have considered running this remote server. With Brasilia, it's pretty powerful, but they could have done it. There's a verified Netrunner to be ruling says you install the 1 card if you find only 1. Okay. Thank you. Thanks so much for the game. Also, thanks so much for the work at NANPC Boston last weekend. So nice. Oh, cheers. That turned out great. Nice. Yeah, if he had it, he would have installed it there with the Baya. So he probably has a hint of events. It's just like Inside Job probably doesn't beat the Stavka into Stavka. Anemone into Stavka. Pretty rude. They added an official bug out bag ruling. Oh, it doesn't work, right? There's no way it works. Hey, cheers, you too. All right, let's make some changes. Axu, pop out for a second, huh? These are secret texts. Hold on. Can we hide our secret tech from Axu? Okay, enjoy the 60% win rate before we walk into like tier 1 Hoshiko. Okay. All right. He's tinkering behind the scenes. Edit. How many sites and tons you adding? It'll be less than 3. Sorry. It'll be less than 4. How much influence is size and tons? 3 influence. Yeah, it is 3 influence. Okay, we need more money. We definitely need more money. That's been a problem we've been having. How do we get more money into an HB deck? X is defined to be 0. No surprise. I'm out of the game for like 6 months and Hoshiko's still tier 1. You could have been out of the game for like 2 years, Artem. By the way, I don't know if you heard, Artem. We have an NANPC Montreal August 24th and 25th. I think you have plenty of time to get grinding if you want to win that event. Let's do that. One more influence we have. What's the card called that I want? The one that gives you money? Yeah. That's fine. We have that much ice? Okay. I think we should do this and do that. That seems better. Okay. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we have something. Better streamer showdown? I don't know which side's the better streamer, Aksu, but don't count yourself short. All right. This is definitely a hand we can have. It's not that bad, honestly. This we wanted the outermost because it's like it's our natural attack into Banhar, which is kind of good. Not that Banhar will be done turn 1, but our play is probably like 1, 2, 3. Make it really awkward. We don't really need to play this turn. I don't know. Actually, it's not listening. We can say it aloud. We don't have to play Hedgehog this turn. We can just do Tithe Manigarm. Now, if actually runs HQ and hits the Lightning Laboratory, so be it. That's not good for us. But there's a chance that he'll have Sisenton Fear in his heart and not like face check. This is the perfect matchup because if I lose, it doesn't feel like I've proven anything. But if I win, you know. All right. Hagen's good. Should we have done Hagen the remote server? Yeah, what the heck? That's fine. Yeah, we did. We should put Hagen there and put the title on the outermost. At least the Hagen's good now. No Axis. I'm surprised. Get us a Seamless, please. No, but that's kind of okay. Oh, we did this so bad. At least there's no Banhar coming down. So this is a lot of strength. We'll push this, and then we'll just Ice HQ. We're playing fast and loose. We have 7 credits. That's probably enough. I didn't count it. If we triple advance, that's a problem. If we triple advance the Luminal. Yeah, our money might go down here. The question is how much does actually respect Hagen. Having the Tithe in front of the Hagen is so important. At least it's still an end to run. Raindrops. Can't res here. Oh, okay. We don't have to res. Gonna get that Hoshiko flip. Trashing a Vovo. We'd love to Vovo. Would have loved a Vovo. Top deck Seamless, though. Throwing in a Banhar. So he has a Banhar, but he didn't install it. I'm playing way too fast and loose. No pressure, but we've discovered it. And Axu loses. He's out of tiebreakers. Oh, we've discussed it? Yeah, okay. I think the pressure's on him. I don't want Axu to be out of tiebreakers. What do we want, a Lightning Lab or Offworld? I feel like Lightning Lab is probably going to mess the game up a bit more. I just always want money. Take back and credit advance. We'd have to, but then we can't score it out. Oh, Maw is really bad for us. Yeah, that's really bad for us. How's the Thundering? It's been fine. It's been like okay. I think we were too cute with Anemone combo stuff that we don't really need. Top deck Seamless? No. Okay. I think we just credit here. We just need to be able to res both of these ice. If the Hagen hits a Fermenter like it's a blowout, Oxu will probably respect that. Yeah, there you go. And like, no banner yet? Echelon, that's useless at 1 strength. I think that's a liability at 1 strength. Cleaver, okay, you're pulling your Breaker Suite together. So far, we've just been PD. PD would have been a bit better. We'd have 2 more cards in hand. Don't worry about it. Breakers are here. It is a big gatekeeper, though. And that does fix archives. So you can't break this because it costs like 10. So we will now have a weak HQ, but at least this goes back into the deck. We don't want to score the Lightning Laboratory, I don't think. 4 strength, 3 subroutines, only 2 of them have to be broken. So money does matter. Fireall, okay. No. So this server now doesn't cost that much. Tithe being 3 subroutines is kind of nice. Managram's kind of nice. Checking archives, not sure why. Oh, Hoshiko flip, yeah. Okay, so we now need to ice up HQ a bit better. We can start with the Spin Doctor. Our turn, we want to do hedge fund. We need to ice HQ slightly better, so there's not a cheap Maw server. Hagen's also now only broken for 1. So we can start with the Spin Doctor. We don't really need a hedge fund this turn. We just don't want to lose it. Okay, that's good. Tithe is just annoying enough into Echelon. The question is, where do we put Vovo? Because we haven't drawn a Stavka yet. Stavka is like what really blows us forward into the game. Because if we trash 2 of these breakers, that's going to be really frustrating. Then we want the Brasilia for that. If we put the Vovo here, he might have to run. We res Hagen. We res Managarm for free. I think that's probably worth something. And we just need to like get some tempo out of him. Hoshiko drawing a card. Now we want a hedge fund from here if we can. Echelon at 3 means we have to boost all our sentries. He loses to double seamless. What's it called? Ikua, which would be such a wild play. Miss Bones, okay. Giving us the turn to sure gamble. Oh, Rime. No, not installing. Like, I think we scared him off Banhart because we have so many subroutines. So we almost definitely start with the hedge fund. We could draw first, though. Rime puts the Hagen up at 4 strength, which is nice. Brasilia makes it pretty big as well. I think we need to do Rime Brasilia as our, like, Hoshiko fixed strength breaker tech. Like, it's actually pretty good into it. So this might engender interaction, so I don't think we need to do that. We'll just put this here. We could also put this on R&D. That's better too. I think I cut a Rime for a tithe. I think I was wrong. Moshing. Let's see how quickly he can get his other pressure cards. Threw out a twinning, another Banhar. So he's not counting on Banhar, which makes sense for the matchup. But the problem is any turn that we don't put something in the remote server, he's not running. Now this tithe has 3 subroutines. We're not too worried. We want to keep the Brasilia government grid. That's our good installable. So we don't want to get that mod or trashed. So this is 0 to 3 credits to break. Breaking all of it. Love it. So making this a 4 credit run is pretty good for this breaker suite. Hit a Spin Doctor. Tithe. Okay. Mawing. A Spin Doctor. Fine. Installing Mystic. Flipping. Get us something to jam. Rashid is great. Okay, so we want to do Tithe, Brasilia, Rashid on the remote server. And see what happens. It's going to be pretty expensive to res most of this stuff. A lot of it is cheaper. Mind you, we do have Volvo. And now with the Brasilia, we can actually de-res the Gatekeeper or de-res this Tithe. Nana is crawling into our clothing armoire. She's on an adventure. She's off screen a bit. Nana, what are you doing in there? It's going to be warm in there. You're going to be too warm. Steel Skin, Twinning, Ice Carver to 2 Twinnings down. This is the sort of thing where they can prioritize just setting up and then prioritize getting back into the game. So those Twinnings are the multi-axis we're worried about. And that's not going to be there until a Labor Rights or an Ashen. DJ Fenders for HQ pressure. Not running the remote server. Scared of the clown car. And I get that. So we need to top deck the Ikua and jam it and not flood up. Losing a Buzzsaw. Again, raindrops value. You could actually break one of these subroutines. He's breaking both. You could probably break the... Oh, no, you have to break both. Never mind. Steve for value. I think he wants to deal with the Spin Doctor before he commits to more maw damage. Like, he's mawing every turn. With the Spin Doctor, it's like, you know, it is what it is. I never thought a Hoshiko versus Thunderbolt game could be a nail biter. We're paying it really fast to lose, like way faster than we should be. He's on 17 credits though. The question is like, do we have a Stavka on this server? And even then he can beat it by having money. Whoa, interesting. That's cool. Found the list. Seems like exactly what I was looking for. Thanks so much. Oh, enjoy them. I haven't played Classique, but I've heard good stuff. Okay. We just need to force something in the remote server. We have the Stavka. We can make it 8 strength. That means you boost twice. He's on 17 credits. Like he's on unlimited economy mode. And now every time he runs HQ is like 2 credits and he gets back DJ Fenris. So he's going to push himself forward. Subliminal messaging, we don't really need to play unless we think we need to play it. And if that's the case, we need to force him the remote server. If that's the case, it's like the best thing into Maw. Now, Twinning's not coming back for a bit. Kind of a shame the Brasilia Boto only lasts for 1 run and not the turn. Yes. Man, Rime here is really frustrating. The turbine hasn't come down yet. Like the turbine's in the deck. That's our worst case. Like click for credit here feels way too slow. Luckily, he threw out his pressure. But like we need to draw an Ikwa and jam in the remote server. There's a turbine. Okay, now we're like slightly cooked. The most we can get this top guy, we can get it to 8, 9, 10, 11 strength. So now nothing costs credits. We were too slow. This is pretty slow though. This is turn like 9. Weird how that's slow, isn't it? He's still ping 2. Like he's still ping 2 for Tithe. Gatekeeper is still annoying if we can derez it. This is not as bad as it could be. How much of this can we res? This is 2, this is free, this is 2, this is free. Oh, the Twinning's coming back, cool. And it's landed? Yeah, now things are gonna be worse for sure. Twinning, okay. Not what we want. Draw for an agenda, we'll take it. Subliminal credit, we just need as much money as we can get. There's a chance we can do some damage here. Now he can lock R&D. If he does, Spin Doctor will like have to do something. Oh shit, he's on 20 credits. Okay, we have to do our stuff. Res Vovo, Res Brasilia, Res Stavka. Trash another card? Huh. It's probably this Rime. D-res another card to give a +3 strength. Yeah, it'll be the Tithe. So still 11 strength Stavka. Like this will do something sort of, kind of, a bit. Now he can just get his breakers trash, but this run will end. But what's 11 strength Stavka? It costs 12 credits. Like that's mean. And now all these Tithes are pretty annoying. They're res for free and they are favorable. I don't think we res the Hagen unless money really matters. But this is 3 subroutines. And then we still have a Managarm. Like we actually did blow his money out. And trading for Lightning Laboratory is a totally fine trade here. Like Stavka is the best thing the deck is doing. Gain a credit. Oh no, do a net damage. Okay. So this Hagen, we either res for 2. It comes in, it'll be 6 strength, 7 strength, it'll be 4 strength. So it's broken for 1, res for 2. That can't be right, but we need to get any dollar out of him. We res it for 2? Yeah, that's fine. We just need to get as much money out of him as possible. Because he has to break this, obviously, because of the turbine. He will. It's $1, but $1 is something. Oh, he has to break all of it. It's 2 credits. Okay, wait, no, that's fine. Now the issue is we need to get another, like, Brasilia somewhere else so we can de-res this stuff. Like, we have to de-res the Stavka. Well, that was expensive. He actually... Oh, he can still wipe the server, which is bad. But, like, he's kind of cooked now. Are we having Thunderbolt? More than we thought we would. Like, it's not great, but it's doing something. Like, that's his whole turn. Now, he trashes all this for free and gets 2 points. Like, let's not discount that. And now he runs the server for, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We just have to never advance a what's it called in there? We just need a top deck 1 Ikwa and put it in the server. There's no way he runs that. There's no way he runs that. 30 Laundry is a good start. Runs archives. Has Sisenton been considered? Yes. Only for Aksu. We did cut, it's right here. We did cut the Anemones. They didn't seem good. Now he's going to lock the top of the deck. We have a Spin Doctor. We could lose to this, I guess. There's a lot of points in here. C3? Yeah. Lost the Seamless. That's a bummer. Okay. Steel Skin. Paladin 4. Almost back into it financially. R&D is obviously super weak. So let's see if he trashes something with Paladin. He can get rid of Miss Bones. It's fine. Just Paladin, fine. This is the last point we're gonna score at, but we fought. We did fight tooth and claw. If he goes HQ, we can like res the Tithe, deresing the Stavka, and that like puts him in a problem. As much as like game point is really difficult, we have to do install advance. Like I think we do need NGO front. We just need to force interaction faster than anything else, because we honestly can get to game point, probably. Boto is still a little annoying. Not really. It's like we have to put on R&D. Oh, we actually should have shuffled. We wanted to draw unknown cards. I should have considered that. Oops. Yeah, because he knows we have a Rime. And the thing is, he runs R&D now every 2 turns and sees 3 cards. Like, you can't beat that. Boto, if we res it, it's all our money. And if we do res it, it becomes... like, it's 7 strength. So he breaks it for 6? Yeah, no. He went from 0 to 14 in 2 turns. Thinking. We have to do something tricky here. We have to think. Draw, jam their remote server, evens just the grid. Yeah, that's the minimum we're going to do. The problem is, like, he doesn't have to interact with that. He can just run R&D probably. Because he knows that, like, 1 seamless is out. So, like, just install last click. Oh, no, we're on game point. Yeah, you're right. You're right. This will be an 8 strength Stavka. That's 2 boosts. 3, 6, that's 9 credits. Like, it's something. I think we just have to do this and hope. Fortunately, there's 4 agendas and 16 on R&D, so the chance of surviving a single twinning, even if he can't do this, is like super, super low. Yeah, like we lose to this run. We have to spin Doctor back in 2 seamlesses. And then hope. And then he has to consider running this. The fact that R&D costs 1 is a problem. Seamless. Still sees 3. It's 4 and 18, so not great odds. Whew, okay. All right. Nice. Okay. This is still going to cost like 4 credits. Like, let's not get this twisted. This costs like 4 credits. Stavka for 2. Tithe for 2. We could get some money off of this. Okay, never mind. Oh, great. Great. Cool. It costs 3 credits to run this. And he knows the next 2 cards in R&D. So we need another thing to jam. It's like when you're at this point in the game where the deck is just about ice, like this Breaker Suite wins. And this is what a lot of people are, upset about it. Is like, if it just comes down to ice, this Breaker Suite is hard to capitalize on. It really is. We have to get him to make a mistake. And he won't. So 6 strength Gatekeeper could like break lock. It breaks for... he has 18 credits. Like, what? And what is he holding? He's holding an Ashen? He's holding an Ashen in hand. Mystic will be on 2 credits. So we have to get something in the remote server. He saw that, right? He did see that. That's fine. Okay. Hey, VT, watching the stream recently, I'm baffled by how they ban Turbine. It seems there's no counterplay whatsoever. There is counterplay, it's just speed. You can watch an NANPC Boston. Like, this Breaker Suite didn't seem that good because the decks are like presenting a lot of horizontal problems while also putting just enough ice. That being said, this will be addressed in Continental season. I think this is like a ban list that was a bit, slower. It's a hard thing to fix. So it will be fixed. It'll just be fixed in a month. Can't help feeling this way in results of mass assets are simply uninteractive things. Oof. Okay, we have a chance of top decking it. But yeah, he's just going to check this every turn. And now we've broken R&D lock. There's maybe... you have to Ashen here. Not even opposed to Turbine like existing, but 4 credits and 1 MU so cheap. If it would be +1 strength, I think I'd be happier. If it would be 2 MU, I don't love 2 MU as a fix, but I hear you. Maybe he actually doesn't have an Ashen. I think his deck might have no recursion. We've seen no labor rates. And he was just taking net damage. Wait, this deck actually might have no recursion. Because that means the hand would have to be labor rates, Ashen. That seems ridiculous. What else could the hand be? He's breaking the net damage, though. Because the hand is 1 Steelskin Scarring, 1 Banhar. I don't know if the deck has recursion in it. Which again, if he did Ashen here, we are so cooked. It's funny too, because the deck has both Turbine and Ice Carver. Okay. What do we have to put back in? I think we need Managarm. He has 15 credits, so it's not that great, but none of the ice scale as well. So it's just going to be Managarm. And then just anything to put in the remote server. Brasilia might look more frightening than it is. It's not, but it might look. It's not, but it might. We'll go there. I feel like this is just bowling now. They're playing it right. It's a shame you cut the Anemones. Yeah, we have a chance there. Like, Anemone could have got something working. We're drawing an unknown card. We are holding on. I guess. Like the Brasilias, he's actually dodging. He has to not run the Brasilias because if we... Okay, never mind. This is still broken for sub... Right? It's a 5-string Tithe broken for like 1 credit. It does have another subroutine though. They mentioned there'll be another ban list. Yes, after Continentals. There's no way there's no ban list between Continentals and Worlds. Trash the Miss Bones. Why not? He might actually run out of twinning charges. Oh no, he won't because Fenders will get an event. I think we're losing an R&D this turn. I don't think he's going to run the remote server. The deck only has 3 agendas and 13 now, and 2 of them are Echoes. I would love to install events, and a Geofront, but now you go R&D, yeah. Res Stavka. Just be annoying. Still, you break this for like 7 credits? 9 credits. Wait a second, can't steal Ikoa. Hold the phone. Axio overextended here. Can't steal Ikoa. Can steal Off-World Office, but there's only 1 in 13. He can afford to go back is the problem. What are you deep diving? That would be so wild. No, nothing. Okay, now getting an agenda to HQ would be a problem, but we did break lock. There's a chance. You're saying there's a chance? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, bankrupt. So we probably should cut the Hagen. No, the Tithe you don't have to break. So if we res this 6, 7, 8 time, we need 2 credits to score out. Oh no, we shouldn't credit, we should advance. Sorry. 1 sec. Never mind. No, this is much more interesting. I thought I messed up. So the only 2 agendas in R&D are 2 Ikoas. So this costs 3 credits. Axu needs to find the Ikoas. If the Ikoas are in the top 9, he has it. The Ikoas need to be in the bottom 9. He can't run this remote server. And Ma is only going to hit 1 seamless. That's what I was worried about. But we only need 1 seamless. So we just have to not hit the Ikoas. There's 2 and 9. He's seeing 2 cards. Fuck no! Come on! Oh, GG. Oh, that was close. Oh, that was close. There's only 2 in there. Yeah, we almost had that. Like looking at the deck there's only 2 Ikoas and we just need 1 to be in the 3rd. I don't think you can run the remote. There's no recursion. It doesn't have any recursion at all. GG. We almost had it. We definitely almost had it. We just have to survive that run and then we're okay. Yeah, I think he saw a lot of cards, so maybe he was favored at that point. A lot of the agendas were out of the deck, but he did make the axes last turn, not stealing Ikoa. Bummer. You're playing Thunderbolt and he's playing tier 1 Hoshi. Did really well. Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to have that. We were working so hard. We played fast and loose. And like, it's just, if this deck, this is like, I think a better example of why the deck should have Ashen. If this deck had Ashen, we would 100% lose. The thing is, like, now he's playing with a fixed economy and needs to win sooner than later. So like, this is the sort of matchup where you play Ashen and then I don't have a chance. But this is hard. It's pretty decent. Yeah, hey, actually, good game. We had it. We almost had it, excuse me. We just need you to whiff the 2 Ikoas, because this server is both 2 into Stavka, which, mind you, 7 strength both 2, obviously massive strength Stavka. Yeah, Stavka's not fun to break. It feels like the best thing we've got going for ourselves is Stavka. Would the Gatekeeper and R&D have been helpful? We can't afford to res it. Like, that's a hard thing, maybe. Because the both 2 here might not have mattered. Maybe Stavka into Hagen to all that sort of stuff, and he doesn't call it. Or even, like, we could have considered putting this ice on R&D. The thing is, like, I think our odds of winning off of, or losing off of R&D were actually low enough that icing up the remote server makes more sense. Because to lose on R&D, you have to find the 2 Ikoas in 9, and I don't think I would bet against that. Seeing 2 cards. Like, that's a 20% chance. That's fine. Almost had it. I don't know. That was fun, though. All right. Let's Thunderbolt. Actually, to show you the changes, and I actually regret the changes we made. I genuinely regret the change I made. So if I had Anemone, I had a late game plan against you. Not that I surprised you didn't have a recursion. I had a Saisentan, which was just drawn late, so it was garbage. I think that's a big thing, is that drawing Saisentan late is so much worse than drawing Stavka late, that 3x Stavka, 1 no Saisentan is way correct. And then I cut a Rime for another Tithe. The Tithes were good, but I think in that's the breaker suite where we definitely want Rime 100%. The overall win rate today was 50. And we played against good stuff. Like, we lost to Axu. We lost to Axu twice playing tier 1 decks. We lost to Jeff barely. So like, it's worth looking into. But I'm pretty sure you just play this list in PD or ASA and it'll be better. Because it's not very often that, like, you have to watch the VOD. If someone has dedicated enough to watch the VOD, tell me how many times the Thunderbolt math actually mattered. And it's like probably very countable, where like having PD's recursion effect or Ace's click compression would have been better for us. Like, that is unfortunately the thing. It's like, I think Stavka is still pretty good when you're not expecting it. I think Brasilia Stavka is something. You just don't need the Thunderbolt ability. I think I'm actually miscounting the extra subroutine. I think the extra subroutine on Thunderbolt is where the power is. But like, that's fine. That's 50%. That's fine. That's lower than what my win rate is usually, but like, that's fine. All right, that was fun. That was actually kind of fun. I'm getting hungry. Yeah, that makes sense. It's 4:45. Thanks so much for hanging out. Again, huge shout out this weekend. Fantastic weekend. This NANPC Boston was totally wild. And it's the sort of stuff, like, I know I went down not to play, just to commentate. I can't give that dedication all the time to Netrunner if it's not for like folks like this, including, hey, Eric Hyden's name is in there. Thanks, Eric. So thanks so much for supporting the channel. Again, we're supported on Patreon. You can find a link in the description. We have a bunch of tiers. These are just 2 of the tiers. We have the daily cast tiers, and I'm super thankful for all these folks and more that give me the time and just the ability to do Netrunner content the way that I want to do Netrunner content. Talking about content, we're editing the Atea Alphabet series, should be up later this week. Good to get that one out of the way. And then from then on, we're going to go to all the other levels, all the other letters, which is super important. Great commentary in the weekend. Aku, thank you so much. Appreciate it. It was really fun. On that note, there's a lot of links in the description to check out. Again, you have a lot of video to catch up if you haven't seen this weekend, either the live stream in person on Friday or the event in NPC Boston. Can't recommend enough. We have our NPC coming up later this summer. It's August 24th and 25th. It's not too soon to make plans. Let me tell you, Montreal in the summer of its own thing. Even if you show up and don't come to NPC Boston, I think, or NPC Montreal, you're going to have a great time. If you want to join in too, there's other NPC events coming up. Of course they are. I don't know any of the dates offhand, but OTG I think is the next closest one. And there's ones in the West Coast. I think San Francisco has the upcoming one. Philly has one, which is in the next couple of months as well. Canadian Nationals are coming up over the next couple of weeks. Go to OTG too. Yeah, Cranked, when's the OTG date? It's like the beginning of July, or is it the beginning of June? It's like relatively soon, which is pretty fun. OTG, mind you, at the Game Center is a pretty cool place to play some Netrunner for sure. I think that's mostly it. Do I have any other call to actions? I don't think so. June 9th. Yeah, that's really soon. That's going to be a fun event for sure. I've spent a bunch of time in the Game Center, mind you. That's where Netrunner World Championships used to be when FFG was doing it. I think that's mostly it. We'll be back in 2 days on Thursday. And until then, take care. Thanks so much for hanging out. Thanks for all the folks that we played games against. If you're watching the VOD, if you want to take a second to like the video, that's one of the biggest helps. Appreciate that. I'll be back on Thursday. Cheers. Seems they patched up the hole in the wall. Shoutouts Kenny. That should have been an art exhibit. That should have been marked forever. Ken go low.